Stalin. Waiting for the truth. Exposing the falsehoods in Stephen Kotkin's Stalin. Waiting for Hitler, 1929 to 1941. About collectivization the famine the Kirov murder Leon Trotsky's lies the Moscow trials the Spanish Civil War the military purges Yezhov's conspiracy plus many other falsehoods. Preface. Read me first. The present book is an exhaustive critique of Stephen Kotkin, Stalin. Waiting for Hitler, 1929 to 1941, New York, Penguin, 2017. This is the second volume of what Kotkin, a professor of history at Princeton University and a fellow at the Hoover Institution, intends to be a 3-volume work and the definitive biography of Joseph Stalin. This book is written primarily for those who will never read Kotkin's book. It has to be because very, very few people will in fact read this humongous tome, equals a large book, humongous in size, and also in dishonesty. The reader will not learn the history of the Soviet Union during 1929 to 1941 from Kotkin's book. Kotkin's book is completely unreliable. It is filled with false statements and unsupported assumptions. It is dedicated to convincing the reader that Joseph Stalin was a monster, a mass murderer and all-round evil person, and that the Soviet Union during his day was little short of a hell on earth. It is also devoted to trashing the idea of communism itself, partly through associating the communist movement with the monster Stalin, partly by smuggling in the notion that market capitalism is a far better form of political and social organization. Kotkin has not attempted to write an accurate, objective account of Stalin's life during these years. Instead, he cherry-picks phony evidence to try to prove his very negative views about Stalin, the Soviet Union, and the communist movement. Few readers will read this huge book. Of the very few readers who do manage to make it through the text, only a tiny fraction will read more than a small handful of the footnotes. And of those, how many will actually check the references in the footnotes, in order to see whether they do, in fact, provide evidence for the statements Kotkin makes in the text alleging crimes by Stalin? If you think no one will, you are almost correct. For this is what I have done. The book in your hands, or on your screen, contains the results of my careful checkup of Kotkin's claims of criminal and/or atrocious acts by Stalin and the Soviet leadership. I have written this book so that you don't have to read Kotkin's. You can find out what Kotkin has to say about Stalin and the events of Soviet history from 1928 to 1941, and how Kotkin falsifies the history of this period. And you can do all this in fewer than 400 pages. The chapters are organized according to the major historical events of the Soviet 1930s, as Kotkin deals with them. You can select the topics that interest you most. When you read a chapter in my book, you will learn what Kotkin has to say about the events in question, how he falsifies them, and get a brief account of what the real state of affairs is as demonstrated by the best evidence available today. You should read this book instead of reading Kotkin's book. If you haven't bought his book, don't bother. If you have bought it, then you can consult it if you should ever doubt my analysis of this or that incident. Then you can use it for a doorstop. You should read this book if you want to know how Soviet history of the Stalin period is distorted, falsified, mangled, by mainstream historiography. You can learn about the anti-Stalin paradigm, the false and dishonest model of Soviet history to which mainstream historians are expected to conform and to which almost all of them do in fact conform. You can use this book as a kind of reference work. What does the best available evidence show about these events? How is the mainstream, official, history wrong about them? If you have suspected that this or that event of the Soviet 1930s may have been distorted by mainstream historians, you can read up on it here. If you have trusted the mainstream historical portrait of Stalin and of the Soviet 1930s, you are in for a big shock. I've written this book for those who will read Kotkin's book and for those who won't manage to get through it. But I have written it especially for those who never intend to even try to read Kotkin's monstrosity. If you have not yet decided to read Kotkin's book, Take my advice, don't waste your time. Read this book instead. You'll not just learn more, what you learn will be true. Read Kotkin, and what you learn will be all wrong, and you will have to unlearn it by reading this book. Introduction. The right to lie in the service of power. The right to lie in the service of power is guarded with considerable vigor and passion. This becomes evident whenever anyone takes the trouble to demonstrate that charges against some official enemy are inaccurate or, sometimes, pure invention. The immediate reaction among the commissars is that the person is an apologist for the real crimes of official enemies. Noam Chomsky 1. The first volume of Stephen Kotkin's biography of Joseph Stalin is titled Stalin. Volume 1. Paradoxes of Power, 1878 to 1928. It was published in 2014. As the title suggests, in it Kotkin discusses Stalin's life up to late in the year 1928. The last chapter of the book is titled Coda, If Stalin Had Died. Much of this chapter is about the collectivization of agriculture in the Soviet Union. But this subject is not dealt with in Volume 1. It is reserved for the opening chapters of Volume 2, the volume that we examine and critique here. If this coda was supposed to somehow argue that Stalin's life up to 1928 made the policy of agricultural collectivization inevitable, or possible, or something, it fails. In it Kotkin does make the claim that agricultural modernization would have been both possible and less costly under a market capitalist system. But he does not even try to demonstrate how that might be done. His depiction of collectivization as a brutal failure is not only not proven, it is unargued, simply assumed. I did not read this coda until I had read Volume 1 itself, almost a year after its publication. In November 2014, the same year as the book's publication, Kotkin published an abbreviated version of the coda in the New York Review of Books. 2. A friend sent me this essay as soon as he received the issue. Of course, that magazine could contain no evidence for the assertions made in it, and I did not expect any. But I was puzzled by the fact that the essay started with an event not covered in the book, collectivization. Moreover, I also knew that his depiction of collectivization runs counter to the best research on the subject. It did not augur well for the yet-to-come Volume 2. When, a few months later, I did read Volume 1, I was surprised again. After reading Kotkin's terribly inaccurate depiction of collectivization and his praise of capitalism and markets de rigueur for a fellow of the right-wing anti-communist propaganda mill that is the Hoover Institution, I found that Kotkin's depiction of Stalin in Volume 1 was relatively objective, without any phony allegations of crimes. On several topics, for example, the question of the forgery of Lenin's testament, Volume 1 breaks from the pattern of anti-Stalin polemics that normally passes for history in mainstream Soviet studies. Still, that coda was a clear sign that Volume 2 would be very different, lacking in objectivity, gravid with unproven accusations of crimes of Stalin. And so it is. Volume 2 was published in October 2017. Having spent many years researching Soviet history of the 1930s, I immediately saw that this second volume repeats a number of falsehoods about major political events, in conformity with the dominant and all too familiar model in mainstream Soviet historiography, the model that I call the anti-Stalin paradigm. ASP. I saw too that there were many specific incidents discussed in Volume 2 that I had not come across before. The first of these was a tale of minor importance, claim there were no mistakes. See the first section of Chapter 11. Here Kotkin accuses Stalin of what? A peccadillo, at most? Perhaps this story was true, then. So I researched it. It was difficult to obtain the materials to do so. I suspect that Kotkin never bothered. At length I was able to verify that, sure enough, it is a phony story, with no evidence behind it. At this point I thought, what if the whole book is like this? I was hooked. I realized that I had to know. I have done similar research projects before. Between 2005 and 2011 I researched and wrote a book proving that Nikita Khrushchev's famous secret speech is made up of lies from beginning to end. That speech to the XX Party Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on February 25, 1956, the speech in which Khrushchev depicted Stalin as a brutal dictator who had committed many murders and other crimes, had shocked the world and fatally undermined the international communist movement. Yet it is a tissue of falsehoods. FURR, Khrushchev lied. Between 2010 and 2013 I checked all the references in Matthew Leno's massive 820-plus pages, tome The Kirov Murder and Soviet History, Yale University Press, 2010. I did so because while studying it I noted many errors of reasoning and many logical fallacies in this work, which comes to the conventional, acceptable conclusion that Sergei Kirov, first secretary of Leningrad, was killed by a lone gunman. I spent years in checking Leno's evidence, and then in compiling much evidence that Leno and others had omitted. In the end I reached the conclusion inevitable, given the evidence that the Soviet courts had gotten it right, Kirov was indeed killed by a clandestine conspiratorial group of followers of Grigory Zinoviev. This important case led inexorably to the uncovering of the widespread anti-Soviet conspiracies uncovered in the later 1930s. FURR, Kirov. In 2011 to 2014 I checked every single allegation of wrongdoing of any kind by Stalin, the Soviet Union, and communists generally, in Yale professor Timothy Snyder's award-winning book Bloodlands. At the end of 30 months of research I concluded that Snyder's book too contains not a single accurate allegation of crime of any kind by Stalin. Every one of such allegations is false, a fabrication, either by Snyder himself or by the intensely anti-communist scholars, mainly Polish and Ukrainian, whose work Snyder relied on. FURR, Blood Lies. So I set out to do likewise with Kotkin's Volume 2, with one difference. The book is too long, 1,154 pages long, 909 pages of text, 160 pages of triple-columned footnotes in tiny type, and 51 pages of bibliography, also triple-columned in tiny type, plus an index. Therefore, unlike Khrushchev's speech and Snyder's much shorter book, it would not be possible to check every fact claim in it. But not necessary, either. Procedure. I have selected 10 issues in the high politics of Soviet history during the 1930s, and thoroughly researched Kotkin's account of each of them. I have added another 2 chapters of various allegations of lesser importance where Kotkin alleged some kind of misdeed, criminal or moral, by Stalin. A chapter on strategies of misdirection in Kotkin's book is an attempt to analyze the different techniques and also the errors of method and logic, perhaps intentional, perhaps due to incompetence, which Kotkin utilizes in order to create the wildly distorted portrait of Stalin and Soviet policies that he promotes in this meretricious book. I have also added 2 chapters on central problems concerning Kotkin's research, his lack of source criticism, and his use of bias by omission. This book deals with all the alleged crimes and atrocities that Kotkin charges Stalin with. It includes all the passages where Kotkin alleges any kind of reprehensible behavior or even insensitivity on Stalin's part. The claim there were no mistakes. Story is an example of something we will see a great many times in this book. Kotkin cannot be trusted to use his sources accurately or honestly. When Kotkin makes an assertion of fact, or fact claim, about some crime or misdeed involving Stalin, the sources for this fact claim must be double-checked. Upon checking Kotkin's source we normally find either, 1, that his source does not support what Kotkin's text says or implies that it does, or, 2, that the source does reflect what Kotkin says in his text but that source itself is dishonest, in that, a, it does not reflect what its own evidence states, or, b, its source is yet another secondary source which, when it is examined in turn, does not support the fact claims given, or, c, it cites no evidence at all. Devoid of integrity. The present book presents a detailed, heavily documented critique of Stalin, Volume 2. In it I document my conclusion: every one of Kotkin's charges of crimes or atrocities alleged by Kotkin against Stalin is false. I demonstrate this by checking the evidence Kotkin cites, by including when appropriate the evidence which Kotkin's sources cite, and by citing other evidence that he omits. Here is an important paragraph from the document Statement on Standards of Professional Conduct, updated 2018, by the American Historical Association. Historians should practice their craft with integrity. They should honor the historical record. They should document their sources. They should acknowledge their debts to the work of other scholars. They should respect and welcome divergent points of view even as they argue and subject those views to critical scrutiny. They should remember that our collective enterprise depends on mutual trust. And they should never betray that trust. Point 3. It is the professional responsibility of historians to acknowledge disputes and disagreements in the fields they research. But Kotkin never informs his readers about the scholarly disputes that exist over many of these issues, whether it be the famine, except in the footnotes only, the Azovshchina or Great Terror, the Katyn massacre, the Moscow trials, the Tykhaevsky affair, the Spanish Civil War, or others. Every time Kotkin repeats an anti-Stalin position without any qualification. It is an historian's responsibility to document her sources. Kotkin routinely violates this tenet of the historian's craft. A great many of his footnotes, the form his documentation of sources normally takes, are phony. They appear to be the evidence of careful research. But, as I prove in this book in sometimes painstaking detail, they do not give evidence for Kotkin's fact claims about the crimes he attributes to Stalin. It is not only that many statements in Kotkin's book are factually false. These false statements do not occur randomly. There is a systematic quality to all of these falsehoods. Every one is tendentiously anti-communist. I realized that I would have to carefully check, one by one, every factual statement about the Soviet leadership or Soviet actions that had a negative tendency, every allegation of a crime or an atrocity. My working hypothesis was as follows: I would find that many of Kotkin's anti-Stalin or anti-Soviet assertions or fact claims were false, not supported by the evidence Kotkin cites or indeed by any evidence. My further hypothesis was that the secondary sources Kotkin cites in support of these statements would either not support Kotkin's fact claims, or would themselves be fallacious, unsupported by the evidence, if any, that they cited. My research has fully corroborated both of these hypotheses. In fact, I discovered that my initial hypothesis was too cautious. I have found not that many, but that all of Kotkin's fact claims of an anti-Stalin tendency are false. In this book I present the results of that research. Organization of this book. The chapters in this book adhere to the following method of presentation. After an introductory section I quote every passage in which Kotkin makes a fact claim that accuses Stalin of some crime or that tends to reflect negatively upon Stalin. Then the evidence Kotkin cites to support his statement, normally found in a footnote, is identified and, where possible, reproduced. Then each of the sources in that footnote, whether primary or secondary, is checked and verified in order to assess whether that source provides support for Kotkin's fact claim. In the case of secondary sources I have checked further for the primary sources that these secondary sources use. This is essential because the fact that one historian agrees with another does not constitute evidence. Only primary sources are evidence. In each instance where Kotkin cites another secondary source in a footnote I have obtained and studied the primary source evidence upon which that secondary source relies. This procedure continues until we reach the primary sources upon which all the other secondary sources are based, or until we discover that, in reality, there is no primary source evidence supporting the series of fact claims, which are thereby revealed to be falsifications. This method is essential in order to verify Kotkin's fact claims concerning Stalin's crimes or, as it turns out, in order to demonstrate that they are, without exception, false. Whenever possible I have given a summary title or subheading to each of the passages from Kotkin's book. The purpose of this subheading is to aid the reader in deciding whether he or she wants to examine these fact claims, or wishes to pick and choose, examining some and passing over others. At the time of this writing, January 2019, No one else has taken the trouble to do this. This would not be a bad thing if Kotkin's book were generally ignored. Historians of the USSR, like historians generally, should spend their time doing honest research and discovering the truth, rather than double-checking every fact, claim and allegation made by other historians. But Kotkin's book is very influential, as are his published articles in semi-popular journals and the YouTube videos of his talks. Kotkin's fact claims about crimes of Stalin are normally assumed to be true, while the reality is that they are always false. Through books such as Stalin, Volume 2, falsehoods become accepted as truths, the current of historical understanding polluted. The anti-Stalin paradigm. In the present book I demonstrate, using Kotkin's own sources and other evidence, that not a single one of the accusations that Kotkin levels against Stalin is true. Such a conclusion demands explanation, and I outline my own views in the final chapter. One important element of that explanation is what I call the anti-Stalin paradigm, ASP, about which a little should be said here. Khrushchev lied. In February 1956, at the XX Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev, first secretary of the party and leader of the Soviet state, gave a secret speech in which he accused Stalin, and Lavrentiy Beria, of great crimes. At the XXII Party Congress in 1961, Khrushchev and other party leaders under him went even further in their attacks on Stalin. After that and until Khrushchev's ouster in October 1964, a flood of pseudo-scholarly Soviet works were published in which accusations about Stalin's crimes multiplied wildly. Since the Bolshevik Revolution itself, the academic field of Soviet history has been dominated by anti-communist bias. Khrushchev's 1956 secret speech, the anti-Stalin speeches at the XXII Party Congress and the ensuing torrent of Khrushchev-orchestrated fabrications, became the basis for the avalanche of anti-Stalin books that followed. Notable among them was, for example, Robert Conquest's tome The Great Terror, which drew heavily upon these Khrushchev-era materials, although Conquest also used, indiscriminately, any and all anti-Stalin works he could find, including many that preceded Khrushchev's speech. In an earlier article, Vladimir L. Bobrov and I examined the last chapter of Stephen F. Cohen's book Bukharin and the Bolshevik Revolution, 1973, one of the most influential anti-Stalin books based on Khrushchev-era materials. There we showed, a. that Cohen relied entirely upon Khrushchev-era revelations in this chapter on Bukharin's life between 1930 and 1938, and b. that every single revelation Cohen makes in that long chapter is demonstrably false. Point 4. Gorbachev lied too. The Khrushchev-era Soviet works were not simply the result of bias. Rather, they were deliberate lies. Point 5. Khrushchev and his men had all the evidence of the Soviet archives, everything we have today plus much, much more. The same is true of Mikhail Gorbachev's people, who churned out an even bigger avalanche of anti-Stalin falsehoods after 1987, an avalanche that continues to the present day. 5. Alexander Solzhenitsyn was one writer who got his start, and considerable fame, thanks to Khrushchev. Michael Scammell, author of a recent biography, calls Solzhenitsyn a truth-teller. Nothing could be more false. Solzhenitsyn's works, valuable as anti-communist propaganda during the Cold War, are worthless as history and are rightly ignored even by mainstream historians today. The academic field of Soviet history of the Stalin period has been constructed around the more or less uncritical acceptance of, first, Khrushchev era, and second, of Gorbachev era and post-Soviet era lies. These lies cannot be sustained in the face of the evidence now available from former Soviet archives. However, to admit this would imply that the works of dozens of historians of the USSR, during several generations, are poisoned at the root as, indeed, they are. Therefore the anti-Stalin paradigm, as I call this model of Stalin-era Soviet history, goes unchallenged. As long as it continues to serve anti-communist ideological purposes, and as long as the truth can be ignored, buried, hidden, or otherwise disregarded, the demonization of Stalin, the Soviet leadership of his day, and the communist movement continues to perform its useful function in the economy of anti-communist propaganda, propped up by the prestige of academic experts in many countries. This is the tradition that has produced works like Kotkin's Stalin, Volume 2. The authors of such books do not have to fear that their falsehoods will be exposed by their peers in the field of Soviet history, because anti-Stalin lies are very seldom exposed as such. In such an atmosphere, where the historian can accuse Stalin and the USSR of almost any crime, can say virtually anything as long as it has an anti-Stalin bias, a kind of Gresham's law comes into play. Bad research drives out the good, or at the very least makes the honest researcher very cautious, very careful not to challenge the prevailing paradigm. This is the academic and political environment that makes fraudulent works like Stalin, Volume 2 possible. Concerning the portrayal of Stalin by anti-communist historians like Kotkin, Professor Domenico Losurdo of the University of Urbino, Italy, writes: Les philosophes aiment à s'interroger en évoquant non seulement les événements historiques mais aussi les catégories avec lesquelles nous interprétons ces événements. Aujourd'hui, quelle est donc la catégorie avec laquelle on interprète Stalin? Celle de folie sanguinaire. Cette catégorie est déjà utilisée contre Robespierre, contre la Révolution de 1848, contre la Commune, mais jamais contre la guerre, ni contre Louis XVI, ni contre les Girondins ou Napoléon. Pour ce qui concerne l'ethme siècle, nous avons d'études psychopathologiques sur Lénine, Stalin, Trotsky, Mao, mais pas, par exemple contre Churchill. Or, tout le groupe dirigent bolchevique se prononçait contre l'expansionisme colonial, tandis que Churchill écrivait la guerre est un jeu auquel il faut sourire. Il y eut ensuite le carnage de la Première Guerre mondiale, le groupe dirigent bolchevique, Stalin compris, est contre ce carnage, mais Churchill déclare encore, la guerre est le plus grand jeu de l'histoire universelle, nous sommes ici la mise la plus élevée, la guerre constitue l'unique sens aigu de notre vie. Alors, pourquoi l'approche psychopathologique dans un cas et pas dans l'autre? 6. Translation. In their discussions, philosophers like to evoke not only historical events but also the categories with which we interpret these events. Today, what is the category with which Stalin is interpreted? That of bloodthirsty madness. This category has already been used against Robespierre, against the Revolution of 1848, against the Paris Commune, but never against war, or against Louis XVI, or against the Girondins or Napoleon. Regarding the 20th century, we have psychopathological studies of Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky, Mao, but not, for example, of Churchill. However, all of the Bolshevik leaders spoke up against colonial expansionism, while Churchill wrote, "War is a game at which one should smile." Then there was the carnage of the First World War. The Bolshevik leadership group, including Stalin, was against this carnage, but Churchill said again, "War is the greatest game in world history, here I play with the highest stakes, war is the sole acute sensation of our lives." So why the psychopathological approach in the one case and not in the other? Khrushchev, Gorbachev, and phony history. All historians of the Soviet Union know that Khrushchev and the historians whose works he sponsored, and Gorbachev and the historians he sponsored, were lying. If they do not know that, they are utterly incompetent to do Soviet history. The documents from former Soviet archives that have been published since the end of the USSR permit no other conclusion. In the case of Khrushchev's and Gorbachev's men, the word lie is completely justified, in fact, is essential, because these people had all the evidence, everything we now have that has been published from former Soviet archives, plus much, much more. It is hard indeed to imagine that Kotkin is ignorant of these basic facts. But he never tells his readers about this. Of course, if he did so, he would not be able to use dishonest Khrushchev and Gorbachev era secondary sources as his evidence. Fabrications, falsifications, and lies. It will shock many readers to learn that a major work by a prominent historian can be, at base, a chain of untruths, its scholarly trappings a demonstrable fraud, a trap intended to lure the unwary or the hopelessly biased into believing falsehoods. Rightly so, we should be shocked and outraged by this kind of historical fraudulence. Yet Stalin, Volume 2 is precisely such a book. That is the inevitable conclusion of my study. It will appear to readers that many of Kotkin's fact claims are almost certainly lies in the strict sense. That is, they must have been made with conscious decision to deceive rather than as the expression of bias coupled with ignorance. At the same time, many readers will assume that the word lie should only be used when deliberate dishonesty by a writer can be clearly demonstrated. For this reason I am reluctant to have recourse to the word lie. In all cases where deliberate intent to deceive cannot be clearly demonstrated by the evidence, I use another term such as fabrication or falsification that connotes something made up, not contained in any of the evidence cited. As I have written elsewhere, it is easy to underestimate the power of a well-established, privileged preconceived framework of analysis on the minds of any researcher who is himself seriously biased. The pressures, both psychological and academic, to reach a conclusion acceptable to leading figures in the field of Soviet history, as well as to officials in Russia who control access to archives, are considerable indeed. Consequently, the disadvantages, professionally and otherwise, of reaching a conclusion that, no matter how well demonstrated, will be displeasing to powerful forces in the archival, political, and academic communities, are clear to anyone who is familiar with the highly politicized nature of the field of Soviet and indeed of all of communist history. FURR, Kirov 7. Accordingly, I consider the word lie to be appropriate only when the evidence clearly shows that Kotkin has made a statement in flagrant disregard for the truth, such as a statement that is not supported in the source Kotkin cites in support of it or is even contradicted by that source. Yet even in such cases we should not rule out the power of a preconceived framework plus a strong bias to blind a non-objective historian like Kotkin to evidence and conclusions that are incompatible with the ASP. Objectivity and the truth. It is a commonplace today that Stalin committed mass murders and gross atrocities. This belief is like the notions, almost universal before the 20th century, and by no means dead even today, that women and non-whites are intellectually inferior. Those notions were common sense, taken for granted by almost every white male of European ancestry, including scientists. They were questioned by few, firmly rejected by fewer still. Yet they were never true. They were, and are, avidly promoted because they served, and, in some circles, still serve, definite political and economic interests. An objective study of the evidence now available shows that, contrary to what everybody knows, what I call the anti-Stalin paradigm, none of the mass murders, atrocities, and other crimes alleged against Stalin can be verified by the evidence. Not one of them. On the contrary, the evidence now available proves that Stalin was not guilty of even a single one of the crimes Kotkin is eager to arraign him for. Because this conclusion will shock many readers, the evidence supporting it must be more fully expounded than is normally the case in historical studies. After all, a major conclusion of this book is that, on any important matter, the fact claims even of renowned historians should never be simply believed accepted as true. Instead they must be verified. Why, then, should any reader accept the fact claims in this book, namely, that some statement in Stalin, Volume 2 is false when the same book cautions them not to believe Kotkin? Accordingly, the footnotes, references, and where necessary the primary documents essential for any reader to check my conclusions, are reproduced here. This adds to the length of this study. But there is no other way to document such a travesty of historical scholarship as Stalin, Volume 2 presents us with. The aim of the present study is to examine the allegations by Kotkin against Stalin. Although at many points Stalin, Volume 2 reads something like a prosecutor's brief against Stalin and the USSR, the present study is fundamentally different. My book is not a defense attorney's brief. It is not an attempt to prove either guilt or innocence. Rather, it is an attempt to find the truth. I have tried hard to do what an investigator does in the case of a crime in which he has no bias, no parti pris, but only wishes to solve the crime. This is what all historians are supposed to do, and what most historians who investigate the more distant past do all the time. I wish to persuade the fair-minded, objective reader that I have carried out a competent, honest investigation. Namely, that I have done the following. Collected all the evidence that Kotkin has cited to prove his allegations against Stalin, and also any negative evidence that contests those allegations. Studied all this evidence carefully and honestly. Drawn my conclusions on the basis of that evidence. Political prejudice predominates in the study of communism and in particular of Soviet history. Conclusions that contradict the dominant anti-Stalin paradigm are routinely ignored or dismissed. Conclusions that cast doubt upon accusations against Stalin or whose implications tend to make him look either good or just less evil than the predominant paradigm holds him to have been, are called Stalinist. Any objective study of the evidence now available is bound to be called Stalinist simply because it must reach conclusions that are politically unacceptable to those who have a strong anti-communist bias, those who are enthralled to the false anti-Stalin paradigm. I wish to persuade the objective reader that I have reached my conclusions on the basis of evidence and its analysis and not on any other basis such as political bias. My aim is neither to arraign or convict Kotkin nor to defend Stalin. I assure the reader that I remain ready to be convinced that Stalin did commit the atrocities alleged by Kotkin if and when evidence is disclosed that supports that conclusion and that evidence can withstand the scholarly scrutiny to which all evidence should be subject. Evidence. Before proceeding to study the relevant evidence, we must briefly consider the question of evidence itself. Whereas documents are material objects in our case, writing on paper evidence is a relational concept. In the present study we are concerned with investigating Kotkin's allegations in Stalin, Volume 2 of criminal, atrocious activity by Stalin. There is no such thing as absolute evidence. All evidence can be faked. This point can hardly be overstressed since many people, including historians, believe that confessions of persons under arrest can be more readily faked than other kinds of evidence. But this is not so. Any statement, a confession of guilt, a denial of guilt, a claim that one has been tortured, a claim that one has not been coerced in any way may be true or false, an attempt to state the truth as the speaker, or writer, remembers it, or a deliberate lie. Documents can be forged and, in the case of Soviet history, often have been. False documents have on occasion been inserted into archives in order to be discovered. Or it may be alleged that a given document was found in an archive when it was not. Photographs can be faked. Eyewitnesses can lie, and in any case eyewitnesses are so often in error that such evidence is among the least reliable kind. 7 In principle there can be no such thing as a smoking gun evidence that is so clearly genuine and powerful that it cannot be interpreted in more than one way. The primary importance of objectivity. Identifying, locating, gathering, studying, and interpreting evidence are skills that can be taught to anyone. The most difficult and rarest skill in historical research is the discipline of objectivity. In order to reach true conclusions, statements that are more truthful than other possible statements about a given historical event, a researcher must first question and subject to doubt any preconceived ideas she may hold about the event under investigation. It is one's own preconceived ideas and prejudices that are most likely to sway one into a subjective, inaccurate interpretation of the evidence. Therefore, the researcher must take special steps to make certain this does not happen. This can be done. The techniques are known and widely practiced in the physical and social sciences. They can and must be adapted to historical research as well. If such techniques are not practiced, the historian will inevitably be seriously swayed from an objective understanding of the evidence by her own pre-existing preferences and biases. That will all but guarantee that her conclusions are false, even if she is in possession of the best evidence and all the skills necessary to analyze it. Nowhere is a devotion to objectivity more essential or less in evidence than in the field of Soviet history of the Stalin period. As it is impossible to discover the truth absent a dedication to objectivity, the present study strives to be objective at all costs. Its conclusions will displease, even outrage, a good many persons who are dedicated not to objectivity and the truth but to promoting some anti-communist narrative or to defending the Cold War anti-communist paradigm of Soviet and European history. The role of appropriate skepticism. Throughout this essay I have tried to anticipate the objections of a skeptical critic. This is no more than any careful, objective researcher should do. In the body of the essay I follow each presentation of evidence with a critical examination. Propaganda with footnotes. I have taught American history for 27 years at a university, and I open every class with a standard lecture that focuses on the three kinds of history: what actually happened, what we are told happened, and what we come to believe happened. This is important because we live in a world in which what people believe happened is all that matters, and trying to get to the facts sadly appears less relevant. Professor Stephen D. Engel, historian, Florida International University 8. Scholarship is the attempt to ascertain the truth. Arguments that proceed not from an objective search for truth but from some other motive, such as an attempt to attack or defend some specific allegation or historical paradigm, may fairly be labeled propaganda. When accompanied by the trappings of scholarship, references, bibliography, fraudulent assurances of objectivity, such writing in reality constitutes not scholarship but propaganda with footnotes. It is the conclusion of the present study that Stalin, Volume 2 is precisely such a work. Method of presentation. The present book takes upon itself the task of examining and checking every statement in Stalin, Volume 2 that has an anti-Stalin tendency, and reporting the results of this research of verification. It presents for the reader's consideration the proof that every fact claim of an anti-Stalin tendency in Kotkin's book is false. Most people rely upon the statements by supposedly authoritative figures such as Kotkin. They trust that scholars from respected institutions of learning, with renowned academic reputations, do not falsify important historical events. It is this trust that enables false scholarship to shape opinion on important historical questions. It is no exaggeration to state that, as concerns Stalin and therefore, for the most part, Soviet history of the 1930s, Kotkin's Stalin, Volume 2 is a work of falsification from beginning to end. I have established that this is so through an exhaustive process of checking every footnote, every reference that Kotkin cites in support of any fact claim or statement of an anti-Stalin tendency. The big lie technique. A normal practice for those who intend to deceive others is to mainly tell the truth, and smuggle in the falsehoods intermingled among the true statements. But on the historical issues studied and analyzed in the present book, Kotkin employs a different method, that of the big lie. Though it is ostensibly not a work of propaganda, Kotkin's book follows the technique of propaganda recommended by Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf, such as the following. The function of propaganda is, for example, not to weigh and ponder the rights of different people, but exclusively to emphasize the one right which it has set out to argue for. Its task is not to make an objective study of the truth, insofar as it favors the enemy, and then set it before the masses with academic fairness. Its task is to serve our own right, always and unflinchingly. Point 9. The big lie was not original with Hitler. He learned of it by studying the anti-German propaganda put out by the Western Allies during the First World War. After that war, a number of books were written, often by shocked and deceived journalists, exposing these Allied falsifications. Point 10. Thus there was no need for Kotkin to learn the big lie technique from Hitler. That Kotkin does utilize this technique is beyond question. The present book establishes this fact by carefully checking every one of the references Kotkin uses to support his anti-Stalin fact claims. Kotkin makes no attempt at objectivity. Indeed, his anti-Stalin hostility at times boils over in passages of heated rhetoric, fervent moralizing, and moral condemnation that serve no analytical purpose. Yet objectivity is first among the requirements of any historian worthy of the name. If one does not strive for objectivity from the outset of one's study, one will never discover the truth. The truth was never Kotkin's goal in the first place. Hitler also succinctly explained why the big lie technique is so effective. In this they skilled liars GF proceeded on the sound principle that the magnitude of a lie always contains a certain factor of credibility, since the great masses of the people in the very bottom of their hearts tend to be corrupted rather than consciously and purposely evil, and that, therefore, in view of the primitive simplicity of their minds they more easily fall a victim to a big lie than to a little one, since they themselves lie in little things, but would be ashamed of lies that were too big. Such a falsehood will never enter their heads and they will not be able to believe in the possibility of such monstrous effrontery and infamous misrepresentation in others. Yes, even when enlightened on the subject, they will long doubt and waver, and continue to accept at least one of these causes as true. Therefore, something of even the most insolent lie will always remain and stick, a fact which all the great lie virtuosi and lying clubs in this world know only too well and also make the most treacherous use of. 11. A full professor of history at Princeton University, publishing with a major American commercial publisher, can rely on credibility, the only coin in the propagandist's purse. The present study shows this coin to be counterfeit. In this book all boldface emphases are by me, unless otherwise noted. Chapter 1. Collectivization and Famine. Like other ideologically anti-communist writers, Kotkin insists that the Soviet famine of 1932-33 was caused by Stalin in some manner that makes Stalin personally responsible for all the deaths and suffering that resulted. But Kotkin cites no evidence that Stalin's policies or actions caused the famine. Researchers have given the following causes for the famine. Ukrainian nationalists claim that Stalin deliberately caused the famine in order to punish Ukrainians for their nationalism. This explanation gained some notoriety in the West through Robert Conquest's 1986 book Harvest of Sorrow, and has since been revived by N. Applebaum's Red Famine. 1. Like all other researchers, Kotkin rejects this deliberate famine hypothesis. Even Conquest ultimately retracted it. 2. The famine was caused by disruptions in agriculture caused by collectivization. Kotkin, who has no sympathy with collectivization, cites it as one cause of the famine. The famine was caused by the program of rapid industrialization. Kotkin assumes that this was another cause. The famine was due to environmental causes that peasants, local officials, and the Soviet government, including Stalin, were slow to recognize. This hypothesis has been set forth by Professor Mark Togger of West Virginia University in many research articles and monographs. Kotkin barely mentions it, and then only in footnotes. Yet this explanation is the only one that is supported by evidence. Stalin's famine? Kotkin repeatedly blames Stalin for the famine. Stalin's famine, subtitle, 127. Stalin's famine, involving extirpation of capitalism and denationalization, was incomparably worse. 127. All of these actions were woefully insufficient for avoiding the mass starvation in the countryside caused by his policies, in the face of challenging natural conditions. 128-9. Once Stalin had caused the horror, even complete termination of exports would not have been enough to prevent famine. 129. Stalin had caused a domestic calamity and rendered the Soviet Union vulnerable in the face of Japan's expansionism. 129. Marxist imperatives of transcending capitalism combined with inordinate willpower brought apocalypse. 191. Failing to cite any evidence that Stalin had caused the famine, Kotkin accuses Stalin of blaming the peasants for it. Many contemporaries, such as the Italian ambassador, who traveled through Ukraine in summer 1933, deemed the famine deliberate. 471 Monstrously, Stalin himself made the same accusation accusing peasants of not wanting to work. 472, 128. Kotkin's note 472 is to an article by Michael Ellman. But there Ellman only states that, according to a doctor in Kiev province, leaders and rank-and-file workers not Stalin were blaming peasants who did not want to work for their own starvation. Ellman notes that, in a letter to Soviet writer Mikhail Sholokhov, Stalin said that some peasants had refused to work, thereby threatening to starve urban workers and the Red Army. In this same article Elman states, Stalin's idea that he had faced a peasant strike was not an absurd notion indicating paranoia. It seems that there really were numerous collective refusals by collective farmers to work for the collective farms in 1932, see Kondrashin and Penner, Golod, Chapter 3. Elman, Note 9, p. 837. Chapter 3 of the Kondrashin-Penner book is titled They Raised, but They Did Not Harvest. So Stalin's statement was not monstrous after all. Kotkin, who has read Elman's article, knows this. But Kotkin's readers will not know it, and Kotkin does not tell them. In dismissing the deliberate famine fiction, Kotkin blames collectivization for the famine. Nonetheless, the famine was not intentional. 474 It resulted from Stalin's policies of forced collectivization, dekulakization, as well as the pitiless and incompetent management of the sowing and procurement campaigns, all of which put the country on a knife edge, highly susceptible to drought and sudden torrential rains. 475. But in note 474 Kotkin quotes Davies and Wheatcroft, who write, "We regard the policy of rapid industrialization as an underlying cause of the agricultural troubles of the early 1930s, and we do not believe that the Chinese or NEP versions of industrialization were viable in Soviet national and international circumstances." This quotation offers no support for Kotkin's claim that collectivization caused the famine. On the contrary, in ruling out the other paths towards industrialization, it appears to tacitly endorse the Soviet program. 3. As we shall see, Tauger disagrees with Davies and Wheatcroft here. Kotkin. Stalin twice deluded himself, partly from false reporting by frightened statisticians for my note, GF, partly from his own magical thinking that the country was on the verge of a recovery harvest. 128. 4. Kotkin cites no evidence of any frightened statisticians. Evidently he has imagined them. This is not just a cheap shot, it is false as well. A good harvest for 1932 was not a product of any magical thinking of Stalin's, it was what agricultural experts predicted. Tauger writes, "The fact that rust was difficult for non-specialists to detect helps to explain the numerous claims in memoirs and testimonies of a good 1932 harvest. Soviet agronomic literature and other published and archival sources from the 1930s, however, which no previous scholarship on the famine has discussed, indicate that in 1932 Soviet crops suffered from an extraordinarily severe combination of infestations from crop diseases and pests. During their travels in summer 1932, Cairns and Schiller observed widespread rust infestations and spoke with Soviet agronomists who confirmed these impressions in Ukraine, in the North Caucasus, including the large Sovkhozy Verblud and Gigant, Belorussia, the Central Black Earth Oblast, and the Volga region. The Soviet agricultural newspaper even acknowledged major rust infestations, though without explaining in any detail their extent and consequences. The fact that rust was difficult for non-specialists to detect helps to explain the numerous claims in memoirs and testimonies of a good 1932 harvest. Famine survivors in the Volga region whom the Russian historian Viktor Kondrashin interviewed, however, remembered that in the 1932 harvest the ears were somehow empty, the characteristic one would expect from rusted grain. Nonetheless, agronomists and other personnel in central offices and local branches of NKZ detected the infestation and made efforts to survey it and combat it. Their investigations found that rust had become the most widely distributed disease and caused the most harm to agriculture in Ukraine and in the Soviet Union generally. One study found that brown rust of wheat seriously affected crops in the North Caucasus and Ukraine in 1932, where it destroyed up to 70% of the harvest in some regions, especially near rivers, reduced the weight of grain 40 to 47% and the number of seeds in ears by 20 to 29%. Wheat sowings had serious rust infestations in all the grain regions of the USSR in 1932, and rust reduced the wheat harvest in the North Caucasus by 50%. These losses help explain why the famine was so severe in that region. 5. 5. Mark Tauger, Natural Disaster and Human Action in the Soviet Famine of 1931 to 1933, Carl Beck Papers No. 1506. Pittsburgh, PA, 2001, pages 12 to 15. Kotkin cites this very study in his bibliography, 1111. So he knows his magical thinking statement is false. But he put it in anyway. How many of Kotkin's readers are going to be familiar with Tauger's study and realize that there were numerous claims in memoirs and testimonies of a good 1932 harvest? Kotkin asserts, once Stalin had caused the horror, even complete termination of exports would not have been enough to prevent famine. 129. Then Kotkin states, the regime had no strategic grain reserves left, having released them. 485, 129. Note 485, 942, is to Davies et al., Stalin, Grain Stocks and the Famine of 1932-33, 653. There we read, only more aggressive purchases of food abroad and open appeals for international assistance could have averted many, and perhaps most, of the deaths. But on pages 128 to 9 Kotkin had already written, always grudgingly, Stalin approved, and in some cases initiated, reductions in grain exports, beginning already in September 1931, in 1932 and 1933 he signed reduced grain collection quotas for Ukraine, the North Caucasus, the Volga Valley, Crimea, the Urals, the Central Black Earth region, the Kazakh Autonomous Republic, and Eastern Siberia on 9 occasions. 476 The 1933 grain procurement target fell from 24.3 to 19.6 million tons, the actual amount collected would be around 18.5 million tons. 477, 478 altogether, the regime returned about 5.7 million tons of grain back to agriculture, including 2 million tons from reserves and 3.5 million from procurements. So Kotkin admits that Stalin reduced grain exports and grain collection quotas. But why always grudgingly? For one thing, because the cities were starving too. Stalin also approved clandestine purchase of grain and livestock abroad using scarce hard currency. 479 Just between February and July 1933, he signed or countenanced nearly 3 dozen small allocations of food aid to the countryside, primarily to the North Caucasus and Ukraine, as well as the Kazakh lands, which necessitated sharp reductions in the bread rations for city dwellers, many of whom were put on the brink of starvation. 128. But what about Davies and Wheatcroft's claim that the Soviets could have avoided many, and perhaps most, deaths by more aggressive purchases of food abroad and open appeals for international assistance? A 2016 study argues that the importation of more foodstuffs was impossible by 1933. Cyrillic 1931 to 1932. 1933 R. In contrast to 1931 to 1932, when the state still had the opportunity to import grain, in the second quarter of 1933, imports were impossible. Cyrillic 1933 R. The peak of the economic crisis in the first half of 1933 made the import of food into the USSR impossible. 6. Nazarenko NN, Bashkin AV cereal crops export in early 1930s in the context of the famine of 1932 to 1933, Novyashaya Istoria Eurasiae, No. 3, 2016, 105 to 120, pages 115, 119. In Russian. Kotkin himself admits this, though his admission is buried in a long footnote on page 942. Instead of an anticipated 5.426 billion gold rubles of revenue from all exports, grain, timber, oil, over the course of the 5-year plan, the Soviets managed to bring in 3.283 billion. Industry was short 1.873 million rubles, including 832 million just in 1932. The Soviets ran out of convertible currency even for purchases of foreign military technology. Kotkin writes, Stalin had caused a domestic calamity and rendered the Soviet Union vulnerable in the face of Japan's expansionism, while contributing significantly to the ascent in Germany of Hitler, who threatened expansionism, and provoking blistering internal critiques. 486, 129. A serious accusation. But Kotkin gives no evidence that Stalin caused the famine, and cites no reference to crop failures or to any environmental causes. Note 486 reads, in part. Davies, rightly, discounts militarization and instead blames absurd plan targets. Davies, Crisis and Progress, 176 ff, Davies, Soviet Defense Industries, 266. 942. This is simply false. Davies, Crisis and Progress, does not state anything like this, either on pages 176 ff or anywhere else. 7 Davies does state this, at pages 146-7. We do not know whether Kuibyshev and Orджonikidze consistently advocated more realistic plans in the course of 1932. And it is by no means certain that they were opposed by Stalin and Molotov. Some evidence shows that Stalin and Molotov were also prepared to accept reductions in the plans, cp 124. 7 Davies, Soviet Defense Industries, is an unpublished discussion paper from 1987, 1078, far too old to be useful today. If Davies had kept to that view, he would have repeated it elsewhere. Pages 123-4 relate that Stalin was willing to reduce the plan for pig iron in the second five-year plan. Stalin to Kaganovich in September 1934, not September 1933. Kotkin. Resolute in extremis, Stalin ordered the forced return of peasant escapees, the blacklisting of entire counties, they would suffer the highest mortality, and the banning of fishing in state waters or even private charity, anything that would have made it possible to avoid the collectives. 489 The OGPU arrested 505,000 people in 1933, as compared with 410,000 the year before. 490, 130. Note 489, 942, reads. 489 When Kaganovich demonstrated a bit of leniency toward procurements in Ukraine in September 1933, Stalin rebuked him. Klevniuk etal, Stalin I Kaganovich, 479, Rgaspi, F 558, OP 11, D 85, L 44-5, 479-80, F 81, OP 3, D 100, 176-82. Kotkin is writing about 1933 here. But the Stalin to Kaganovich letter he cites here is dated a year later, in September, 1934. Stalin I Kaganovich 479 contains two letters dated in September 1934, not 1933. And the famine was basically over by September, 1933.8. 8 Document, not page, number 479 in the same book. Just in case this is a mistake by Kotkin, is a letter dated August 21, 1934 about the reorganization of the People's Commissariat for Army and Navy. Nor is there any evidence here about the highest mortality being in the blacklisted counties. Kotkin has either fabricated this factoid himself or copied it from some other source that has made it up. 9. Kotkin. Stalin, waiting for the truth. The peasants, in their land hunger and separate revolution, had made possible the advent of a Bolshevik regime in 1917-18, now enslaved, the peasants saved Stalin's rule. 495, 130. Kotkin does not cite any evidence to support his outrageous contention that peasants in collective farms were slaves because, of course, they were not. Here is his note 495, 942. Famine conditions persisted into late fall 1933 and, in some places, would last through summer 1934. Ment, Human Life in Russia, 80-4. In fall 1933, the regime was pressing for workers to cultivate gardens to grow their own food, on the example of Ukraine's Donetsk region. Pavlov, Anastas Mikoyan, 71, citing Ragaspy, F84, OP2, D19, L125-6. Kazakhstan would be given 18,000 tons of food aid by decree on November 28, 1933. Antipova etal, Golod v SSSR, 507, Ragaspy, F17, OP162, D15, L142, 145, 148. Ewald Emmend was a Baltic German who was in the USSR in 1934 and claimed wrongly that a new famine would kill millions in 1934 to 1936. Pavlov, Anastas Mikoyan, merely documents the fact that Soviet workers were encouraged to plant vegetable gardens. Kotkin concludes, Marxist imperatives of transcending capitalism combined with inordinate willpower brought apocalypse. 131. But he then tells us that the industrialization drive did not, in fact, withdraw resources from the countryside or peasantry. During the first 5-year plan, the volume of investment quadrupled, to 44% of GDP by 1932, measured in 1928 prices, but none of the massive net increase in investment came from higher agricultural surpluses. 2 Grain exports did not end up paying for imports of machinery. 3 Soviet agriculture made no net contribution to industrialization, on the contrary, it was a net recipient of resources during the plan. True, a key driver of the industrial spurt was new labor power from villages, but the statist system used those workers grossly inefficiently. Another key driver of the spurt was brutally suppressed consumption, reinforced by that thief called inflation. 131. Other scholars agree, the peasants were not exploited to fund industrialization. But that means that Marxist imperatives did not cause the famine, apocalypse. As for brutally suppressed consumption, certainly, there was a serious famine. But the suppressed consumption was not caused by Stalin or the Soviet government. Kotkin gives no evidence, nor even an argument, for his assertion that the labor of former peasants was used grossly inefficiently. But it can't be true, for what is the basis of comparison? Surely the real gross inefficiency was the idle labor in traditional peasant agriculture. Collective farms, kolkhozy, and Soviet farms, sovkhozy, grew more crops with far less labor, and many peasants went to the cities to find work. 10 In other words, increased efficiency in the use of labor. 10 Kotkin's notes 2 and 3 in the quotation above simply document these facts. Kotkin makes this claim, N4 p. 943. Robert Allen argues that per capita consumption, after falling in the early 1930s, increased significantly, being perhaps a fifth higher in 1937 than a decade earlier, but he has rightly been taken to task separately by Davies and Ellman. Allen, Farm to Factory, 147-50, 185-6, R.W. Davies, http://ehk.net/book_reviews/farm-to-factory-the-Soviet-industrial-revolution, Ellman, Soviet industrialization. This claim of Kotkin's is false as well. In the online review Kotkin cites, Davies says that the disagreement about consumption in the 1930s needs further investigation, but concludes as follows. But it is certain that, contrary to popular preconceptions, in the Stalinist period as a whole, between 1938 and the mid-1950s, consumption per head increased substantially in spite of the disastrous impact of the Second World War. The feat that continues to astound the world is that the USSR became an industrialized nation in a decade entirely without foreign capital. During the same decade the Soviet Union modernized its agriculture to the point that the 1,000-year cycle of devastating famine was eliminated forever. All this was accomplished simply through the labor of its own people, planned and organized by the Bolshevik Party. Naturally, This is a bone in the throat for Kotkin and for all anti-communists. Kotkin admits that the industrialization and accompanying militarization began to revive the Soviet Union as a great power, a necessity for survival in the international system. Despite this admission, Kotkin still insists that collectivization was not necessary to modernize a peasant economy or industrialize. 131, however, he does not outline any alternative. The thousand-year cycle of famine broken. This brings us to the basic dishonesty of Kotkin's account of Soviet agriculture and the Soviet famine. Kotkin fails to confront, indeed, he completely ignores the real reason for collectivization. This was the desperate need to put an end to the thousand-year cycle of devastating famines, recurring every few years. According to Togger, Russia has a long history of famines, from its earliest history in the 10th century through the 19th and 20th centuries. In virtually all cases, these famines resulted from natural disasters that caused crop failures, shortages, and deaths from starvation and famine-related diseases. In addition to the environmental factors, grain traders, nobles, and others often exploited crop failures to take advantage of high prices, and thereby frequently worsened conditions for poor and vulnerable groups. 11. The environmental causes. Togger has spent his scholarly career in studying Russian and Soviet agriculture and famines. His research, drawing upon extensive Soviet-era primary sources and Soviet and Russian scholarship, argues that the famine of 1932-33 was caused by an environmental catastrophe. Togger's view is frequently attacked or ignored altogether by anti-communists simply because his research does not lend itself to blaming Stalin and the Bolsheviks for the famine. For example, Anne Applebaum and Polish researcher Robert Kuznierz, both stridently anti-communist, repeat the outrageous lie that Togger does not cite any evidence. 12. Their obvious motive is to discourage their readers from ever looking at Togger's heavily documented research, which utterly refutes their own falsifications. Kotkin takes a different approach to Togger's research. During 2016 to 2017, Kotkin conferred with Togger at Princeton University about the famine. But in the text of his mammoth book, Kotkin does not even summarize, much less critically evaluate, Togger's evidence and arguments. As we have seen above, Kotkin simply asserts that, somehow, Stalin caused the famine, though he can cite no evidence to support this claim. In his footnotes, however, Kotkin's tone is different. There he sets forth important aspects of Togger's research and conclusions. Kotkin, text, 75. In 1931, a cold spring followed by a summer drought, a fatal combination, struck the Kazakh steppes, Siberia, the Urals, the Volga, and Ukraine. 48. In his note 48, 924, Kotkin does acknowledge the worldwide drought of 1930 to 1932. Drought, in different ways, affected other world regions around this time. In the United States, the Great Southern Drought of 1930-31, which coincided with the price collapse and banking failures, inflicted hardship across 23 states from West Virginia to Texas. French West Africa suffered drought, locusts, and its worst famine ever. The French authorities did not relent on tax demands. Mortality in French West Africa was disproportionately higher, in an immensely smaller area and overall population, than in the Soviet Union. China in 1931-32 suffered the opposite problem, large snowmelt and tremendous rainfall that inundated an area equivalent in size to England and half of Scotland, flooding some 52 million people, and killing as many as 2 million from drowning and especially starvation. Togger, Natural Disaster, 8, citing Woodruff, Rare as Rain. Kotkin, text, 86-7. The worsening terms of trade and tariffs did force the Soviets to curtail imports of consumer and even capital goods. 131 But the Soviets meticulously paid their debts. The pressure to do so partly explains the regime's continued export of grain despite fears for the harvest and low global prices. 132 Only state-imposed deprivation allowed the USSR to avoid external default. Kotkin, Note 131, 928. The year 1932 would turn out to be the worst in the history of Soviet foreign trade because of higher tariffs abroad and decreased credit availability. Kotkin, Note 132, 928. See also Togger, 1932 Harvest, 88 and 52. Here is the text of Togger's important note. According to the commercial counselor of the British Embassy in Moscow, writing in late 1931, failure by the Soviet government to meet its obligations would certainly bring disaster in its train. Not only would further credits cease, but all future exports, all Soviet shipping entering foreign ports, all Soviet property already in foreign countries would be liable to seizure to cover sums due. Admission of insolvency would endanger the achievement of all aspirations based on the 5-year plan and might indeed imperil the existence of the government itself. Pro FO 371/5607 and 7648/167/38, 67. German Chancellor Brüning told a British diplomat in Berlin in early 1932 that if the Soviets did not meet their bills in some form or other, their credit would be destroyed for good and all. Pro FO 371/16327 and 456/158/38. Dohan notes that the country's major creditors began to reduce their credit offerings to the Soviet Union in 1931 to 1932, despite Soviet efforts to pay. Origins of Economic Autarky, 630. This information is vital to any accurate understanding of the famine. Yet Kotkin hides it from his readers by omitting it entirely from his text and even from his footnotes. To find it one has to obtain this work of Togger's and then read this footnote. Few, if any, of Kotkin's readers will do so. Kotkin, text, 100. Tractive power, seed grain, and fodder were scarce. The spring sowing season had proved short, and wheat sown beginning in late May always produced lower yields and was more susceptible to August rains, which would descend torrentially as early as the beginning of the month. Rust epiphytotics damaged a significant part of the wheat harvest, to the surprise of officials who had failed to identify it. 254. Kotkin, Note 254, 933. Peasants could not distinguish between rust and other diseases, a Soviet agronomist reported. But as Togger has demonstrated, local officials, too, did not understand plant disease and, at harvest time, when they would discover that the crop had been rotted out, would wrongly blame social causes. Togger, Natural Disaster, 15, citing Nazaskitu Eurozia, 1933, number 10, 14-6, S.E. Grushevoy, and RGAE, F 7486, OP 37, D 237, L 388, 40-5. Kotkin, text, 106. In September 1932. The 1932 harvest was coming in at fewer than 60 million tons, and possibly as low as 50 million, which was close to the horrific result in the famine year of 1921.293. Kotkin, Note 293, 935. Togger, who stresses the natural causes of the famine, carefully showed that the annual reports from the collective farms for 1932 implied an extremely low harvest, and that not only the official figure for the 1932 harvest but revised figures given by Davies and Wheatcroft were likely too high. Ultimately, the size of the 1932 harvest remains uncertain, but the annual report data from 40% of the collective farms, which are the only actual harvest data so far discovered, imply a harvest on the order of 50 million tons. Togger, 1932 harvest. Davies and Wheatcroft estimate the 1932 harvest at 58 to 60 million, but that is based on pre-harvest forecasts. It should be noted, however, that Wheatcroft, who has rejected Togger's views, often stridently, subsequently allowed 50 million as the lower band of the estimate without then citing Togger. Kotkin, text, 130. Resolute in extremis, Stalin ordered the forced return of peasant escapees, the blacklisting of entire counties, they would suffer the highest mortality. Togger, in Natural Disaster and Human Action, a work we cited above and one that Kotkin cites elsewhere but not here, states: the Ukrainian Central Committee found that the blacklisting of villages, closing down trade outlets for consumer goods, for failure to meet procurement quotas had little effect, because the countryside was saturated with consumer goods. 62. There's nothing here about entire counties being blacklisted. The source cited by Snyder says that the blacklist was confined to 6 villages, 13. And what did blacklisting mean? Kotkin doesn't tell us, but it sounds bad, right? It simply meant withholding manufactured goods normally exchanged with the peasants for grain. Consequently, there is no evidence whatsoever for the claim that blacklisting resulted in higher mortality, as Kotkin asserts. Kotkin, text, 130. Officials concluded that they had broken the peasants' will, indirectly suggesting the regime had partnered with famine to achieve subjugation. 493. This statement is simply untrue. Here is the text of Kotkin's note 493, 942. Stalin would later boast in a discussion of 5 historical turning points: 1905, 1917, the Brest-Litovsk Peace of 1918, the Russian Civil War, and especially collectivization, that the latter entailed a completely novel, historically unprecedented event. Banak, Diary of Georgy Dimitrov, 69, November 11, 1937. Neither in this note nor anywhere else does Kotkin cite any evidence of officials concluding that they had broken the peasants' will. Kotkin, text, 130. Indeed, it was the famished peasants who would lift the regime and the country out of starvation, producing between 70 and 77 million tons of grain in 1933, a bumper crop comparable to the miracle of 1930.494. Kotkin, note 494, 942. The degree to which the regime contributed to the bumper harvest, by the distribution of tractors, seed aid, and food relief, remains a matter of intense controversy. Togger, seeking to place the Soviet story in a broader one of agricultural modernization, emphasizes how the collective farm system facilitated Soviet relief efforts and the peasants' ability to generate the harvest that saved them and the country. Togger, Soviet Peasants, Togger, Stalin, Soviet Agriculture and Collectivization, 109-42. Here at least we see the crux of the problem for Kotkin. Togger's research shows that the collective farm system worked. It not only facilitated overcoming the famine of 1932-33. By putting an end to the medieval system whereby individual peasant families, at least, those who possessed any land at all, a large percentage of peasants had no land, cultivated narrow strips of land, often far apart from each other. Collectivization made possible large-scale, mechanized farming modeled on large American Midwest farms. And this meant that the famine of 1932-33 was the last Soviet famine. Weather conditions did not change. Years of bad weather continued to occur every few years. Local food shortages and even limited starvation would sometimes happen. But with one exception, the famine of 1946-7, disastrous famines would never recur. 14. For such widespread famines, with hundreds of thousands or millions of deaths, had occurred in just the previous 15 years, in 1917-18, 1920-23, 1924-25, and 1927-28. Thanks to collectivization and the modern, large-scale, mechanized and scientific agriculture it permitted, there were no more famines. It is obvious from Kotkin's text that he strongly disagrees with this analysis. Kotkin consistently blames Stalin's policies, whether collectivization or industrialization, for causing the famine. But he never engages the argument to environmental causation in his text. If his readers do not know about it already, they will never know that such an explanation exists. If his readers are already familiar with Togger's research, they will note that Kotkin pointedly ignores it. Pointedly, because Kotkin acknowledges Togger's research but only in his footnotes. Togger's research is cited 15 times in Kotkin's footnotes, some of which we have quoted above. But Tauger's name does not occur even once in the text of Kotkin's book. In conclusion, Kotkin never cites any evidence to support his often stated contention that the famine was caused by Stalin. Chapter 2. Kirov and the Kirov murder. GIGO. Kotkin argues that Stalin framed the men convicted and executed in the Kirov murder trial of December 28 to 29, 1934, and that Leonid Nikolov, Kirov's murderer, acted alone. But it appears that Kotkin has not researched the question of the Kirov murder at all. He simply copies from books by Alakiri Lina and Matthew Lino. Neither of these two books is either competent or honest. In my own study of the Kirov murder, I have devoted a great deal of attention to analyzing them and exposing their dishonesty. FURR, Kirov. But Kotkin does not even see what is of value in Lino's book. This is Lino's proof that Khrushchev's men were lying about the Kirov murder back in the 1950s, lies that Gorbachev's men simply picked up, dusted off, and recycled in the late 1980s, and that Kiri Lina, Lino, and others pass on to unsuspecting readers. Why all the dishonesty? As usual, it is in service to the anti-Stalin paradigm. In the corrupt field of Soviet history, it is considered unacceptable to find Stalin not guilty of some crime that he has been charged with. In the introduction to his own book, pages 16 to 17, Lino apologizes profusely for his conclusion that Stalin did not have Kirov murdered. This despite the fact that Gorbachev's men had already reached this conclusion with equal reluctance more than 20 years earlier. False claim of tension between Kirov and Stalin. On February 10, 1934, Stalin and his inner circle met, apparently before the Central Committee plenum that evening, and he proposed that Kirov relocate to Moscow as a Central Committee secretary. "What are you talking about?" Molotov later recalled of Kirov's response. "I'll be no good here. In Leningrad I can do as well as you, but what can I do here?" Some evidence suggests that Arhonikich supported Kirov's refusal. Stalin stalked out, and Kirov went to mollify him. 220, 161-2. No 220, 952 Chof, Stosarok, 307-8, 478, Chof, Molotov, 375-6, Krasnikov, Kirov v. Leningrad, 187-8, Roslyakov, Ubyaystvo, 28-9. There is some ambiguity as to whether the Kirov incident took place in a narrow circle or at the Central Committee plenum. So Kotkin knows exactly what happened at this meeting and even the exact words spoken by Kirov, but doesn't know where the meeting took place? What nonsense! This is a phony footnote. Neither version of Choev's conversations with Molotov, Stosarok best s Molotovim and Molotov. Polyadrzhavny v. Lastlin, documents Stalin stalking out or Kirov going to mollify him. Roslyakov claims this happened at a Politburo meeting. But he, a minor official in Leningrad, had no way of knowing what went on in the Politburo and is, at best, repeating a rumor if he didn't invent it himself. So Roslyakov's account is useless as history and Kotkin has no business citing it. But how are Kotkin's readers to know that? Krasnikov's account does not support, but rather contradicts, Kotkin's story that Kirov protested a transfer to Moscow. According to Krasnikov, Stalin urged Kirov to travel to Kazakhstan to help organize the harvest and then to move to Moscow. Cyrillic. 187-188. The proposal to travel to Kazakhstan Kirov accepted as a necessity, but he tactfully evaded the transfer to work directly in the apparatus of the Central Committee of the CPSU, requesting to remain in Leningrad until the end of the second five-year plan and the completion of the reconstruction of the city. That's it. Nothing about any disagreement, argument with Stalin, Stalin stalking out, etc. Yet another phony citation by Kotkin of a source that does not provide any evidence at all for a fact claim in the text of his book. What witnesses? Concerning the December 28 to 29, 1934 trial of the Zinovyevist group to which Nikolov belonged, Kotkin states. In Leningrad, Ulrich opened the closed trial on December 28 at 2:20 p.m., and read the guilty verdicts before dawn the next morning, death penalty. Not a single Smolny witness had been summoned to the trial. 213. This is nonsense, and dishonest to boot. Neither Kotkin nor anyone else has seen the trial transcript. It is still secret. What's more, there were no Smolny witnesses to call. Kirov's bodyguard, Mikhail Borisov, was too far behind Kirov to see Nikolov shoot him, and had been killed in an auto accident on December 4. Aside from the assassin Nikolov himself, no one had witnessed the murder. Kotkin's Smolny witness business is a dishonest blind. Does Kotkin want us to believe that there was no due process, or something? The trial was not about whether Nikolov had shot Kirov. He had been caught on the spot and never denied it. The question was whether Nikolov's 13 fellow members of the Zinovyevist underground were co-conspirators in the murder. None of these men were present when Nikolov killed Kirov. So Smolny witnesses, had there in fact been any, would have been irrelevant to this question. Kotkin. Nearly 80 of them, every witness to the events that day, and many others would soon be transferred to other work, expelled from the party, or exiled. 213. Kotkin cites no evidence to support this. Of course. There were no witnesses to the event at all. Khrushchev-era GIGO again. Nikolov shouted, severe, according to one of Agranov's soft-pedaling telegrams to Stalin, which failed to report that Nikolov and others recanted their testimony. 144. Note 144, 963 144. Vinogradov, Genrik Iagada, 396-404, TSAFSB, F3, OP2, D60, L48-56, 33, Lino, Kirov murder, 358-77. Others have Nikolov supposedly falling to the ground and shouting, "You cannot shoot me. Comrade Stalin promised." Kirillina, Ricochet, 67. Lino states that in 1956, during Khrushchev's campaign of attacking Stalin, a number of the surviving participants in or witnesses to the trial claimed that Nikolov first recanted, then reaffirmed, his testimony implicating others. All this is rumor and or deliberate falsification. Kirillina, on whose book Lino relies heavily, does not contain this supposed claim of Nikolov's. Lino notes that these Khrushchev-era accounts may be embellished. Lino 370. Khrushchev's goal was to find evidence that Stalin had Kirov murdered. Unable to do this, his men fell back on the theory that Nikolov was a lone gunman. Alexander Yakovlev, Politburo member and Gorbachev's specialist in spreading anti-communist and anti-Stalin lies, twice demanded that Gorbachev's special commission come up with evidence to charge Stalin with Kirov's murder. But despite heroic efforts in scouring the archives, they were unable to do so. So they fell back once again on the lone gunman theory. Lino's book is highly dishonest in many respects, as we have demonstrated in great detail. FURR, Kirov, but Lino shows convincingly that Khrushchev and his KGB, the former NKVD chief, Ivan Sarav, lied about the Kirov murder to try to blame Stalin. 25 years later, Gorbachev's men dusted off these old Khrushchev-era lies and fabricated some new ones of their own. Lino convincingly explains the reason why Khrushchev and Sarav lied about the evidence that Nikolov had indeed been a member of the Zinovyevist conspiracy. The Molotov Commission was charged with investigating the show trials of the later 1930s and determining whether the charges were valid. The Kirov murder and the trials of the Leningrad Center and Moscow Center that immediately followed were just the starting point of the inquiry, but everything that followed depended on these events. If the official charges in the first two trials that former Zinoviev supporters had conspired to murder Kirov were entirely bogus, then the indictments in all of the succeeding show trials collapsed. The latter indictments were built on the earlier ones. but if there was some truth to the charge that Zinovievites conspired to kill Kirov, then that preserved the possibility of arguing that the later charges were also valid, at least in part. Therefore Serov and Rudenko, or their subordinates who authored the memoranda, chose to make a clear-cut argument that Nikolov had had no relationship at all with the ex-Zinoviev supporters convicted in the trial of the Leningrad Center. It appears that Serov or his boss had thought through this strategy, to deny any connection at all between Nikolov and the Zinovievites, even before the secret speech. Lino 591-2, cf. FURR, Kirov 164-5. The evidence is overwhelming that the clandestine Zinovievist conspiratorial group who were tried, convicted, and executed along with Nikolov, were guilty as charged. I demonstrate this in detail in my book. But Lino goes on to believe Gorbachev's men even though they were clearly lying just as Khrushchev's men had been doing. As Lino points out in the passage quoted above, the Kirov murder leads inexorably to the 3 Moscow trials. This threatens to dismantle the anti-Stalin paradigm of Soviet history. According to this paradigm, all the defendants in the 3 Moscow trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938 must have been innocent, framed by Stalin for some reason or other. Therefore, the Kirov defendants must have been innocent too, and also framed by Stalin. Concocting a lone gunman theory. Kotkin. The executions were carried out within an hour. Kotalinov was shot last. This whole trial is rubbish, he had told Agranov and Vyshinsky. People have been executed. Now I'll be executed, too. But all of us, with the exception of Nikolov, are not guilty of anything. 146. 213. Note 146. 963 Sidov etal, Spravka, Kirilina, Neizvestny Kirov, 302-3, Lino, Kirov murder, 370-1, Rgani, F6, P13, D24, L51-68. Sidov etal is the report sent by the Politburo Special Commission to Gorbachev's main expert on ideology, Alexander Yakovlev. Yakovlev had tasked this high-level commission to find evidence that Stalin had had Kirov murdered. When they reported to him that they were unable to do so, he sent them back to try again. This Spravka is their final response, in which they conclude that Nikolov was a lone gunman. But they give no evidence that this was the case. As for these supposed last words by Kotalinov, they do not even cite a source. 1. In fact, this is what Katseva testified to Khrushchev's men on April 3, 1956. Even Lino doubts that it happened, saying, if this conversation actually took place, why would Katseva, an NKVD guard, have been present? Kirilina cites Yuri Sidov, in Trud November 25, 1990. Sidov, whom both Lino and Kotkin cite, is dishonest, though Lino calls him a reliable researcher. My Kirov book contains a whole chapter on Sidov and his falsifications. Katseva's motive in fabricating such testimony is clear. His earlier testimony, that Nikolov had implicated his fellow Zinovievists by talking in his sleep, had been important to the investigation. Khrushchev was busy executing, after phony trials, NKVD men who failed to implicate Stalin and Beria in crimes. 2. Lino calls Katseva's testimony about Nikolov's sleep talk a schoolboy lie. Lino 283, but Lino is bluffing here. He has no evidence to support this. It is simply inconvenient for the Gorbachev-Lino notion that Nikolov was a lone gunman, so Lino wishes to dismiss it. Iagada's collaboration covered up. Kotkin writes. Hundreds more would be shot, none of whom had any link to the murder. Union-wide, as many as 6,500 people might have been arrested and charged under the December 1 anti-terror law in the first month alone. 147. Note 147, 963 Maslov and Kistiakov, Stalinskaya Repressia I Sovetskaya Iotsitsia, 105. Maslov and Kistiakov, publishing in an official journal of the Gorbachev Communist Party, give no evidence whatever for this statement. They also use the term repressed, repressirovaný, which can mean anything from demotion in one's job or being transferred to another post, to arrest. However, it is an interesting and important fact, though Kotkin does not mention it, that some dozens of terrorists, mainly white Gardists, apparently were shot during the first days after the Kirov murder, when Genrikh Yagoda, chief of the NKVD, and others were spreading the story that the murder was the work of these émigré groups. After his arrest in March 1937, Yagoda testified that he had tried to deflect attention away from the conspiratorial groups as much as possible, since he was himself involved in the leadership of the rightist conspiracy. Yagoda had opposed the assassination of Kirov but at length compromised and agreed not to hinder it. This testimony is in the Vinogradov book Genrikh Yagoda. Kotkin cites this book many times, but he does not inform his readers about this. Phony claim of phony confessions. Kotkin. The NKVD had been planning a second public trial of 8 Zinovievites willing to incriminate themselves, with Droll testifying about their links to Nikolov. In the event, she would be tried in camera, while several high-profile Zinovievites were added to the 8 unknowns for a public trial, which took place January 15 to 16. The 19 defendants, now headlined by Zinoviev himself, Kamina, and Grigory Yevdokimov, were charged with fostering a moral atmosphere conducive to the terrorism that had resulted in Kirov's death. They had been promised their lives if they fulfilled their party duty and publicly confessed. 218 to 219. The sentence in boldface is a fabrication. Not even Kirilina or Lino make this claim. No wonder Kotkin cites no evidence, not even, as he so often does, phony evidence to support this statement. There is no evidence that any of these men had been promised their lives if they fulfilled their party duty and publicly confessed. Kotkin omits the unsupported rumor that Nikolov killed Kirov because the latter was having an affair with Droll. But Kotkin can't resist accusing Kirov of womanizing. Kirov was also an infamous womanizer, whose carousing was a matter of city-wide gossip. To what extent she knew of her husband's extramarital affairs, ballerinas, young women in the apparatus, remains unclear, but they were certainly Medved's worry. He had to help conceal them, even as he was under severe pressure from Poker in Moscow to strengthen Kirov's protection. 46, 194. Note 46, 960. Tumshis and Papchinsky, 1937. Bolshayikistka, 37-8. Tumshis and Papchinsky claim that Kirov had affairs but cite no evidence whatever, not even rumors, which of course are not evidence either. So Kotkin has no evidence whatever that Kirov had any extramarital affairs. He does not even document the citywide gossip. We'll return to Kotkin's omissions about Droll in chapter 14. To Kotkin's disappointment, Zinoviev and Kamina confessed. Kotkin. Zinoviev admitted that he'd had conversations with people whom the NKVD called the Leningrad Center, for example with Vladimir Levin back in 1932, during his work in livestock requisitions. Kamina at first refused to go along with the canard that his private conversations signified participation in a so-called Moscow Center or had somehow inspired acts of terrorism. 181, 219. Notes 181, 964. Iyakovlev etal, Rehabilitatsiya, Politishesky processi, 162, 166. In fact, this statement of Kamina is on p. 164, not p. 166 gf. Just before the trial, Zinoviev wrote a long, detailed confession in which he confirmed that there had indeed been a Moscow Center, in contact with the Leningrad Center that had murdered Kirov. This confession is reprinted in Rehabilitatsiya Politishesky processi, 1991, a book that Kotkin references here and several more times. But Kotkin conceals the existence of Zinoviev's confession from his readers. In July and August 1936, confronted with accusations from their own followers, Zinoviev and Kamina finally conceded that they had indeed helped to plan Kirov's murder. We now have pretrial confessions from both of them, along with the extensive pretrial confessions by Iagata, to confirm this. I quote some of these pretrial confessions in Chapter 12 of The Murder of Sergei Kirov. According to Archgetty, by July 23, 1936, Kamina was admitting membership in a counter-revolutionary center that planned terror, but he denied being one of the organizers. He implicated Zinoviev as being closer to the matter. 3 days later, Zinoviev was confronted by one of his followers, Karev, who directly accused him. Zinoviev asked that the interrogation be stopped because he wanted to make a statement that, in the event, amounted to a full confession of organizing assassination and terror. 3. Zinoviev and Kamina admitted their guilt again at the public First Moscow trial in August, 1936, and yet again in their appeals clemency, which were not published until 1992. False claim of falsification. Kotkin. Yagoda had no issues with framing Zinoviev and Zinovievites, a scenario that Stalin, in any case, did not come to immediately. The fabrications, moreover, exacerbated the professional degradation of the secret police, which enraged Stalin, and for which he had recently abolished the OGPU in favor of the NKVD. The fabrications also hurt the USSR's reputation internationally, to which Stalin had become more sensitive. There is no evidence whatever that Zinoviev and the Zinovievists were framed for the Kirov assassination. All the evidence we have supports the hypothesis that Zinoviev and Kamina were guilty of planning Kirov's assassination. See Zinoviev's confession interrogation of July 28, 1936, in the Fokoganov papers, which Kotkin often cites. This has long been online. In Russian at http://tinyurl.com/zeno6f28joule36, and in English translation at http://tinyurl.com/zeno6f072836. We also have Zinoviev's appeal of his death sentence, in which he repeats his confession of guilt. Cyrillic. 2636. 430. To the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. Statement. I have told everything about the crimes I have committed against the party and Soviet authority. I ask you to believe me that I am no longer an enemy and that I wish to give the rest of my strength to the socialist motherland. I hereby request the Presidium of the CEC of the USSR to pardon me. 4. We have no evidence that the confessions of the defendants at the Kirov murder trial were in any way fabricated, faked, dictated to them, or made under compulsion, threats, or with promises of any kind. No one, not Kirilina, Lino, or Kotkin, has any such evidence either. All the evidence now available, and there is a great deal of it, supports the hypothesis that Kirov was indeed murdered by a clandestine terrorist Zinovievist group which was allied with a similar secret terrorist group of Trotskyists, and that Zinoviev, Kamina, and their Moscow-based group collaborated with the Leningrad-based Zinovievist group in planning the murder. Chapter 3. Ordzhonikidze's death. Sergei Ordzhonikidze, an old Bolshevik, party member since before the revolution, and longtime close associate of Stalin's, was People's Commissar, Minister, of Heavy Industry from January 5, 1932, until his death during the night of February 17 to 18, 1937. Kotkin's account of Ordzhonikidze, his death, and his relations with Stalin and Beria, are false from beginning to end. In part, this is due to the fact that Kotkin has clearly never studied this question. But why hasn't he studied it? Because he thinks he already knows the conclusion: Stalin was responsible. This has been the only officially acceptable explanation since Nikita Khrushchev's day. It makes a good anti-Stalin story, so why question it? There is no way to make Ordzhonikidze's death appear the least sinister unless you falsify it. So, instead of studying it himself, the responsibility of all historians, he cherry-picks fact claims from rumors, phony studies, and dishonest secondary sources from anti-communist writers. Kotkin has chosen to believe these lies and foist them upon his readers. It's the safe thing to do. Not to do this might leave him open to being called an apologist for Stalinist crimes, or something. Not Kotkin. Kotkin has taken the general shape of his false account of Ordzhonikidze's death from Nikita Khrushchev's secret speech to the XX Party Congress of February 25, 1956. There, as part of his attack on Stalin and Lavrentiy Beria, Khrushchev stated, "Beria also handled cruelly the family of Comrade Ordzhonikidze." Why? Because Ordzhonikidze had tried to prevent Beria from realizing his shameful plans. Beria had cleared from his way all persons who could possibly interfere with him. Ordzhonikidze was always an opponent of Beria, which he told to Stalin. Instead of examining this affair and taking appropriate steps, Stalin allowed the liquidation of Ordzhonikidze's brother and brought Ordzhonikidze himself to such a state that he was forced to shoot himself. 1. We know today that Khrushchev's secret speech was a lie from beginning to end. Can Kotkin really be unaware of this? Of two sources, choose the phony one. Kotkin relies principally on two dishonest sources. The first is the 1963 biography of Ordzhonikidze by Ilya M. Dubinsky-Mukidze, which outlines without sources or evidence of any kind the story that Stalin and Ordzhonikidze had a quarrel, after which Ordzhonikidze shot himself. But Kotkin has to be aware that the 1967 edition of this same book omits all of this, simply leaves it out. If he doesn't know this, he is incompetent to write about Ordzhonikidze at all. Khrushchev was ousted in October 1964. Under Leonid Brezhnev, the anti-Stalin lies promoted under Khrushchev, and by Khrushchev directly, were significantly toned down. Kotkin's second dishonest source is the book In Stalin's Shadow, The Career of Sergo Ordzhonikidze by Oleg Klevniuk. Klevniuk is a shameless falsifier without any shred of objectivity, fanatically anti-Stalin and anti-communist. Klevniuk too uses only the 1963 version of Dubinsky-Mukidze's work. Klevniuk also fabricates certain details himself. Kotkin also ignores the 2008 article by Vladimir Bobrov. 2 In it, Bobrov shows that there is no reason whatever to doubt that Ordzhonikidze died of a heart attack, as was announced at the time. Khrushchev and Mikoyan, the two sources for the suicide version, each say that the other one told them about the suicide. They also contradict themselves. For example, Khrushchev said in 1961 that he learned of Ordzhonikidze's suicide after the war, while later, in his memoirs, he claimed he learned it during the war. Bobrov shows that the suicide story, which may have originated as a Moscow rumor, was introduced by Khrushchev himself into his infamous secret speech at the XX Party Congress on February 25, 1956. Here I will treat this question briefly. I have discussed it more fully in my book Khrushchev Lied, section 48, pages 114 to 116 and 387 to 388. No strained relations. Kotkin. Relations with Ordzhonikidze had become strained. 237. Kotkin cites no evidence at all to support this claim. And for the best of reasons, there is no such evidence. But this lie is central to Oleg Klevniuk's dishonest portrayal of Ordzhonikidze's death, which Kotkin adopts. Kotkin. In October 1936, Stalin had Ordzhonikidze's elder brother Papulya arrested, a first for a relative of a sitting Politburo member. Ordzhonikidze demanded to see his brother, but Lavrentiy Beria, the policeman turned party boss in Georgia, where Papulya worked, said he could allow that only after concluding the investigation. 224 Ordzhonikidze understood that it was not Beria but Stalin who was behind the incarceration. 225 On October 8, Stalin had Kaganovicia's deputy Yakov Lifshitz removed as deputy commissar of railways and, 6 days later, arrested. 226, 348. No 224, 987 224. Izvestia, November 22, 1963. This is all false. This is a Khrushchev-era article that echoes the lies in the first edition, later withdrawn, of Dubinsky-Mukidze's book. But how could Kotkin's readers know this? And wait a minute, who uses newspaper articles as primary source evidence for a historical event? Note 225, 987 225. Knight, Beria, 73-4, Vaxburg, Nariskrtitani, 123. Knight, Beria, 73-4, says that this arrest did not disturb Beria's and Ordzhonikij's friendship. And neither of these sources has anything about Sergo knowing Stalin was behind the incarceration. By Vaxburg's own admission, what he writes is only hearsay rumor. In any case, there is nothing about this subject in Vaxburg, page 123. Moreover, Vaxburg states on page 124 that Papulia was arrested in November, not October. Arkady Vaxburg was a strongly anti-communist journalist and author of Potboilers who had no way of knowing what Ordzhonikij knew and doesn't claim to know here. No decent historian would ever Vaxburg as a source. But Vaxburg writes what Kotkin wants, so in it goes gigo. More phony references. Kotkin prints a number of lies about Beria and Ordzhonikij. Pavlunovsky was arrested on June 28, part of Ordzhonikij's clan that Stalin was extirpating. 73, 511. Note 73, 1010-73. Already back on October 21, 1933, Stalin had written to Kaganovich, Pavlunovsky destroyed the artillery. Ordzhonikij must be given a scolding for having trusted 2 or 3 of his favorites. He was ready to give state benefits to these imbeciles. Stalin to Kaganovich, Rgaspy, F81, OP3, D100, L38-9. Pavlunovsky would be shot on October 30, 1937. There's nothing here about Stalin extirpating Ordzhonikij's clan, whatever that means. Point 3. Another such lie is the following. Gamsakhurdia shared Beria's loathing of Ordzhonikij. But Gamsakhurdia had been among those deported to Solovki in connection with the 1924 uprising, and after his release and return, Beria had him rearrested for an affair with a young publishing executive arrested for Trotskyism. But then Beria pardoned him, observing that sexual intercourse with enemies of the people was permitted. 82, 513. Note 82, 1010-82. Rayfield, Death of Paulo Iashvili, 636, 647, Rayfield, Literature of Georgia, 247. Countless others were executed, including Dmitry Shevardnadze, a painter who had established the country's National Gallery in 1920, and had co-designed the emblem of Georgia's Menshevik-dominated Republic of 1918 to 1921. He had led opposition to a proposal by Beria to tear down Tbilisi's ancient Mediki church, which would survive. There's nothing in the Rayfield article about any of Kotkin's statements, and nothing about Beria's loathing of Ordzhonikij. On the contrary, Sergo Beria writes that his father and Ordzhonikij were best friends. Sergo says he was named after Ordzhonikij, who was his godfather and very close to my father his whole life. For, according to the Russian Wikipedia page on Gamsakhurdia, it was Beria who freed him from arrest for ties with Lydia Gasviani, exposed as a Trotskyist. The story in Rayfield, page 249 in the 2013 edition, about Beria releasing Gamsakhurdia, who slapped him on the back and told him that sexual relations with enemies of the people were permitted, is undocumented, evidently a rumor. And more phony references. Kotkin. Also on December 4, 1936, in a memo circulated to all Politburo members, Stalin dressed down Ordzhonikij for having hidden long ago correspondence with Beso Lomanids, who had been pronounced a posthumous enemy after committing suicide, while party boss, in Magnitogorsk the year before. The accusation of having concealed information from the Central Committee was one of Stalin's most threatening. What also rankled was that Lomanid's suicide note had been read over the telephone to Ordzhonikij by Lomanid's deputy in Magnitogorsk, and that Ordzhonikij was providing a pension to Lomanid's widow and money to their son, named Sergo, in Arhonikij's honor. Stalin had reports that Arhonikij was bad-mouthing him behind his back to his cronies Mamaya Orakulashvili and Sholvalyeva. 281 At the plenum, Arhonikij joined in the vicious attacks against Bukharin. 358. No. 281, 1006. 281. Rogaspi, F 558, OP 11, D 132, L 132, Klubny Uk, Hosiane, 277. This is all dishonest. This memo is Stalin's letter to Politburo members of December 4, 1936, pointing out that Lomanids had told Orjonikij in 1929 about his oppositional views and Orjonikij had not informed the Central Committee. 5 As a result, Lomanids was appointed first secretary of the Transcaucasus Committee of the party. Therefore, Stalin was indeed criticizing Orjonikij here. But Kotkin omits the fact, known since 1980, that Lomanids was expected by Trotsky's son Leon Sidov, writing to Trotsky in 1932, to join the bloc of rights, Trotskyists, and other oppositionists before long. 6 This is objective information, from Trotsky's own papers in the Harvard Trotsky Archive. It could not possibly have been fabricated to falsely implicate Lomanids. So Stalin was correct. Orjonikij's keeping silent about Lomanids' anti-party sentiments was indeed a serious political error. Moreover, Lomanids lied even in his suicide note to Orjonikij, which was read out to the latter in a telephone conversation by Lomanids' second-in-command. In it, Lomanids continues to claim that he is being slandered. But now we know that he was lying, even here in his suicide note. Klubniuk quotes this directly, in a book cited by Kotkin, 1091. But Kotkin fails to inform his readers about it. 7. On pages 271 to 277, Klubniuk reports, from his own book, that in September 1937, long after Orjonikij's death, Orakulashvili admitted that Orjonikij had listened to Lomanids attack Stalin. Klubniuk's source is the 1991 work Beria. Konet Kari, page 387. That essay is by Popov and Apokov, two Gorbachev-era writers who composed a long series of articles attacking Beria. P&O cite very few sources, all of them from secret and unpublished documents, so no one could check them. But no sources at all are given here. So this fact claim is, at best, a rumor. Rumors are not evidence, nor are collections of rumors, history. Kotkin's claim that Stalin had reports is an especially flagrant falsehood. For Klubniuk states plainly that we do not have any reports. Cyrillic. 272. While we do not have reports of the NKVD to Stalin about the mood of his comrades in arms, there is a high probability that the signals about the meetings and conversations of the Transcaucasians who gathered at Orjonikij were reported to Stalin. Evidently, Kotkin has simply invented the Stalin had reports business. As for Sholvalyeva, Klubniuk does not even mention him. Kotkin's claim of attacks against Bukharin at the December 1936 Central Committee plenum is false too. The materials we have from that plenum contain no vicious attacks against Bukharin by anyone, and not a word by Orjonikij on any subject. Was Pyatakov literally a skeleton? Kotkin. On the evening of the 29th, Arhonikij visited his former first deputy Pyatakov in prison for the last time and observed his utterly smashed face. 373. There is no reference here for this statement. Presumably Kotkin has in mind Bukharin's alleged remark to his wife, Larina, that Kotkin quoted earlier in the text, 370. Meanwhile, Stalin had Bukharin summoned to a confrontation with Radek and Pyatakov, who were delivered from prison. Bukharin told his wife that Radek had denounced him as a spy and terrorist with whom he had plotted Stalin's murder, and that Pyatakov resembled a skeleton with its teeth knocked out. 345. Note. 345, 990. 345. Larina, this I cannot forget. 312. Kotkin's statement is absurd. Pyatakhov's face was certainly not literally smashed. Larina doesn't even claim that it was, any more than she claimed Pyatakov was literally a skeleton. Ordzhonikidze was present at the Bukharin-Pyatakov confrontation, the text of which been published. 8 Nothing was mentioned there about any injury to Pyatakov. A little more than a month later Pyatakov was a defendant at the public Moscow trial of January, 1937, where he testified at length. No one in the large audience, including many foreign observers, mentioned any injuries to Pyatakov's face. What's more, it is quite possible that Bukharin never used these words. Larina claimed to be remembering what Bukharin had told her many years before. She first drafted her memoir during the Khrushchev years, when she was trying unsuccessfully to have Bukharin rehabilitated. It contains other false statements. 9 It reflects the fact that under Khrushchev the best way to get someone rehabilitated was to slander Stalin and Beria as much as possible. A confrontation that never was. Kotkin refers to a confrontation with Radek and Pyatakov. This too is false, for there was no such confrontation. Bukharin had a face-to-face confrontation with Pyatakov on December 7, 1936. His confrontation with Radek was more than a month later, on January 13, 1937. The falsified tale of Sergo's death. Kotkin. On February 17, 1937, Ordzhonikidze arrived at his commissariat, across the way from Old Square, at 12:10 p.m., 2 hours later than usual. He seems to have gone over to talk to Stalin, being one of the few people who could enter the dictator's Kremlin apartment. 50 Upon returning to his own Kremlin apartment, in the same amusement palace, Ordzhonikidze evidently had a shouting match over the telephone with Stalin, with profanities in Russian and Georgian. 51 The NKVD had been searching Ordzhonikidze's apartment, an obvious provocation. 52 The remainder of Ordzhonikidze's day was occupied with meetings, including a Politburo meeting at 3 p.m. to go over the plenum reports. Stalin hand-corrected Ordzhonikidze's draft resolution on sabotage, inserting passages about Trotsky at Wreckers. In the early evening, Ordzhonikidze made his way back to the commissariat for more meetings, leaving for home at 12:20 a.m. February 18. Later that morning, he did not emerge from his bedroom to take breakfast. When one of his subordinates came by in the afternoon, he refused to receive him. At around dusk, his wife, Zinada, heard a gunshot in the bedroom. Ordzhonikidze was dead. 53, 384. Sergo and Stalin evidently had a shouting match. So, where's the evidence? The fact is that not one of these statements of Kotkin's is true. A characteristic error is Kotkin's misreading of Larina's memoir, page 333, as saying that Ordzhonikidze was returning to his apartment. Note 50, actually, it was Larina who was returning home and Ordzhonikidze who was leaving. Cyrillic. 333. As I was approaching our home I saw that Sergo Ordzhonikidze came out of the entrance next to ours, closer to the Trinity Gate, and headed for the car. They were already in the Kremlin. Heading for a car meant that Ordzhonikidze was leaving, not arriving. Klevniuk has invented Ordzhonikidze's last evening of life. He has based his account on the dishonest first edition of Dubinsky-Mukidze's book, which relates the completely undocumented tale about Ordzhonikidze's shouting match with Stalin, etc. As we pointed out above, the second edition of 1967 takes all this out. There is no evidence that Ordzhonikidze's apartment was searched or that he had a meeting, tête-à-tête, with Stalin. Or, indeed, that he committed suicide at all. Praise equals ridicule, Kotkin. Kotkin, about the February-March 1937 Central Committee plenum. On the morning of February 28, Molotov, in place of Ordzhonikidze, delivered the report on sabotage in industry, and ridiculed Ordzhonikidze's counter-investigations that minimized wrecking. 368. This is false. In fact, the truth is just the opposite. Molotov praised Ordzhonikidze's anti-sabotage, wrecking, activities multiple times, e.g. Voprozy Istory 8, 1993, p. 16. Nor did Molotov ridicule Ordzhonikij's investigations. Molotov said that the Ginsburg-Pavlunovsky investigation begun at Ordzhonikij's order was mistaken in finding that sabotage at the site did not attain a significant development. Molotov said that he trusted them, but yet they had been unable to uncover sabotage, wrecking. Kotkin. Ordzhonikij had confided thoughts of suicide to Kaganovich and Mikoyan. 61, 386. This is chapter 24 in Mikoyan's autobiography. But Vladimir Bobrov has proven that Khrushchev and Mikoyan lied big time about Ordzhonikij's death. Kotkin hopes you don't know what Kaganovich really thought. Kotkin. In published photographs taken near the body, Kaganovich was seen expressing visibly strong emotions, grief, anger. He had lost his soulmate, and he knew Stalin had been sadistically pressuring the infirm Ordzhonikij. Kaganovich, tough as nails, explosive, was spiritually broken. 386. This has to be false. Kotkin gives no evidence for anything like this about Kaganovich. Asterisk, it is not in Mikoyan's autobiography, the nearest footnote. Asterisk, Kaganovich himself says nothing about this in his interviews with Felix Joeff. On the contrary, he says that Sergo was his closest friend, 62, that Sergo supported the attacks against enemies, 162, that Sergo never talked about suicide, 162, and that he, Kaganovich, never heard of any arguments between Stalin and Sergo, and calls such stories a lie, 163. Kotkin knows this work, which refutes his unsupported claim. But Kotkin hides it from his readers. 10. Mikoyan's autobiography is itself unreliable. It was published years after his death by his son, and has some probable insertions. As Michael Ellman has suggested, 11, it was clearly written to support Khrushchev's line against Stalin. Mikoyan had been the first party leader to attack Stalin during the XX Party Congress, days before Khrushchev's secret speech. 12. For more on Mikoyan's dishonest autobiography, see chapter 15. Another lie from Mikoyan. Kotkin. Stalin went on to break Mikoyan, summoning him in 1937 to discuss the arrest of his subordinate in the Food Industry Commissariat, Mark Belenky. Then, after Mikoyan supposedly protested and Stalin called him blind in matters of personnel, summoning him again to show him protocols of Belenky's confession. Have a look, he confessed to wrecking, Stalin said. You vouched for him. Go and read it. Mikoyan called it a blow against me. 62. 386. Note 62, 992. 62. Mikoyan was in Stalin's office on November 2 and 14, 1937, both times with Yezhov. Mikoyan, Tak Bilo, 318-9, Na Prim, 224. Mikoyan did write these words. But there's nothing here about breaking Mikoyan. Belenky was arrested on November 9, 1937, so Stalin's informing him of Belenky's confession could well have occurred on November 14. But Kotkin fails to inform us that Belenky had been under suspicion since at least September 25, 1937. In a report of that date to Stalin from NKVD man Litvin, writing from Yerevan, Armenia, we read the following. Cyrillic, 1934. Then, turning to work in Baku, Akopov in 1934 was involved in the Trotskyist work of Belenky and was in the leadership of the Trotskyist organization in Baku. As members of the leadership of the Trotskyist organization, Akopov names the following persons: Belenky, Amatuny, SEF, Bondarenko, Narimanova. 13. There are more allegations of conspiratorial activities by Belenky. Cyrillic. 10-1938 R 131938 R 100,890. In his subversive work in the People's Commissariat for Food, Duker was associated with the former deputy food addict Belenky, arrested. Duker showed that the organization of rightists and Trotskyists in the food industry, represented by Belenky, was associated with a counter-revolutionary right-wing Trotsky organization in the People's Commissariat of Foreign Trade, represented by Weitzer and Kleplyankin. A summary of the most important testimonies of those arrested by the GUGB of the NKVD of the USSR for February 10, 1938. Dated February 13, 1938, number 100,890. This is in the important document collection Lubyanka Golgotha, 95. Belenky is also named in reports on pages 101 and 111. Kotkin never cites this important collection of investigative documents. But the important thing is this: these were reports to Stalin, not fabrications by Stalin in order to break Mikoyan. It would have been irresponsible for Stalin not to have informed Mikoyan about serious charges against his subordinate. Therefore, Stalin had sufficient reason to suppose that Belenky might have been guilty. We have no evidence that he was framed. We do not know whether Belenky was guilty. We don't have his NKVD investigative file or the rehabilitation report on him, if there was one. In his autobiography, Mikoyan had ample opportunity to discuss the charges against Belenky and refute them. But he never mentions Belenky again after this passage. Dictator? First among peers? How about despot? Kotkin. Members of the inner circle were no longer comrades of the ruler. Stalin was no longer first among peers, but a despot. 63, 386. Note 63. As one scholar explained, up to 1936, the leading group was held together by shared convictions in a shared project, but after 1937 the nature of the group changed. Ries, Stalin as leader, 1937-1953, 207. 992. What nonsense! Up to this date, February 1937, Stalin was not a dictator but only first among peers. Then why has Kotkin been calling him a dictator before this point in his book? Ries, as we shall see, is in error. Documents against Kalinin and Rudzutak? Kotkin. Mikoyan and Beria, assigned to comb through Arhonikij's personal archive, discovered 2 sealed folders, received back when he headed the Central Control Commission, which held compromising Tsarist police materials on Politburo members Kalinin and Rudzutak's. 14 Arhonikij had marked the folders "Do not open without me." Kvashankin, Sovetsko rukovodstvo, 9-10, Rgaspi, F85, D2, L1-30. 992. 14 For some reason Kotkin uses the Latvian spelling. In scholarship, however, the Russian spelling Rudzutak is used. Here is the text from the introduction to Kvashankin's book. Cyrillic 1937 R. 6. 25 1929. 1900 R. R. 7. 1909-10. 1928.8. After the death in February 1937 of G.K. Orjonikij, A.I. Mikoyan and L.P. Beria, who, on the instructions of the Politburo, were analyzing the archives of the deceased, discovered 2 envelopes sealed with wax seal with the inscription in Orjonikij's hand, "Do not open without me." 6. In these envelopes were several documents from the archives of the police department, seized from the investigation cases of a number of Bolshevik figures. Thus, on March 25, 1929, a copy of the testimony of M.I. Kalinin, from an interrogation of February 1900, was sent from the Leningrad Regional Party Committee to Moscow in the name of Orjonikij. The interrogation protocol began with the words of Kalinin, "Being summoned for questioning as a result of my petition, I want to give frank testimony about my criminal activities." Then followed a detailed account of contacts with propagandists and participation in the work of the illegal circle. In addition to the copy of the interrogation protocol, the originals of this protocol and Kalinin's petition to the Minister of Justice, filed from the St. Petersburg pretrial detention center, were also kept in the envelope of Ordzhonikidze. These documents, apparently, were removed from the original archive files and sent to Moscow a little later. 7. Along with Kalinin's documents, an archival certificate was kept in the envelope about Yat Rudzutak, convicted at the end of 1909 to 10 years of hard labor in the case of the Vindov organization of the Latvian Social Democratic Labour Party. The inquiry showed that during the investigation Rudzutak disclosed a group of members of the organization, and the police searched the addresses he had given and seized weapons and propaganda literature. This archival reference was sent from the Central Historical Archive in Leningrad to the Central Council of the All-Union Politkaterzhan Political Prisoners Society in December 1928. This is the text from Kvashenkin, Sovetske Rukovodstvo, 9-10. Notes 6-8 are to the archival document. However, as so often with Kotkin's sources, there are problems. There's nothing at all about this in Mikoyan's autobiography Tak Bilo. Why not? What's more, Oleg Klevniuk writes as follows. Cyrillic, 1928 R. 1900 R. 1909. Point 1. Thanks to the new documents, we know that in 1928 in the archives of the police department compromising materials on M.I. Kalinin and Yat Rudzutak were found. In the report of Kalinin's police interrogation of February 1900, it was said, being summoned for questioning as a result of my petition, I want to give frank testimony about my criminal activities. Kalinin, according to this protocol, told the police in detail about the work of the illegal circle. From the archival certificate in the case of Rudzutak, convicted of 10 years of hard labor in 1909, it follows that during the interrogations he disclosed a group of members of the organization. At the addresses given to them, searches were carried out and weapons and propaganda literature were seized. Klevniuk, Stalin. Zhiznodnego Vozhdia. Moscow, 2015, p. 155-6. In his introduction, Kvashenkin says that these documents were discovered in February 1937, by Mikoyan and Beria, in envelopes not folders, as Kotkin states in Ordzhonikidze's archives, with a message that clearly intended to keep them secret. Kvashenkin's book was published in 1999. But in his 2015 book Klevniuk states that the documents were discovered in 1928. Klevniuk goes on to suggest, as usual, without evidence, that Stalin had used these documents to blackmail his supporters. 158, Kvashenkin, 9-10, says that both the document about Kalinin and that about Rudzutak were sent in 1929 to Ordzhonikidze. Both Kvashenkin and Klevniuk cite the same archival identifiers, so they are talking about the same documents. Rgaspi, F85 Novyi Postuplenia. D2. LL 1-11, 28-30. Why do they disagree so sharply about them? If Stalin had known about them in 1928, why did they end up in Ordzhonikidze's archive? If they did, would that not mean that Ordzhonikidze was very close to Stalin? Instead of fearful and hostile, as Kotkin, copying from Klevniuk and Dubinsky-Mukidze's 1963 edition, has it. Why do both Kvashenkin and Klevniuk quote only one sentence, the same sentence from just one of the documents, when there are clearly 14 pages, 1-11, 28-30? This fact suggests that either Klevniuk, Kvashenkin, or both, had not actually read the document in question but had only seen a selection from it. Or, perhaps, Kvashenkin read it and Klevniuk just copied from Kvashenkin. One thing is clear, Kotkin has not read it. Why haven't these documents been published? Kvashenkin claims to have seen them as early as 1999. Yet in 2015 Klevniuk only quotes the same one sentence from them. Do these documents exist at all? If they do exist, are they genuine, or forgeries? It is the job of scholarship to recognize problems like this and either to resolve through research, or at least to alert readers to them. Kotkin does neither. Chapter 4. Trotsky and the Bloc. I have published 2 books on Leon Trotsky's activities during the 1930s. Trotsky's Amalgams uncovers and examines the lies by Trotsky and his son, Leon Sedov, about the bloc of Trotskyists, Rights, and other oppositionists. Kotkin also touches on this important issue. It is the subject of the present chapter. In the same book I also devote 12 chapters, more than half of the book, to examining the testimony at the Moscow trials, in an attempt to determine whether that testimony should be accepted as what it appears to be what the defendants chose to say, or whether the defendants' testimony was fabricated, scripted by the prosecution, forced from them by threats or promises, and therefore should not be considered to be valid evidence. This section is now published separately as the Moscow trials as evidence. Point 1. 1 published in July, 2018. https://www.amazon.com/dp/17228422121. On the basis of the evidence now available to all researchers, I prove that Trotsky lied consistently about virtually everything concerning his own activities and about events in the Soviet Union. I also show that, whenever we can check a fact claim made by one of the trial defendants against evidence that is independently obtained, we find that the trial testimony is valid. Therefore, the testimony in the Moscow trials is valid evidence, and should be used as such in historical study. In my second book, Evidence of Leon Trotsky's Collaboration with Germany and Japan, I gather and study the evidence now available about this important charge against Trotsky, which was featured in the second and third Moscow trials of January, 1937, and March, 1938 respectively. I conclude, as any objective student must, that, on the basis of the evidence now available, we must affirm that Trotsky did indeed collaborate with Germany and Japan. I cannot summarize these 2 book-length studies here, and refer the interested reader to them. Therefore, the present chapter will be short. All the evidence available to me and which I study in these books is available to all researchers. But Kotkin either ignores it bias by omission or, as we shall see, falsifies it. To do otherwise, to recognize that Trotsky lied, and did indeed collaborate with the Axis, utterly dismantles the anti-Stalin paradigm of Soviet history that Kotkin bends all his efforts to uphold. In the first Moscow trial of August, 1936, Trotsky was accused of forming a bloc of Rights and Trotskyists. By bloc was meant a political alliance for concerted action between clandestine opposition groups operating illegally within the Soviet Union. The aim of the bloc was the overthrow of the Stalin leadership. Trotsky always denied that any such bloc existed or that he would have ever considered forming such a bloc with what he called capitulators, those who had publicly renounced their support of the Trotskyist opposition and promised future support for the Bolshevik party line. Since Khrushchev's day, the existence of this bloc has been denied by the Soviet, then the Russian, governments, and by all scholars of Soviet history, whether Soviet, Russian, Western anti-communist, or Trotskyist. In January, 1980, the Trotsky Archive at Harvard University was opened to researchers. Almost immediately a research team directed by Pierre Brouet, in his day the foremost Trotskyist historian in the world, discovered that a bloc of Rights, Trotskyists, and other oppositionists, had indeed existed and that Trotsky had approved it. Shortly thereafter, American scholar Arch Getty discovered other documents in the Harvard Trotsky Archive that proved that Trotsky wrote to former oppositionists capitulators in 1932, undoubtedly to urge them to return to opposition. Trotsky swore that he had not contacted them and would never do so. Again, Trotsky lied. Throughout the 80s and 90s, Brouet went on to discover other lies by Trotsky. Kotkin cites Brouet's research. He must also know Getty's 1985 article on the Trotsky Archives, which was published in Soviet Studies, the foremost vehicle in the world for research in Soviet history. But Kotkin does not inform his readers what this research proves: that during the 1930s Trotsky lied consistently about his activities. Trotsky lied in his Bulletin of the Opposition, in all his articles and books, In his supposed refutation of the 1936 Moscow trial, the Red Book, Trotsky lied to the 1937 Dewey Commission, and the commission members believed him. 2 Kotkin conceals all this from his readers. Is this a lie? If not, what is? Note 19, 912 Stalin had the OGPU blackmail or entice Trotsky supporters internally exiled in the USSR to denounce him in the Soviet press. Radek signed a denunciation of Trotsky that was published in Pravda, July 13, 1929. See also Bruet, Bolshevik-Leninist faction, 140, Deutscher, Prophet armed, 390, Fokoganov, Trotsky, 281, Yaroslavsky, Itatsun Nokin. This should be Konchin GF, 2, Rogaspi, F17, OP3, D782, L9. Even Beloborodov and Ivan Smirnov would publicly break with Trotsky. Pravda, November 3, 1929. Rakovsky, in Astrakhan, nearly alone remained loyal. Trotsky kept a photograph of him on his desk. Kotkin has fabricated this, literally made it up. There is no evidence that the OGPU compelled Trotskyists to denounce him. Neither Deutscher LOCCIT nor Bruet LOCCIT say anything about this. Bruet, Bolshevik-Leninist faction, was published in 1988. It has nothing at all about the OGPU after 1934, renamed NKVD, either enticing or blackmailing oppositionists to capitulate, much less to denounce Trotsky. On the contrary, by 1990 Bruet had concluded that the capitulations were false. Levsidov called the Smirnov group either the former capitulators or the Trotskyt capitulators. Everybody had known, from 1929 on, that people in the Smirnov group had not really capitulated but were trying to fool the apparatus, and were capable of organizing themselves as an opposition within the party. The fact was so universally known that Andrei Snin, the Spaniard deported from the Soviet Union in August 1930, explained it openly to his German comrades of Die Permanente Revolution, who printed his declaration without apparent problem. 3. Pierre Bruet. Party opposition to Stalin, 1930 to 1932, and the First Moscow Trial. In John W. Strong, ed. Essays on Revolutionary Culture and Stalinism. Columbus O.H., Slavica Publishers, 1990, pages 98-111, 104. Bruet, P.O.S. Kotkin cites this very article. So Kotkin knows that the supposed capitulations were phony. That means that Kotkin's claim that Stalin had the OGPU blackmail or entice Trotsky supporters internally exiled in the USSR to denounce him in the Soviet press constitutes deliberate deception of his readers. There is no other way to explain it. If this isn't a lie, what is? Why would Kotkin, like Khrushchev's men and then Gorbachev's men, do this? No doubt because the existence of the clandestine bloc of rights and Trotskyists was one of the central charges in the Moscow trials, and Trotsky had consistently denied that any such bloc existed or could exist. Therefore, to acknowledge that it really did exist would dismantle the allegation, universal among Trotskyists and anti-communists, that the Moscow trials were fabricated by Stalin. Antisemitism in Kotkin's use of names. Kotkin, Note 22, 912 Deutscher, Prophet Outcast, 67. At Stalin's behest, the propagandist Mini Gobelman, who went by the name Yemlian Yaroslavsky, answered with an essay, Mr. Trotsky at the Service of the Bourgeoisie, or L. Trotsky's First Steps Abroad, published in Russian in the Soviet press, essentially a salve for Stalin's ego. Bolshevik, 1929, number 5 and 9. What's the point of using Yaroslavsky's birth, Jewish name? As recorded in the memoir of the well-known Soviet writer Konstantin Simonov, Stalin himself said that doing so was anti-Semitic. A person has the right to write under a pseudonym he has chosen for himself. But, obviously, somebody wants to emphasize that this person has a double name, to emphasize that he is a Jew. Why emphasize that? Why do that? Why spread anti-Semitism? Who benefits from that? 4. Konstantin Simonov. Glazamiki Lovka Mogo Pokolania. Moscow, Novosti, 1988, p. 216. Also online at http://www.hrono.info/tubris/lib_s/simonovi16.php. Kotkin does not call Grigory Zinoviev by his birth, Jewish name Ovsei Gersh Aronovich Radomyslsky. He does not call Lev Kamina by his birth, Jewish name Rosenfeld. He does not refer to Karl Radek by his birth, Jewish name Sobel's son. And he doesn't refer to Leon Trotsky by his birth, Jewish name Libobrinstein. Evidently Kotkin's antisemitism is restricted to people he does not like, supporters of Stalin. Yaroslavsky's brother kept his birth name Gubelman, was a lifelong Bolshevik and died full of honors in 1966. Yaroslavsky's son kept the name Yaroslavsky and became a major general, famous pilot, and hero of World War II. Trotsky and the Bloc. Kotkin. Sidov wrote to his father in invisible ink that a bloc had formed inside the USSR of Zinovievites, the Stenlomenids group, and Trotskyites, an apparent reference to the small rioting conspiracy. 291. 106. No 291, 935. Trotsky received the letter on October 4, 1932, Trotsky Archive, Harvard, T 4782, Davies, Crisis and Progress, 246-7, citing conversations with Pierre Brouet, editor of Trotsky's notebooks in French. This is another falsehood by Kotkin in this case, bias by omission. The text of Sidov's letter makes it clear that the bloc was not small. Davies, 246, notes that the bloc consisting of Zinovievites, the Stenlomenids group and Trotskyists, former capitulators. Moreover, it had nothing to do with Ryutin. No small Ryutin conspiracy existed. Ryutin was simply one member of the rightist conspiracy that entered the bloc in 1932. Here is the relevant part of the letter: Z and K are Zinoviev and Kamina at. The bloc has been organized. In it have entered the Zinovievists, the Stenlomenids group and the Trotskyists, former capitulators. The group of Safar Tarkhan has not formally entered yet. They stand on too extreme a position. They will enter in a very short time. The declaration of Z and K concerning their enormous mistake in 27 was made during negotiations with our people concerning the bloc, immediately before the exile of Z and K. 5. FURR, Trotsky's Amalgams, 506 ff, my translation. This is the bloc of oppositionists, the same bloc referred to in the Moscow trials. Brouet admits this in his 1980 article, which Kotkin footnotes elsewhere, though not here. Kotkin is deliberately deceiving his readers by withholding this information from them. Evidence of Trotsky's conspiracy with Germany and Japan. In the second and third Moscow trials, a number of defendants testified at length about Trotsky's conspiracy with Hitler's Germany and militarist fascist Japan against the Soviet Union. Trotsky, of course, denied any such thing. But this means nothing, since he would do so whether he were guilty or innocent. We now have a lot of evidence that Trotsky did in fact collaborate with Germany and Japan. As we have seen, Kotkin has not simply denied that the bloc of rights, Trotskyists and other oppositionists really existed, but has also falsified the evidence. It should be no surprise that Kotkin ignores entirely the evidence of Trotsky's collaboration with the Axis, even though it is in document collections that he himself uses. 6. For this evidence, see FURR, Trotsky's collaboration. We also have a great deal of evidence that Trotskyists within the USSR were doing just what the Trotskyists in the second and third Moscow trials testified that they were doing, planning assassinations and sabotage, and were working with German agents. 7. At present we have evidence in two forms: pre-trial interrogations and confessions of people involved in oppositional activities within the Soviet Union, and confessions, including now the actual trial transcript, of Marshal Mikhail Tkatsky. And the 7 other top-level military leaders arrested, tried, convicted, and executed. 7 For this evidence, see FURR, Trotsky's Amalgams. Volume 3 of my Trotsky studies will have much more such evidence. Chapter 5. First Moscow Trial. Kotkin's principal methods of misdirection and falsification in this chapter are: bias by omission, ignoring evidence that disproves Kotkin's fact claims but which his readers will not know about; argument by scare quote. The use of phony references that do not provide evidence for the statements Kotkin makes in his text. It appears that Kotkin has not bothered to actually research any of these topics himself. At best he relies on secondary sources, works of research, or what appear to be research, although many of those whom he cites are phony researchers. Kotkin also relies on works that are not even secondary sources, works that contain fact claims that are not supported by any evidence at all, not even phony evidence. Fallacy number 1, begging the question. Kotkin prefaces his chapters on the trials of the 1930s this way. Stalin instigated an epic version of the time-honored authoritarian device of trumped-up conspiracies linking internal with external enemies, but the Soviet case differed in more than just scale. Point 30, 306. Note 30, 982, 30. Ries, Stalin as Leader, 1937-1953, 202-3. Ries pages contain no evidence whatever. Like Kotkin, Ries simply assumes that the conspiracies were fabrications, the logical fallacy of begging the question. Roy Medvedev, author of the other monumental work on the terror, 1971, 1989, endeavored to separate Stalin from the sacred Lenin and depicted him as a traditional tyrant, but he similarly asserted that Stalin was motivated by lust for power, boundless ambition, as if all tyrants murdered their own elites not just on such a scale but also with forced confessions to fantastical crimes they had not committed. 31, 306-7. Note 31, 982-31. Medvedev, Let History Judge, 585. Fokhanovsky largely echoed Medvedev. Lars Lih argued that Stalin pursued an anti-bureaucratic scenario, but also that Stalin recognized the necessity of the state, an unresolved paradox. Lib. Introduction to Stalin's Letters to Molotov, 1-63. The phrase lust for power, boundless ambition is indeed on Medvedev, 585. But Kotkin either does not realize, or pretends not to realize, that Medvedev's book contains almost no evidence. It is mostly based on Khrushchev-era attacks on Stalin which have since been disproven with primary documents from the Soviet archives. Point 1. 1 See FURR, Khrushchev lied. Fallacy number 2, the argument from incredulity. Kotkin again. The conspiracies in the Soviet Union were invented. 313. This is Kotkin's position throughout. He cites no evidence to support this claim. Naturally, because it is false. Point 2. 2 It is also logically invalid to say that there were no conspiracies. The purpose of a conspiracy is to not leave evidence. A successful conspiracy goes undetected. Therefore, the most one can say is there is no evidence of a conspiracy. But in this case there is an abundance of evidence. His readers will not know of the mountains of evidence we now possess that the conspiracies did indeed exist and posed a grave threat. It is Kotkin's obligation, as a historian, to inform his readers about this evidence. But to do so would dismantle the whole purpose of his book. Hiding the evidence against Valentin Olberg. Kotkin. Trotskyists had also seized attention. Valentin Olberg, a provincial teacher who happened to have just returned from Germany, was arrested by the NKVD, January 5, 1936, which extracted testimony from him that he had come back with a special task assigned to him by none other than Trotsky, a terrorist act against Stalin. Olberg named other terrorists he had recruited, Arrests followed. 245 By spring the NKVD would arrest 508 Trotskyists, one of whom was found in possession of Trotsky's personal archive for 1927. Stalin ordered the NKVD to furnish Yezhov with copies of all documents pertaining to Trotskyists and freed him from overseeing party organs, a task passed to Yezhov's deputy, Georgy Malenkov, b. 1902. Yezhov now oversaw the NKVD full-time. 246, 279. No 245, 976. It is not out of the question that the NKVD tasked the Swiss-born Ullberg, who had been expelled from the German Communist Party in 1932 for Trotskyism, with infiltrating Trotskyite circles in Europe, then decided he needed to serve another purpose. On Ullberg, see Chase, Enemies Within the Gates. 134, citing Regaspi, F. 495, OP 175, D 105, L 9. Vyshinsky wrote to Stalin and Molotov, January 8, of a separate case of a Trotskyite group just turned over to the courts with supposed plans for a terrorist act against the dictator Stalin on Red Square back during the Revolution Day parade, while Yagoda and Vyshinsky together wrote to him, January 11, 1936, about the liquidation of a Zinovyevite organization of 34 people, asking how should they be tried. Kostov etal, Lubyanka, Stalin IVCHK, 715-6, APRF, F3, OP58, D230, L65-65 OB, 716-20, 168-76, 723, L64. Either Kotkin hasn't researched Ullberg, or he is concealing the evidence from his readers. Chase's fine book, published in 2001 and now seriously out of date, does document Ullberg's Trotskyism and expulsion from the German CP. Direct correspondence of Ullberg with Trotsky is preserved in the Harvard Trotsky Archive, a fact that Kotkin fails to mention. Kotkin also omits any mention of the draft of a pamphlet on Ullberg by Austrian Trotskyist Kurt Landau, also preserved in the Harvard Trotsky Archive. Landau confirmed that Ullberg really was a Trotskyist. Moreover, Landau said that Ullberg had given him the impression that the technical work that the Russian comrades wanted him for was more important than his work for us three. 3 Hans Schaffranek, Das Leben de Kurt Landau, 1988, 387, 421. There has never been any evidence to doubt Ullberg's confession that he planned to murder Stalin. On the contrary, we now have much more evidence to confirm Ullberg's guilt, including confessions by his wife Betty and his brother Pavel, both of whom knew about and abetted his conspiracy. 4 The collection of documents in which these confessions are printed was published in 2013, in plenty of time for Kotkin to have made use of it. But he ignores it. I will discuss this evidence in detail in Volume 3 of my Trotsky Studies. 4 Check text in Politburo I Left Trotsky, Spornik Dokumentov, 1923-1940 GG. Prague, Czech Republic, Socios FURR 2013, Volume 2. If the anti-Stalin paradigm, ASP, is to be upheld, the charges at the Moscow trials must be deemed fabrications and all the defendants, like Ullberg, victims of a frame-up. So Kotkin suppresses the evidence. As for the Kostov book, the documents in it are indeed very important. As usual, Kotkin says nothing about them. These investigators' documents discuss contacts between the Trotskyists and Zinovievists arrested in early January, 1936, and the underground Zinovievist group in Leningrad that murdered Kirov on December 1, 1934. These documents specifically discuss the contacts with Kotalinov, one of the leaders of the Zinovievite group that murdered Kirov. The document on page 723 of this book shows that some of these people were not executed but given prison sentences. Fallacy number 3, argument by scare quote. No 246, 976 Jansen and Petrov, Stalin's loyal executioner, 46-8. These pages, also full of scare quotes, contain no evidence that the defendants were innocent. Olberg is not even mentioned. Note Kotkin's use of argument by scare quote. Kotkin uses this dishonest rhetorical ploy when he wishes to conceal from his readers that he has zero evidence to support his anti-communist conclusions. Point 5. 5. I examine argument by scare quotes as a technique of deception in FURR, Kirov, 87 ff. Kotkin. Stalin pressed for wider arrests. Using the unique instruments only he commanded, he dispatched a secret circular, July 29, 1936, drafted by Yezhov and edited by the dictator to party organizations, which was to be read aloud to all party members and which quoted the testimony of the various accused Trotskyists. 325. Argument by scare quote yet again. This circular of July 29, 1936, is largely made up of quotations from confessions of conspirators. There is a lot of evidence that they are genuine. Point 6. 6. See FURR. Moscow trials. So far behind the scenes that it vanishes. Kotkin. The 5-day trial of the Trotskyite Zinovyevite Center commenced on August 19, in the October Hall of White Corinthian columns in the House of Trade Unions. 104. The spectacle followed an extended period of behind-the-scenes torture, scripting, and rehearsing, and this time it would result not in mere exile or imprisonment. The defendants, besides the 5 German communists who confessed to Gestapo ties, were 11 prominent Bolsheviks of the 1926-27 opposition. 105. 10 of the 16 happened to be Jewish. This received no special attention. Invited audience members numbered some 150 people, including 30 hand-picked foreign journalists and diplomats, as well as many plainclothes NKVD operatives, but not the relatives of the accused. Despite slip-ups that betrayed the fabrication, the defendants, all communists, publicly confessed to being wreckers, spies, terrorists. 106. Kaganovich made sure to add himself and Arhonikij to the list of targets. 107. Kamina, together with Zinoviev and Trotsky, organized and guided this conspiracy, Stalin's former close associate stated. I had become convinced that the party's Stalin's policy was successful and victorious. We, the opposition, had banked on a split in the party, but this hope proved groundless. We could no longer count on any serious domestic difficulties to allow us to overthrow Stalin's leadership. 331. This is all false. In reality, there is no evidence whatsoever that any of the defendants were tortured, nor of any scripting or rehearsing at all. So, naturally, Kotkin doesn't cite any evidence. 7. 7. For a study of the Moscow trials testimony, see Trotsky's Amalgams chapters 1-12, now updated and published separately as the Moscow trials as evidence. New York, Red Star Publishers, 2018. To HL with reality. Let's quote Orlov again. In giving his one example of slip-ups that betrayed the fabrication, Kotkin shows his own incompetence. Kotkin's note 106 reads. Testimony about a 1932 meeting that had allegedly taken place with Trotsky in Copenhagen's Hotel Bristol ignored that the building had been torn down in 1917. The NKVD fabricators confused two sites. Orlov, Tana Istoria, 70. 985. This too is all wrong. The Hotel Bristol was never torn down. In fact, the building that was once the Hotel Bristol still stands in the center of Copenhagen. 8. Ironically, it is the slip-up of Kotkin's that betrays his falsification. It would be hard to believe that Kotkin did not bother to find out that this story is false, except that there are so many other examples of his incompetence. 8. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/hotel_bristol_left_Copenhagen. Geo Eltzman's NKVD file has now been declassified. 9. It shows that the NKVD did not fabricate or confuse anything. Rather, the NKVD men checked up on Geo Eltzman's statement about the Hotel Bristol, discovered his error, and suggested to Goltzman that he had gotten the name of the Bristol pastry shop confused with that of the hotel next door. Goltzman admitted that he might have been done this. 9 TSAFSBR 33833 Delo number 3257. My thanks to my colleague Vladimir Bobrov for providing me with these archival documents. I will publish it in connection with Volume 3 of my Trotsky studies. But the most important point is this: Goltzman made the same error at the trial. We know now that the prosecution knew he had made a mistake. Yet Vyshinsky did not correct him. The prosecution permitted Goltzman to testify as he chose to do even though they knew he was in error. Therefore, this slip-up on Goltzman's part is strong evidence that the trial was not fabricated in any way. Instead of researching this issue, Kotkin relies upon Orlov's long discredited book. More than 30 years ago, American scholar Arch Getty exposed Orlov's book as untrustworthy on pages 211 to 212 of his classic study Origins of the Great Purges. John Costello and Oleg Tsarev also cite many demonstrable lies by Orlov. 10. John Costello and Oleg Tsarev. Deadly Illusions. New York, Crown, 1993. How dare Kaganovich tell the truth? Kotkin writes. Kaganovich made sure to add himself and Arhonikij to the list of targets. 107. Note 107, 985 Iakoflev etal, Rehabilitatsiya, Politicheski Processi, 187-8. Another falsehood. The Iakoflev book, RPP, states that Kaganovich inserted his and Orjonikij's names into the sentence. But even RPP does not claim that he or anyone had inserted them into the confessions of the accused. Mrakovsky, one of the defendants in the trial, had stated that Stalin, Voroshilov, and Kaganovich were to be assassinated. 1936 trial, 41. Reingold named these three plus Orjonikij, Postishev, Kozier, and others. 55. Zinoviev admitted that his group planned to assassinate Stalin, Voroshilov, and Kaganovich. 153. Therefore Kaganovich did not fabricate anything, but simply corrected the text of the sentence by inserting his own name. But how could Kotkin's readers know this, since he conceals it from them? Begging the question yet again. Kotkin. Bukharin, hiking the Pamirs in Central Asia, had hurried back to Moscow to find Stalin away on holiday, and would write the dictator a letter, which also found its way into the holiday mailbag, rapidly endorsing all the fabricated charges of the trial, except those about himself. I embrace you, for I'm clean. 111, 332. Note 111, 985. Stalin had afforded Bukharin an opportunity to defect. In February 1936, he had appointed Bukharin to lead a commission to purchase a Marx-Engels archive in France, leaving the trip's duration up to Bukharin and permitting the pregnant Larina to join him. But his father, brother, first wife, second wife, and daughter lived in Moscow, and the trip to France had taken place before Zinoviev and Kamenev had been executed. Cohen, Bukharin, 472, Leibich, I am the last. See also Dan, Bukharin O. Stalin, 181-2, and Nikolovsky, Power and the Soviet Elite. This is a phony footnote. It contains no evidence that the charges were fabricated. And for the best of reasons, there simply is no such evidence anywhere. What's more, it appears that Kotkin has simply copied this footnote from Cohen, Bukharin, 472, where Cohen cites the very same passages in Dan and Nikolovsky. As for Nikolovsky's book, Getty demolished it as being itself a fabrication. See Origins 214 to 216. Ignore the evidence and any problem remains unanswerable. Kotkin. On the eve of Kamenev's execution, Stalin wrote to Kaganovich that Kamenev, through his wife, had sounded out the French ambassador about supporting a possible Trotskyite Zinovievite government. I believe Kamenev also sounded out the English, German, and American ambassadors, Stalin added. This means Kamina was supposed to reveal to these foreigners the plans for the conspiracy and the murder of the leaders of the party. This also means Kamina had already revealed the plans to them, for otherwise the foreigners would not have begun talking about the future Trotskyite Zinovyevite government with him. 117. Did Stalin believe this? Was he straining to justify his political murders to Kaganovich? These questions remain unanswerable. 333. Note 117, 985 Klevniuk etal, Stalin I Kaganovich, 642-3, Rgaspi, F 558, OP 11, D 93, L 77-80, 11. 11. This letter of Stalin's to Kaganovich is also online at http://istmat.info/node/36927. This is a problem for anyone who, like Kotkin, assumes, a priori and contrary to all the evidence, that the trials were frame ups. Rather than consider the evidence, Kotkin calls the trial political murders and says that the problem remains unanswerable. Of course it is only unanswerable if one ignores the evidence and assumes a priori that Kamina was innocent, as Kotkin does. Once again, Kotkin commits the logical fallacy of begging the question assuming that which must be proven, not assumed. In reality, these remarks of Stalin's are good evidence that Stalin believed Kamina's confessions, and therefore that those confessions were genuine. Stalin's remarks make it clear that he, Stalin, believed that Kamina had really been guilty of the conspiracy of which he was charged and to which he had confessed. Kotkin overlooks evidence that Kamina was guilty. Kotkin has also omitted an important section from this same letter to Kaganovich. Second, from Reingold's confessions it is clear that Kamina, through his wife Glebova, was feeling out the French ambassador Alphand concerning possible relations of the French government with a future government of the Trotskyite Zinovyevite bloc. Obviously, Glebova is well informed about all this sordid material. We must bring Glebova to Moscow and submit her to a series of meticulous interrogations. She might reveal many interesting things. This passage is strong evidence that Stalin did not know in advance what Reingold was going to confess at the trial and was drawing conclusions based on those confessions at the time. In other words, Stalin was trying to figure out what was really going on. Once again, that means that Stalin had not stage-managed Kamina's confession. Oleg Klevniuk, the Russian editor of this collection, an anti-communist historian to whom the practice of objectivity is completely foreign, appears to have realized this and tried to twist Stalin's words into an attempt at fabrication. Cyrillic, number 763. Stalin I Kaganovich, 620. One of the ciphers, see document number 763, shows how Stalin supervised the fabrication of such cases. In this telegram, Stalin not only orders Kaganovich to interrogate the already arrested wife of Kamina, but directly lists what testimony should be extracted from her, about Kamina's connections with Western ambassadors in Moscow and Western diplomats' awareness of plans for plotting and killing the leaders of the CPSU. Klevniuk is lying or, perhaps, deluding himself, and his readers. We know and Klevniuk and Kotkin must know too that Glebova was not framed. Instead, she was let off, temporarily, with the help of NKVD conspirators. Here, quoted from a volume that Kotkin cites elsewhere, though not here, is NKVD man D.M. Dmitriev's confession concerning this event. I remember the following cases. 1. The case of Tatyana Kameneva. She was the wife of L.E. Kamina. We had information that Tatyana Kameneva, on instructions from L.B. Kamina, went to the French ambassador in Moscow Lfand with a proposal to set up a meeting with L.B. Kamina for counter-revolutionary discussions concerning help by the French government to underground Trotskyites inside the USSR. Ian Chertok interrogated Tatyana Kameneva and steered away from this accusation, making it possible for her to avoid testimony about this fact during the investigation. 12. Rather than evidence that Stalin was fabricating confessions, this is strong evidence that he was not doing so. On the contrary, conspirators within the NKVD were deceiving Stalin in cooperation with the bloc, including Kamina's wife. Since this is good evidence that Stalin was not fabricating these trials, it is logical that Khlevniuk and Kotkin withhold it from their readers. But it is dishonest for them to do so. Shame on Stalin for not violating Soviet law. Kotkin. Stalin supervised the trial from afar, sternly instructing Kaganovich that the sentences had to mention Trotsky and Sedov. This carries enormous significance for Europe, both for the bourgeoisie and for the workers. 118. A few hours after the court had adjourned on August 24, Ulrich, at 2:30 a.m., pronounced the defendants guilty and condemned all but one to death. Later that day, the regime staged a grand aviation display at Moscow's Tusinsky Aerodrome, glory to Stalinist aviation and the Stalinist Falcons. Planes flew difficult maneuvers. Parachutists dropped from the sky. The enemy's schemes, a teacher in the Institute of World Economy and International Relations recorded in his diary, cannot stop our enormous successes. 119. Kamina and the others wrote appeals for mercy in the pre-dawn hours. Only one defendant expressly refused to do so. Perhaps, as would be rumored, Stalin had promised them their lives in exchange for public confessions to crimes they had not committed. 120 But well before the end of the 72-hour period for appeals specified in Soviet law, Kamina, Zinoviev, and the rest were executed in the cellars. 121 Yezhov retrieved the bullet casings as souvenirs. 333. Note 118, 985 Stalin forbade mention of the fact that there would be no appeal. These words are superfluous and would give a bad impression. Khlevniuk etal, Stalin I Kaganovich, 642, Rgaspi, F 558, OP 11, D 93, L 62-4, 13. 13. This document is also online at http://istmat.info/node/36926. Stalin did write this concerning the appeals. But either he changed his mind, or he was overruled. According to Kotkin, he was still only first among equals at this point. Because, as Kotkin's text recognizes, appeals were in fact permitted. The appeals of Kamina, Smirnov IN, Zinoviev, and Lai, Nathan L. have been published. Izvestia, September 2, 1992, p. 3. All repeated their confessions of guilt in the strongest terms, while also asking for clemency. Note 120, 985. Eduard Goltsman wrote a note that he would not seek clemency. Fokaganov, Lenin, 276, citing Ambrov, Archive No. R33833, T41, L256. This passage in Fokaganov reads: All of the 16 condemned men, except one, wrote begging for mercy. The exception was Eduard Solomonovic Goltsman, 11th on the list, who wrote a note declaring that he would positively not ask for mercy. 95. This is true. A note about Goltsman's refusal to appeal is in the Fokaganov papers. But Fokaganov fabricates as badly as Kotkin. On the same page Fokaganov wrote: Both Kamina and Zinoviev still cherished some hope. Stalin had indeed promised to spare their lives if they would make a full confession and repent. They had not realized that everything had been predetermined. Fokaganov is lying here. There is no evidence to support this claim that Stalin had promised to spare their lives for a confession. As with Kotkin and all those who adhere to the anti-Stalin paradigm a priori and in defiance of all the evidence, Fokaganov has to try to explain why the accused confessed if, as the anti-Stalin paradigm demands, they were all innocent. Never trust Fokaganov. Fokaganov's historical works are dishonest. Archgetty has written: We can judge them, Russian scholars, it seems to me, according to two criteria: how well are they able to communicate significant historical information and interpretation despite prescribed controls, and how good is their research? In this admittedly idiosyncratic definition, I think Fokoganov fails on both counts. First, his writing, both in the Soviet era and the post-Soviet time, faithfully mimics, without nuance or Aesopian message, exactly what his employers want to hear. Others manage to do otherwise. Second, because of my interest in similar topics, I have had occasion to check and verify several of Fokoganov's more important archival footnotes in his Triumphi Tragedia. I can report that a substantial number of them do not refer to the documents they purport to cite, even by the most generous paraphrase. Often, his notes cite documents wholly unrelated to the matter at hand. Some of this, of course, can be explained by innocent mistake or clerical accident, of which we are all guilty at one time or another. Some of it can be explained by the fact that Fokoganov himself almost never darkened the door of an archive. In good Soviet style, he headed a team of hungry but, to us, anonymous juniors who actually did the research, selected the documents, and presented them to the Mandarin for approval. I have it, first-hand, that he worked this way. But even with these caveats, there can be no excuse, to take only one example, for citing Stalin's order to torture prisoners to a stenogram of Zhdanov's speech on elections. Such examples are legion. 14. 14H Russia List, September 26, 1998. This assessment of Fokoganov's scholarship is as accessible to Kotkin as it is to me or to anyone. Note 121, 985. But well before the end of the 72-hour period for appeals specified in Soviet law, Kamina, Zinoviev, and the rest were executed in the cellars. Yet another falsehood. The trial ended on the evening of August 23. 72 hours were indeed permitted for appeals. But each of the 4 appeals we now have is dated August 24, 1936. That means that the defendants had appealed within about 24 hours. Therefore, far from being broken, the law was adhered to. But it is evidently important to Kotkin to claim that Stalin violated Soviet law, so he falsifies this issue. For some reason Kotkin claims that Yezhov retrieved the bullet casings as souvenirs. This statement is not accurate, the reality was far more gruesome. Iagata retrieved the bullets themselves, extracted from the skulls of the executed men. See the following article. Cyrillic. Point 15. The bullets which had killed the 2 prominent Bolsheviks, were kept as a kind of souvenir by the chief of the NKVD, Genrik Iagata. When, after a year and a half, his turn came to the firing squad, the bullets moved to his successor Nikolai Yezhov, who was shot, in turn, 2 years later. One would think that this macabre bit of information would help Kotkin make the trial and execution look bad. It seems that incompetence alone can explain this omission by Kotkin. Chapter 6. Second Moscow Trial. We now have overwhelming documentary evidence that the defendants in the Second Moscow Trial were guilty, and that Leon Trotsky did indeed conspire with the Nazis and the Japanese militarists against the USSR. Kotkin has this evidence too. But Kotkin's readers will not learn about it. Kotkin conceals it from them in order to argue, without evidence of any kind, that the trial was a frame-up. We have already examined this quotation of Larina's in Chapter 3. Stalin had Bukharin summoned to a confrontation Note 1 with Radek and Pyatakov, who were delivered from prison. Bukharin told his wife that Radek had denounced him as a spy and terrorist with whom he had plotted Stalin's murder, and that Pyatakov resembled a skeleton with its teeth knocked out. 345. 370. Note 345, 990 Larina, this I cannot forget. 312. One confrontation is short for face-to-face confrontation, a right accorded prisoners to confront and question their accusers. Kotkin does not inform his readers of this. There was no joint confrontation with both Radek and Pyatakov, they were separate confrontations more than a month apart. The transcript of the confrontation with Pyatakov has been published. In it, Pyatakov fully confessed his guilt at this confrontation. According to Larina, Bukharin told her that Orджonikidze wanted to hit Pyatakov. Small wonder. Pyatakov had been his trusted zam, second in command in the Commissariat of Heavy Industry. There is a great deal of evidence against Pyatakov. For a discussion of it, including non-Soviet evidence that is surely well known to Kotkin, see Trotsky's Amalgams, especially Chapter 8. We also have Sergo Ordzhonikidze's speech of February 5, 1937, to leading members of the Commissariat of Heavy Industry, where Pyatakov had been his assistant. It is clear from this speech that Ordzhonikidze believed Pyatakov guilty. Getty and Naumov 292-294. Cyrillic, 1-2. Point 2. You think that if I had as my first deputy a man like Pyatakov, who had worked in industry for the past 15 years, who had tremendous connections with all sorts of people, you think that this person couldn't possibly sneak one or two of his people in. But sneak them he did. Some of them were found out, others were not. You have, after all, heard of their tactics. Who among you has raised the question of finding out how things are going on in your chief directorate? You think that a Rekorvreditelj is someone who walks around with a revolver in his pocket, someone who hides in some dark corner somewhere, waiting for his victim? Who could imagine that Pyatakov could be a saboteur, and yet he turned out to be a saboteur, and, more still, a fine talker? He told how he did it. 2. The Russian version of Ordzhonikidze's speech was not available when Getty and Naumov wrote in the late 90s. It was finally published in 2011 and is now online at http://istmat.info/node 48634. Ordzhonikidze went on to explain how he had Tatarsky, someone whom Pyatakov had named, expelled from the party. 3. Ordzhonikidze further explained how the party had reprimanded him for expelling Tatarsky on these grounds, presumably, without a party hearing or trial. 3. In the published transcript of the January 1937 Moscow trial, Tatarsky is named by Rateikik, another of the defendants, not by Pyatakov. 1937 trial 420, Pyatakov must have named him in an interrogation not made public. Bukharin confirmed that Pyatakov had confessed his guilt to Ordzhonikidze. Bukharin did not tell Larina that he thought Pyatakov was lying. If he had done so, Larina would certainly have said so. Begging the question again, torture. Kotkin. On January 23, 1937, a second trial in Moscow of a parallel anti-Soviet Trotskyite center opened, like the first, in the October Hall, after Stalin had hand-edited the charges. 348. 10 of the 17 defendants worked in Ordzhonikidze's heavy industry commissariat. 349. And here I stand before you in filth, crushed by my own crimes, Pyatakov publicly confessed, bereft of everything through my own fault, a man who has lost his party, who has no friends, who has lost his family, who has lost his very self. Yezhov had personally forced his erstwhile drinking buddy, in 33 days of torture, to capitulate to accusations of Trotskyism and plotting with Germany. 350. Yezhov was finally named to the highest rank, General Commissar of State Security. 351. Radek, in court, delivered a tour de force fabricated history of Trotskyism. His features, an American correspondent observed, seemed curiously out of focus, his teeth charred and uneven, his eyes very much alive behind thick glasses. 352. Soviet newspapers and radio afforded wire-to-wire coverage, accompanied by orchestrated meetings at factories and farms. Why such a great fuss over the trial? Feuchtwanger would ask Dimitrov. Incomprehensible. An atmosphere has been created of extreme unrest among the population, mutual suspicion, denunciations, and so forth. Trotskyism has been killed. Why such a campaign? 353. 373. Note 348, 990 Kostov etal, Lubyanka, Stalin I Glavno Upravelnye, 9-19, APRF, F3, OP24, D269, L 38-58, 80. Stalin added literally only a few words to this draft indictment, reproduced on page 19 of the Kostov volume. Note, 350, 990 Report of Court Proceedings, 54, O tak nazywajmym paralelnym antisowetskim Trotskyistom Center, 30-50. This is a phony footnote that conceals another of Kotkin's falsification. It contains no evidence for any of the statements Kotkin makes here. Specifically, it contains no evidence for Kotkin's claim that Pyatakov, or anyone else, was tortured at all, much less for 33 days. No such evidence exists. Nor is there any evidence that Radek's story of Trotskyism was fabricated. Indeed, Kotkin never bothers to tell us what he means by this. In his testimony at the January 1937 Moscow trial, Karl Radek had ridiculed the notion of torture. Radek, when I found myself in the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, the chief examining official realized at once why I would not talk. He said to me, "You are not a baby. Here you have 15 people testifying against you. You cannot get out of it, and as a sensible man you cannot think of doing so. If you do not want to testify, it can only be because you want to gain time and look it over more closely. Very well, study it." For 2.5 months I tormented the examining official. The question has been raised here whether we were tormented while under investigation. I must say that it was not I who was tormented, but I who tormented the examining officials and compelled them to perform a lot of useless work. 1937 Trial 549, 4. For a more detailed discussion of this question, see Trotsky's Amalgams 450-451. Anyone who reads the transcript of the Radek-Pyatakov trial can see that it would be hard to imagine anyone cooler under pressure than Radek. Better hide it from the kiddies. The text that Kotkin cites, O tak nazywajmym, is the official Gorbachev-era attempt to discredit the trial. The only reference to torture in this document is this. Cyrillic. 1938 R. 40. The entire system of interrogations was designed for the moral, psychological, and physical exhaustion of suspects. This was testified in 1938 by the former Deputy People's Commissar of the USSR, MP. Frenovsky. In particular, he showed that the persons who conducted the investigation in the case of the so-called parallel anti-Soviet Trotskyist centers started interrogations, as a rule, with the use of physical measures of influence, which continued until the persons under investigation had agreed to give the confessions of those who were forcing them. This is an admission that there is no evidence of torture in this case. But it is of interest to us anyway, as it contains an instructive falsification in this case, another example of bias by omission by Kotkin. For in the confession dated not in 1938, but in April, 1939, which shows how carelessly Gorbachev's rehabilitation materials were compiled, Frenovsky confirmed the guilt of Pyatakov, Lifshitz, and the other defendants in this trial. At one of these meetings during horseback riding, Lifshitz said to me, "I heard about you from Evdokimuov. Frankly, I did not suspect that you were also with us. Good for you." I began to speak with Lifshitz, "And how about you?" He answered, "Evdokimuov has already told you that I am doing work." I asked him again, "Are you doing important work?" He said that he was doing important work. He had contact with the conspiratorial center through Pyatakov, had a large number of people. I had that conversation with Diribus, and Diribus was interested, in the main, in the names of the people who had already been repressed and the people who were mentioned in the investigative materials. I told him about Lifshitz and Pyatakov, who were on the point of being exposed. 5. Frenovsky's confession statement was not published until 2006. The Gorbachev-era text cited by Kotkin, O tak nazywajmym, was published in 1989, at a time when no one could compare the false claim in it with what Frenovsky actually said. Here we have very strong evidence of Pyatakov's guilt. Kotkin knows this. He cites texts from this volume many times. As we will see in future chapters, Kotkin cites this very document, Frenovsky's confession statement, many times. But Kotkin simply refuses to tell his readers what Frenovsky said. Presumably because Frenovsky's confession demolishes Kotkin's notion that the Moscow trials were ups of innocent men. We now have a great many interrogations and confessions by the defendants at this trial and by others who implicate them, in Volume 2 of the 2013 collection Politburo I left Trotsky. We will examine them in a future volume of our ongoing Trotsky research. Kotkin ignores all this evidence too. Of course. This evidence dismantles Kotkin's fable about the supposed frame-up of the Moscow trials. Better hide this evidence. Notes 351 and 352 contain no evidence relevant to the trial. 5 to the People's Commissar for Internal Affairs of the Union of Soviet SOC. Republic's Commissar of State Security, First Degree Beria LP. From the arrested suspect Frenovsky MP. Statement. Lubyanka 1939–1946, 33–50. Quotations are on page 39 and 41. English translation at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde/ferg/research/fridaynovskyang.html. Arguing from incredulity again. Kotkin. Feuchtwanger found the allegations preposterous. And yet the oppositionists had organized a conspiratorial meeting, in summer 1932, at Zinoviev's dacha, where expelled party members of the Leningrad opposition had discussed reviving their old links to Trotsky. A message from Trotsky to join forces had been carried into the Soviet Union. Stalin was also correct that the NKVD, then the OGPU, had missed these contacts, which was evidently part of the basis for his statement, in the September 1936 dismissal of Yagoda, that the NKVD was 4 years behind. 354. Of course, this was a pathetic block incapable of consequential action. Smirnov, a supposed organizer of the conspiracy to murder Kirov in 1934, had been in prison since 1933. 355. But the meeting was not an invention. The terror charges, too, contain the minutest kernel of truth. 371–2. This paragraph contains some interesting falsehoods. For one thing, Feuchtwanger did not find the trial preposterous at all. He only thought that the charges of Trotsky's collaboration with Germany and Japan were weakly supported. Here is the passage from Dimitrov's diary, cited in Kotkin's note 353. February 2, 1937. Feuchtwanger to see me, Comintern. On the trial. 1. Diversionary actions, espionage, terror proved. 2. Also proved, that Trotsky inspired and directed. 3. Trotsky's agreement with Hess 124 and the Japanese is based only on the confessions of the defendants. No evidence whatsoever. 4. The fact that Radek and Sokolnikov were not sentenced to be shot will be exploited abroad as evidence that they furnished such testimony deliberately in order to save their lives. 5. The abuse hurled at the defendants leaves a disturbing impression. They are enemies, deserving of destruction. But they did not act out of personal interest, and they should not to have called them scoundrels, cowards, reptiles, etc. 6. Why such a great fuss over the trial? Incomprehensible. An atmosphere has been created of extreme unrest among the population, mutual suspicion, denunciations, and so forth. Trotskyism has been killed. Why such a campaign? Dimitrov, 51. Feuchtwanger found the principal charges credible but complained that the only evidence of Trotsky's conspiracy with the Germans, Hess, Hitler's deputy in the Nazi Party, and the Japanese was based on confessions. Trotsky's conspiracy with Hitler's Germany. But Feuchtwanger was in error. He did not ask himself what other kind of evidence could possibly exist. What did he expect? A letter about the conspiracy signed by Hess and Trotsky themselves? There is a great deal of evidence, from various sources, that Trotsky was indeed in conspiracy with Germany and Japan to defeat the USSR in a war. 6 We will present a lot more evidence of Trotsky's conspiracy with Germany in the third volume of our study of Trotsky's activities. 6 See FURR, Trotsky's collaboration. The fact that Feuchtwanger, or anyone else, does not believe the charges is not evidence that the charges were false. Such reasoning is called the argument from incredulity, sometimes called the fallacy of personal incredulity. 7 It applies to Kotkin, too. Kotkin rejects, i.e., refuses to believe the charges against the defendants in this and the other trials. But he has no evidence whatsoever that these charges were false. And it is evidence, not whatever Kotkin, or anybody else, believes, that is decisive. The block did function. Kotkin. Of course, this was a pathetic block incapable of consequential action. Smirnov, a supposed organizer of the conspiracy to murder Kirov in 1934, had been in prison since 1933. This is false. In Trotsky's amalgams we have cited and discussed evidence that the bloc continued to function at the Suzdal political isolator, prison with especially good conditions, where Smirnov was confined. FURR, Trotsky's amalgam 72, 74. In 2017 yet more evidence of vigorous political activity by prisoners from the opposition was discovered hidden at the political isolator at Verkhnuralsk. 8 Here we can just refer the reader to the confession statement by Mikhail Frenovsky cited above, and its online English translation which Kotkin ignores. 8 See historic discovery of left opposition manuscripts from the early 1930s. August 27, 2018. At http://www.wsws.org/n/article/n/articles/2018/left-a27.html There are a number of articles about this discovery on the Russian language internet. Nor was Smirnov accused of organizing the conspiracy to murder Kirov in 1934, as Kotkin falsely claims. Smirnov was accused of being a leader of the bloc, and members of the bloc who were not in prison organized Kirov's murder. Smirnov specifically denied having had anything to do with terrorist, assassination, activities, though he admitted that he was an organizer of the bloc that did carry out such actions. He was, however, accused of a more active role by his admitted co-conspirators. Vyshinsky, was the center organized on the basis of terrorism? Smirnov, yes. Vyshinsky, were you a member of that center? Smirnov, yes, I was. Vyshinsky, consequently, those instructions were meant for you too? Smirnov, yes, they were communicated to me. Vyshinsky, they were not only communicated through you but were also instructions for you? Smirnov, they were forwarded as instructions. Vyshinsky, did you accept them? Smirnov, yes. Vyshinsky, how can you maintain, then, that Trotsky, from whom these instructions originated, was not an authority for you? Smirnov, I listened to those instructions and communicated them to the center. The center accepted them, but I took no part in its work. First Moscow Trial, 83. Remove Stalin. Kotkin. After a decree had rescinded Trotsky's Soviet citizenship, he had written a spirited open letter to the Central Executive Committee of the Soviet, which had nominal jurisdiction over citizenship, asserting that Stalin has led us to a cul-de-sac. It is necessary, at last, to carry out Lenin's last insistent advice, remove Stalin. 356. Trotsky had not written remove by assassination, but how else could it be done? 357. 371-2. Note 356, 990 Trotsky, et Kryopis ma. This should be et Kryopis mogf. Trotsky's words are, Ubrat Stalina. Ubrat was the word used by all the conspirators. 9 Kotkin is correct to suggest that it meant kill because there was no other way. At the second Moscow trial of January, 1937, Radek said that he understood that Trotsky meant Stalin should be killed, though Trotsky never used a word like kill. Note 357, 990, the NKVD agent Zborovsky managed to report that, on January 22, Trotsky's son Lev Sedov had told him apropos of the accusations, "Now there is no longer vacillation, Stalin should be killed." Fokoganov, Trotsky, 2, 197, citing Archivino OGPU NKVD, F 31660, D 9067, T1, L 98. Although, in an article, October 1933, Trotsky had written that the only way to compel the bureaucracy to hand over power to the proletariat is by force, in a subsequent article on the Kirov murder he wrote that assassinating Stalin would accomplish nothing, because he would just be replaced by one of those Kaganoviches. Klasovaya priroda Sovetskogo gosidarstva, problemy chetvertago internationala, Byuletin oppositii, No 36-7, October 1933 1-12, at 9-10, Trotsky, Stalinskaya Byurokrataya Yubayistvo Kirova, Fokoganov, Triumph I Tragedia, 11/I, 270. For a thorough discussion of Sedov's statement to Zborovsky, see Trotsky's Amalgams 292 ff, Trotsky and Terror. There we demonstrate that this and other statements by Sedov constitute strong evidence that Trotsky and his son were lying when they were assuring the world that they opposed assassinating Stalin and others. Of course they would deny it, whether or not they were actually planning assassination. Conspiracy necessarily involves lying. Therefore, their denials mean nothing. We have much evidence that Trotsky counted on using force against Stalin and his supporters. But Trotsky could not say so publicly. Chapter 7. Spanish Civil War. Why not some new falsehoods? Has Kotkin actually researched this topic himself? If he has, why does he repeat old falsehoods, mainly from Cold War-era anti-communist research? The primary sources available today, many available for decades, prove that Kotkin's claims of nefarious actions by the Soviets in Spain are false down to the last one. Kotkin relates how Andrunin, formerly a secretary, political advisor, of Trotsky's, became a leader of the POUM, Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, in Spain, publicly broke with Trotsky and Trotsky, also publicly, with him, and that Trotsky's position was that there should be a full-bore anti-capitalist revolution in Spain. This latter position meant opposition to the Spanish Republic, a bourgeois democratic regime, and with Soviet policy, which was to support such governments in order to gain as large a united front against fascism as possible. 1. In Stalin's worldview, Nin's hoary link to Trotsky alone rendered the POUM Trotskyite. 345. 1. The Soviets wanted a popular front government willing to work with them. But they did not want to scare off the anti-communist capitalist powers France, the UK, and the USA. The Soviets knew that, unless the blockade against the Spanish Republic by these powers was dropped, the Republic was doomed. Also, the Soviets and the Spanish Communists were realistic. They realized that no Bolshevik-type communist revolution was possible with Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy arrayed against the Republic. As we saw in Chapter 4, we have good reason to think that Nin's and Trotsky's supposed break scare quotes deliberate here was a cover for continued collaboration, just as Radek, Pyatakov, and many other Trotskyists admitted. The Soviets certainly must have assumed that. Given the materials that he claims he has read, Kotkin must know it too. There was also the POUM's independence, criticizing the Stalinist line while claiming the mantle of Marxism. Some members of the POUM, moreover, openly admired Trotsky, and some of its officials discussed inviting him to take up residence in Barcelona. Sometimes fabricated nightmares have a way of coming true. 345. Here Kotkin wants it both ways. On the one hand, Kotkin insists that the POUM was not really Trotskyist. This is evidently what he means by Stalin's fabricated nightmare and by ignoring Nin's, Erwin Wolf's, and Landau's ties to Trotsky. But on the other hand, Kotkin concedes that POUM acted like a Trotskyist party would be expected to act. Kotkin. Throughout Europe, significant doubts reverberated among leftist intellectuals about the alleged treason of the executed Bolshevik revolutionaries, but in Republic Spain, the POUM's La Battaglia was almost the only newspaper to detail, let alone condemn, the Moscow Showcase trial, labeling the Soviet Union a bureaucratic regime of poisonous dictatorship. Tit for tat, the lead editorial in the September 1936 issue of the Communist International, issued in multiple European languages, condemned the POUM as fascist agents masquerading as leftists, with ties to Trotsky, Kamina, Zinoviev, Franco, Mussolini, Hitler. 184, 343 to 344. Here too Kotkin shows that POUM used Trotsky's own terminology to condemn the first Moscow trial, thus tacitly conceding that POUM acted as though it were a Trotskyist party. Note 184, 986, Dimitrov, Zashkishet Podlik Terroristov, number 14, 3-6, number 15, 17-8. In the same issue, Paul Miratogliati presented Stalin's retrospective criminalization of long-ago factional activity as an act to defend democracy, peace, socialism, and the revolution. Ercole, Uroki Procesa, 37, 43. The Moscow trial has had a catastrophic effect and has dreadfully compromised the policy of the Popular Front, the Austrian Marxist Rudolf Hilferding had lamented in August 1936. McDermott and Agnew, Comintern, 156. This is all wrong. What's more, Kotkin knows it. Mikhail Frenovsky, Yezhov's second-in-command, stated in April 1939 that the Moscow trial's defendants really were guilty. At the time of the trial of Zinoviev, Kamina and others, when the testimony about Bukharin was published in the press, Evdokimov was in Moscow. He became very upset and in a conversation with me, said, "The devil only knows how he will be able to extract himself from this whole affair. I just don't understand Yagoda at all, what he is doing, why he is broadening the circle of persons for repression, or maybe the nerves of these people are weak, they will give out. But it could have been possible to direct the course of the investigation in such a manner as to leave oneself safe in any case." Frenovsky, 40, 2. Frenovsky's statement to Beria is online in English translation at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/FURG/research/fridaynovskyang.html. We return to it in a later chapter. Today we have a great deal of evidence that Zinoviev, Kamina, et.al. were guilty. Their factional activity was not of long ago and had by no means ended. Kotkin knows about this evidence too. There has never been any evidence that any of the Moscow trials, only the first Moscow trial is at question now, were frame ups, the defendants innocent, tortured, threatened, or otherwise forced or cajoled to make false confessions. Point 3. This is the bottom line reason that Kotkin has recourse to unsupported statements, the defendants were tortured, etc. Lies and unsupported fact claims as though this is so obvious that no evidence is needed are his only resort. Ironically enough, since all the evidence we now have supports the hypothesis that the Moscow trial's defendants were indeed guilty and Trotsky really was collaborating with the Nazis and Japanese, it turns out that Togliatti's statement that the first Moscow trial was an act to defend democracy, peace, socialism, and the revolution was true. Anti-Trotskyism really was anti-fascism, even though few Trotskyists outside the USSR knew it. 3. See FURR, Trotsky's Amalgams chapters 1-12, FURR, Moscow Trials. Communist Massacres. Kotkin discusses the Paracuelos massacre of nationalist supporters in 1936 and then describes it as the worst of the many massacres in the Republic's zone perpetrated by leading Spanish communists and their Soviet advisors, Gorev, Orlov, and Koltsov. 238, 351, Paul Preston, whose book Kotkin footnotes at this point, gives the figures of nationalist victims as somewhere between 2,200 and 2,500. Note 238, 978 Preston, last Stalinist, 70-88. The men killed were in fact fascists. They were General Mala's, that is, Francisco Franco's fifth column. But Kotkin is bluffing again. He does not identify a single one of what he calls the many massacres. Preston says nothing about many massacres either, nor about any involvement in these or in any massacres by Gorev or Koltsov. In fact, the Paracuelos massacre is the only such massacre by the Republicans. Kotkin's utter lack of objectivity. If a historian were to claim that the 1967 My Lai massacre of 500 to 600 Vietnamese civilians, a real atrocity that included rape, murder and the use of children for target practice, was just the worst of many massacres by America's soldiers, many or most other historians and readers would cry foul and demand, "Where's your evidence for these many other massacres?" And, obviously, they would be correct to do so, for same here. Kotkin should give evidence for this claim, instead of relying on his readers' anti-communism to let him skate by with the kind of utterly unsupported allegation of many massacres that would never be tolerated if the charge had been made against American soldiers. For in fact there is reliable evidence for many other massacres by American soldiers in Vietnam. There is no such evidence for many massacres by communists in the SCW. The Barcelona May Days Revolt. Kotkin. Koltsov also wrote how Trotsky was supposedly giving directives to the POUM and how the POUM had restructured in the usual Trotskyite fashion in order to engage in terrorism, provocations, raids, and murders. 364-5. In reality we know that Trotsky was indeed giving directives to the POUM, and Kotkin has to know it too. Trotsky's secretary Erwin Wolf went to Spain as the emissary of the International Secretariat of the FURR International, Trotsky's organization, and therefore as Trotsky's own emissary. Other Trotskyists, like Andrew Nin and Kurt Landau, continued to act consistently with Trotsky's ideas. As we explained in Chapter 4, the Soviets would naturally have assumed that their break with Trotsky was phony, as both Pyatakov and Radek, and later Christian Rakovsky, testified that their public breaks with Trotsky had been, and as Andrew Nin himself had said that all such retractions were. Erwin Wolf had not even pretended to break with Trotsky. He had come straight from Trotsky in Norway to Spain with only a brief stopover in Belgium and France. 5 According to Trotskyist historian Pierre Brouet, whose works Kotkin cites, Trotsky's supporters reported to him in 1936 that most POUM militants in Barcelona were in fact Trotskyists. 6 No wonder Trotsky dispatched an emissary, Wolf. The Barcelona May Days uprising was an attempt at an anarchist Trotskyist seizure of power in Catalonia in the midst of the war. On May 5 the insurgents even declared a provisional government. The Spanish Communists and Soviet NKVD would certainly have understood the presence of leading Trotskyists like Wolf and Landau as additional evidence that the May Days uprising had been planned in advance. It is significant that neither Wolf nor Landau was arrested and disappeared until long after the May Days uprising. 5 There his partner, Hjordis Knudsen, joined him. She was the daughter of Konrad Knudsen, the Norwegian politician at whose house Trotsky was staying. 6 Brouet, La Mission de Wolf en Espagny. Kayaz Leon Trotsky 10, June, 1982, 77. What Koltsov really wrote. Kotkin. Koltsov, accused the POUM Trotskyites of attracting only riffraff and scum. 319. Tens of thousands of workers and people's militias who were sacrificing their lives to save the Republic were cowards and fascist hirelings. 364-5. Note 319, 989 Koltsov, Agentura Trotskistov v Ispanii. See also Ispansky Dnevnik, Novy Mir, No. 4, 1938-5, January 21, 1937. Yet another false statement by Kotkin, though you'd never know it unless you checked Koltsov's articles, all in Russian, and how many of Kotkin's readers are going to do that? Koltsov wrote that all the scum flocked to Trotsky, not that all of the POUM fighters were scum. Cyrillic. Wherever the vile hand of Trotsky is stretched it sows lies, betrayals and murder. Everything sinister, criminal, all scum, all the human scum flies to his call for vile thuggish acts. Koltsov, Agentura Trotkistov Vilspanii, Pravda, December 14, 1936. In his January 21, 1937 article in Ispansky Dnevnik, Spanish Diary, Koltsov draws a clear distinction between Nin and a few other persons in the POUM leadership, and everybody else. 7 Koltsov wrote this before Radek's dramatic disclosure, during the second Moscow trial of January, 1937, that Trotskyists were indeed active in Spain, and before the Barcelona May Days revolt, which was nothing if not a stab in the back against the Spanish Republic. 7 http://military.lib.ru/db/koltsovi_me/07.html. POUM was a Trotskyist front. Kotkin. Meanwhile, the January 1937 editorial of the Communist International, written in Stalin's signature style of questions and answers, pointedly noted that the Spanish Trotskyists conduct themselves like the advanced guard of the notorious Fifth Column of Franco insurgents. Is it possible to support the heroic struggle of the Spanish popular masses without fighting against the traitorous Trotskyite band? No, it is impossible. 334. La Battala, the POUM's organ, responded that Stalin is destroying, without looking back, everything that opposes him. Stalin maintains his incontestable power with terror. 335. 368. Note 335. ABPRF, F05, OP17, D49, P131, L59-60, La Battala, January 21, 1937. Orlov seems to have pushed in January 1937 for approval for an armed uprising in the nationalist rear, in Spanish Morocco, but the Spanish Republican government did not support the idea, wary of overly antagonizing France given the proximity to French Morocco. Costello and Tsarev, Deadly Illusions, 274, 467 and 21, citing AS for file 17679, I-54. Orlov finally became official NKVD station chief in Spain in late February 1937. Here the POUM paper La Battala was writing about the second Moscow trial, the Trotskyist trial, which began on January 21, 1937. Today we have much more evidence that the conspiracies to which the Trotskyists in this trial confessed were real conspiracies. Of course, this evidence is also available to Kotkin. But he never tells his readers about it. Articles like this one and many others from the POUM newspaper would have been taken by the Soviets as proof that POUM was a Trotskyist front. And it turns out that the editors of the Comintern journal were correct. POUM leaders, including Kurt Landau, had tried to organize in Barcelona a conference of anti-Soviet forces to discuss the overthrow of the Spanish Republican government, culminating in the May Days revolt. Meanwhile, in article after article, the POUM newspaper echoed Trotsky's attacks on Stalin and the USSR. Nin was in the POUM leadership, Wolf was an advisor to POUM, and Landau was one of its activist propagandists. Fascists prepared Barcelona revolt. Kotkin. Later, Franco would boast that his agents had provoked the Barcelona anarchist uprising so as to disorganize the Republic's rear. No doubt his agents did try. 408. But Kotkin fails to cite the evidence that the fascists had provoked the uprising. According to General Wilhelm Voepel, Hitler's ambassador to Spain, Franco himself claimed that agents of his were also involved in instigating the anarchists to revolt. As for the disorders in Barcelona, Franco informed me that the street fighting had been started by his agents. As Nicolas Franco further told me, they had in all some 13 agents in Barcelona. One of these had given the information a considerable time ago that the tension between the anarchists and communists was so great in Barcelona that he would guarantee to cause fighting to break out there. Actually, the agent had succeeded, within a few days of receiving such instructions, in having street shootings started by 3 or 4 persons, and this had then produced the desired result. 8. The ambassador in Spain to the Foreign Ministry. May 11, 1937. Documents on German Foreign Policy 1918 to 1945. Series D, 1937 to 1945. Volume 3. Germany and the Spanish Civil War 1936 to 1939. London, His Majesty's Stationery Office, 1951, number 254, 286. Kotkin also never mentions the most important fact that the Nazis themselves were also involved in planning the May Days revolt. Here is a part of the 1942 accusation by a Nazi court against Haro Schulze-Boysen, a Soviet spy in the Nazi Luftwaffe. At the beginning of 1938, an error for 1937 GF, during the Spanish Civil War, the accused learned in his official capacity that a rebellion against the local Red government in the territory of Barcelona was being prepared with the cooperation of the German Secret Service. This information, together with that of Politz, was transmitted by him to the Soviet-Russian embassy in Paris. 9. Norbert Hasse, Das Reichskriegsgericht und der Widerstand gegen die Nationalsozialistische Herrschaft. Berlin, Druckerei Justizvollzugsanstalt, 1993, 105. Either Kotkin knows about this evidence and hides it from his readers, or he does not know about it. In the first case, he is being dishonest, lying by omission. In the second case, he is incompetent to write about this topic at all. The NKVD did not instigate Kotkin. The NKVD, too, had infiltrated the POUM to instigate an attempted seizure of power as a pretext to crush it. 183, 408. Note 183, 995. Sharapov, Naum 57. This is another phony citation by Kotkin, for Sharapov does not say that the NKVD were trying to instigate anything. Here is what he writes. Cyrillic 1936. Since December 1936, NKVD agents introduced into the POUM had been reporting preparations by the POUmists and anarchists of an armed uprising in Barcelona. Reported substantially, not instigated. Nazi agents infiltrated Trotskyists. Sharapov goes on to cite Schulze-Boysen's intelligence that German agents had penetrated Trotskyist circles in Barcelona in order to foment a putsch. Cyrillic 1937. 1938. In the beginning of 1937, the Berlin Residency of the Foreign, division of the NKVD received an anonymous message, as it later turned out, from an employee of the German Ministry of Aviation, Haro Schulze-Boysen, one of the future leaders of the illegal residence of the NKVD in Germany, the Red Orchestra, that German agents had infiltrated the Trotskyist circles in Barcelona with the intention in the near future to organize a coup. Also, terrorist attacks against activists of the Communist Party and the Young Communist League of Spain were being prepared by the POUmists. In this way, the well-known Catalan communist Antonio Ses was killed. Later, in February 1938, Leon Narvik, a captain of the International Brigades, a communist and Orlov's agent in the POUM, a native of Russia, was killed. Kotkin knows about this after all. He cites Sharapov's book, but he conceals it from his readers. Grigorevic's activities. Kotkin. Grigorevic also liquidated Trotskyists 193. 409 to 10. Note 193, 995. Andrew and Mitrokhin Archive, 114. Later, Grigorevic would be one of many tapped to assassinate Trotsky in Mexico. Pseudoplatov, Special Tasks, 193, v. Madrid I. A. Rukovodil Grupoi, Grigorevic Interview, Primakov, Okerke, 3, 148-54. More phony citations by Kotkin. There is nothing about this on page 114 of Mitrokhin archive, which deals with World War II. On page 87 the book breezily claims that Grigorevich had taken a leading role in liquidating Trotskyists during the Spanish Civil War. But it cites no evidence, or even names. It's not evidence. In the interview cited by Kotkin, Grigorevich himself did not claim to have liquidated Trotskyists. For the Primakov citation, see the next section. What death squad? Kotkin. Grigorevich had arrived in Barcelona with his death squad on May 3, 1937.194, 409-10. Note 194, 995 Primakov, Okerke, 3, 153. With Orlov, Grigorevich participated in the kidnapping and murder of Nin. Yet another falsehood by Kotkin. Here is the text from Primakov 3, 153. Cyrillic 1937 R. 21. 310 R. An important milestone in the Spanish biography of Max Grigorevich's code name is the part in the suppression of the armed mutiny in Barcelona in May 1937. The parties of the anarchists and the Trotskyists, POUM, which had their own military formations, withdrew their units from the front, brought them to Barcelona, and on May 2 tried to seize power. Already on May 3, Max, as part of a special squad of 10 Seguridad workers, arrived in Barcelona. Before them were the following tasks: immediately stop the bloodshed, and locate and, if possible, arrest the rebel leaders and commanders of the rebel military units. In part, this was done on the first day, and finally on the next, with the support of the incoming reinforcements. So this passage in Primakov, 3, 153, concerns how Grigorevich helped to suppress the anarchist Trotskyist, POUM, May Day's uprising in Barcelona. There is nothing here about any death squad and nothing about any involvement of Grigorevich in the kidnapping and murder of Nin. 10. In fact, there is some testimony that Grigorevich was involved in the Nin affair, but Kotkin doesn't cite it. See Boris Volodarsky, Stalin's agent. The Life and Death of Alexander Orlov. Oxford University Press, 2015, 285 ff. Nin not tortured. Kotkin. After Nin was arrested, Orlov's thugs kidnapped him from Spanish prison and took him to a secret place of confinement maintained by the NKVD at Alcalá de Henares, the birthplace of Cervantes. There, they tortured him to get him to confess he was a fascist agent. With much of the POUM leadership awaiting trial, such testimony was thought necessary to persuade the public to support death sentences. Nin refused to confess to treason, Trotskyism, or other crimes. He was executed in secret by Grigorevich's death squad on the Alcalá de Henares highway and buried there. 196, 410. Note 196, 995 Sharapov, Namaidangan, 53. See also Costello and Tsarev, Deadly Illusions, 291-2. That the NKVD kidnapped, interrogated, and then killed Nin is not in doubt. Their reasons were clear. Nin had been a leader of a stab-in-the-back revolt against the Republican government, in the midst of a war against the fascists. Moreover, through Schultz poison the NKVD knew that the Nazi Secret Service was involved in the revolt. The Soviets either knew or suspected that Nin was still an emissary of Trotsky's, as Erwin Wolf certainly was. They knew that Trotsky was in league with the Germans. The Soviets knew too that Landau and Wolf were working with the POUM leadership, which included Nin as a leading member. What is in question here is whether Nin was tortured as Kotkin claimed. Here Kotkin is repeating fascist disinformation. He has no evidence that Nin was tortured because there is none. Paul Preston, the most objective historian of these matters and one cited by Kotkin, says that Nin was not tortured. Before being transferred to Alcalá de Henares, Nin was questioned in Madrid 4 times by Jacinto Rosell as secretary of the Brigada Especial on 18, 19, twice, and June 21. Nothing about Rosel's questions or Nin's answers in the transcript signed by Nin and published by the POUM itself suggests anything other than a legally conducted interrogation without torture. The often unreliable Jesus Hernandez claimed that Nin was tortured and interrogated by Orlov and others for several days, in an effort to make him sign a confession of his links with the fifth column. This is highly unlikely. A confession was needed as the basis for a trial and, for that, Nin would have to be seen to be in good physical shape and testify that he had not been tortured. 11. Preston, Spanish Holocaust, 411. Neither Sharapov, Naumaitangan, nor Costello and Tsarev mention torture. Moreover, neither claim that Grigalevic had any role in Nin's kidnapping or in his murder. Costello and Tsarev do not mention Grigalevic's name at all. This is simply more disinformation foisted upon Kotkin's readers. Chapter 8. Third Moscow Trial. Kotkin butchers and falsifies his account of the Third Moscow Trial of March 2 to 15, 1938, much as he has the first two, by the omission of important evidence and outright fabrication. We begin with a flagrant and indicative example of omission, and then a blatant falsehood. Bukharin and Jules Humbert draws Kotkin's bias by omission. In footnote 13 on page 912, Kotkin writes the following. Jules Humbert draws, the Swiss communist who met Bukharin in early 1929, later claimed that Bukharin mentioned getting rid of Stalin. Humbert draws, Memoirs, 356, 379-80. Humbert draws' name does not appear in Kotkin's index. Presumably only names that occur in the text of the book, not in the footnotes, are indexed. So unless you carefully read every page of this monster book, 909 pages of text plus 159 page of triple column footnotes in tiny type, you will never see this reference. This gives Kotkin the scope for more dishonesty, not that he needs it. For Bukharin did not, as Kotkin delicately puts it, mention getting rid of Stalin. What Bukharin told his friend Humbert draws is that he and his followers had decided to murder Stalin. Bukharin me dit aussi chu ils avaient décidé d'utiliser la terreur individuelle pour essayer de barrasser de Stalin. 1. Bukharin also told me that they had decided to use individual terror equals assassination in order to rid themselves of Stalin. 1 Jules Humbert draws. De Lenin à Stalin, Dix ans au service de l'Internationale communiste, 1921-1931. Neuchâtel, Editions de la Baconière, 1971, p. 379. Use individual terror means kill. Humbert draws published these memoirs in Switzerland in 1971. He was long out of the Comintern and under no pressure from the Soviets. Moreover, this passage occupies only a few lines in a memoir of more than 500 pages. Bukharin's words to his friend Humbert draws expose as dishonest his letter to Stalin of December 10, 1937, his testimony during the Third Moscow Trial, and his two appeals for clemency. Although Bukharin claimed that he had completely disarmed, confessed and repented all his crimes, he still concealed the fact that he had been planning to kill Stalin as early as 1929. We, the scholarly world, now possess a great deal of evidence not only about Bukharin's activities in the clandestine terrorist opposition bloc, but about his specific crimes. These primary documents and this research are as available to Kotkin as they are to everyone else. One must assume that Kotkin knows about them and decided not to inform his readers about them. That would constitute deliberate deception. 2. e.g. Vladimir Bobrov and Grover FURR, Nikolai Bukharin's first statement of confession in the Lubyanka. Cultural Logic 2007, https://ojs.library.ubc.ca/index.php/c logic/article/view/1917445/1888745, Grover FURR and Vladimir L. Bobrov. Stephen Cohen's biography of Bukharin, a study in the falsehood of Khrushchev-era revelations. Cultural Logic, 2010, at https://ojs.library.ubc.ca/index.php/c logic/article/view/1915331/1888643. Humbert Droz's revelation makes nonsense of Kotkin's claim here. Stalin charged Bukharin and his allies with deviation from the party line. Thus did the dictator fashion for himself and the regime a new high-profile internal foe. 10, 11-12. Note 10, 912, is to a very old book, Robert Tucker, Stalin as Revolutionary, A Terrible Psychohistory. But Tucker was one of Kotkin's mentors, so Kotkin gives him a few undeserved citations. As we've seen above, Kotkin is aware that Bukharin was plotting to murder Stalin as early as 1929 or even earlier, but suppresses this, as he does on page 58. Stalin's persecution of his friend Bukharin in 1929-30 revealed new depths of malice, as well as self-pity. 361-3. 3 Note 361 p. 922 records Trotsky's much later claim that Kamenev had warned him in 1926 that Stalin might kill him. Kotkin concedes that Kamenev never confirmed that publicly, and Trotsky had said nothing about it at the time. The Ryutin platform was really the Bukharin platform. Kotkin. Stalin constantly urged more public trials. That included Martymyan Ryutin, author of the devastating FURR internal condemnation of forced collectivization and Stalin's dictatorship. The Ryutin platform had come up at the Second Moscow trial in late January 1937, but it had not been a central aspect. 253 Whereas Ryutin had been the actual implacable opponent and Bukharin had never joined a party opposition, Bukharin was the preeminent symbol. 254, 477. 4. I pass over Kotkin's description of this document as devastating. In fact, the intellectual poverty of this long, rambling document, shown by its relentless personal attack on Stalin and the paucity of realistic political program, demonstrates the bankruptcy of the opposition. For an English translation by an admirer of Ryutin, see Sobhanlal D. Gupta, ed., The Ryutin Platform, Kolkata, Sari Bayan, 2010. Kotkin refers to the Ryutin, or Ryutin, platform about a dozen times in this book. But he never informs the reader that, as has long been known, Ryutin did not write this document at all. It was really written by Bukharin and Alexei Rykov, the main defendants at the Third Moscow trial, along with two others, Mikhail Tomsky and Nikolai Uglanov. We can be sure that Kotkin knows this because he cites the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume of documents numerous times. In it, in the interrogation of Valentin Astrov, a student and follower of Bukharin's, we read: Cyrillic. R. Lubyanka 1937-1938, 36. The Ryutin platform in essence was not a document by Ryutin, but by the Center of the Rights. Slepkov spoke about the content of this platform and, in particular, said that it contains the demand for the use of all means of struggle against Stalin's leadership, including terror. He also said that the main authors of this platform are Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky and Uglanov, and that in the organization it is agreed, in the event of the failure of this platform, to declare it a private matter of separate right groups, namely the Ryutin group. In this same document, Astrov also testifies about Bukharin's leadership of an opposition group. Bukharin admitted this during the Third Moscow trial. Bukharin. Perfectly true is the assertion made by the accused Ivanov to the effect that I kept him informed of the stand of the Right Center, from the Ryutin platform to the latest stands, of which the court is fairly well informed. 128. Bukharin. The fixation of the question about insurrectionary organizations that was approved by the Right Center was first indicated in what is called the Ryutin platform. 132. Rykov. As regards lines of principle, the so-called Ryutin program was characteristic of the period 1930-33. This Ryutin program was discussed twice in 1932 at Tomsky's summer residence with my participation. In addition to myself, there were present at the first meeting Bukharin and Tomsky and a number of other persons, among them Vasily Schmidt and Uglanov. Vyshinsky, was Bukharin there? Rykov, Bukharin was at the first meeting, when the original theses were drawn up. 162. Rykov. The platform was called after Ryatin, because it was published by supporters of the rights, the Ryatin Group, from Uglanov's Moscow organization. During the investigation instituted in connection with this platform, this group took the whole responsibility upon itself. This had been decided on beforehand, so that we ourselves should not be called to account for the platform. We managed to do this thanks to the fact that Yagoda was at the head of the OGPU. Vyshinsky, so Yagoda shielded you. Rykov, and to make it easier to do this, the program itself contained a phrase which expressed a certain sense of aloofness from Bukharin, Tomsky and myself. It said something to the effect that these three were waste steam. This was done from motives of double dealing. 163. Bukharin, I reported to the court in your presence that actually the orientation on terrorism, strictly speaking, was already contained in the Ryatin platform. 377. This evidence makes clear the fact that there was no small Ryutin group, the words Kotkin uses when describing Trotsky's agreement to form a bloc with the rights and other oppositionists, see Chapter 3, above. Kotkin certainly knows this. But he hides it all from his readers. In doing so he falsifies the whole issue. Kotkin quotes from the Ryutin platform on page 70 as well. As elsewhere he attributes it to Ryutin, though he surely knows that it was not written by him but by Bukharin and others. Why? Apparently because Kotkin thinks it necessary to continue to claim that Bukharin had never been in any opposition group. We can be sure about Astrov's testimony about Bukharin's leading role in the right opposition and co-authorship of the Ryutin platform because Astrov lived until 1993, and published 2 articles about these events, one of them published even after the end of the USSR. Astrov had the opportunity to retract his statements about Bukharin. But he never did so. 5. See the detailed discussion of Astrov and his testimony in FURR, Moscow Trials 41 ff, and Trotsky's Amalgams 40, 64 ff. A series of falsifications. Kotkin. On March 2, 1938, the third Moscow trial finally commenced, like the first 2, in the October Hall of the House of Trade Unions, in front of nearly 200 spectators, including the usual hand-picked foreign journalists and diplomats. It lasted 18 sittings. A total of 21 defendants, 9 of whom had sat in the Central Committee, were in the dock. 3 were doctors of the Kremlin medical staff. Stalin had edited Chief Procurator Vyshinsky's script. Vyshinsky would also edit the transcript, removing remarks exculpating the accused and discussions of the law by the defense lawyers. The accused had spent long hours memorizing their testimony. Bukharin, Krestinsky, Rykov, Christian Rakovsky, staunch Bolsheviks, confessed that they had plotted to assassinate Lenin and Stalin since 1918, had murdered Kirov, Mazinsky, Kuibyshev, Gorky's son Maxim, had conspired with Nazi Germany, Japan, and Great Britain to partition the Soviet Union, hand over territory, Ukraine, Belorussia, and abolish collective farms. 255 Yezhov had falsely promised at least some defendants their lives in exchange for self-incrimination. 256 NKVD interrogators sat in the first row, a reminder that reinterrogation could take place between sessions. 257 Krestinsky had been beaten horribly, according to the head of the Lefortovo prison's hygiene department. His entire back was a wound. 258. Still, on the first day, Krestinsky repudiated his confession and pleaded not guilty, causing a sensation. That night he was reinterrogated. He had a wife and children, and on the second day he nodded his assent when asked if he was guilty. 259 It is now clear why there are interruptions of supplies here and there, why, with our riches and abundance of products, there is a shortage first of one thing, then of another, Vyshinsky thundered. It is these traitors who are responsible for it. 260. 478. Kotkin squeezes a long series of falsifications into this one paragraph. We distinguish among them above by alternating underlining and boldface. Falsehood number 1, there is no evidence whatsoever that the accused had spent long hours memorizing their testimony. This is a complete fabrication on Kotkin's part, invented out of thin air without even a phony footnote. Bukharin, Krestinsky, Rykov, Christian Rakovsky staunch Bolsheviks confessed that they had plotted to assassinate Lenin and Stalin since 1918. Falsehood number 2, only Bukharin was accused of plotting to assassinate Lenin and Stalin. Even he was charged not since 1918 but in 1918. Trial, p. 29, see Bukharin's testimony on pages 127 ff, 377 ff. Some left socialist revolutionaries testified that his plot had been genuine. Bukharin denied that he had plotted to assassinate Lenin and Stalin, but he agreed that he had been part of 2 plans to arrest but not kill Lenin. Stephen Cohen, Bukharin's biographer, put it his way. When opponents of the triumvirate pointedly compared current norms with the free discussions during the Brest controversy, Bukharin tried to discredit the earlier period by disclosing that Lenin's arrest had been discussed by left communists and left socialist revolutionaries in 1918. Cohen, Bukharin, 156 and 112, p. 420, 112. Pravda, January 3, 1924, p. 5. Kotkin confessed that they had murdered Kirov, Mazinsky, Kuibyshev, Gorky, Gorky's son Maxim, had conspired with Nazi Germany, Japan, and Great Britain to partition the Soviet Union, hand over territory, Ukraine, Belorussia, and abolish collective farms. Falsehood number 3, only Iagada confessed to being a party to these murders. Krestinsky confessed to working with Tukhachevsky and the other military commanders to help defeat the USSR in a war with Germany. Rakovsky confessed to spying for Britain and Japan. Rykov confessed to being part of the right Trotskyite bloc. Moreover, by 1938 none of these men were staunch Bolsheviks any longer. Kotkin knows this, of course. More false claims. Here are some details about Kotkin's phony documentation. All these notes are on page 1006 of Kotkin's text. Note 255, the indictment was presented for an international audience by Yaroslavsky, meaning of the Soviet trials. The defendants' biographies had been rewritten to make them descendants of capitalists and priests. Falsehood number 4, even this trivial factoid is a fabrication. None of the defendants are described this way either in the trial transcript or in Yaroslavsky's booklet. Note 256, on Yagoda's attempt to negotiate for his life, see the Prison Snitches Report, Vinogradov, Genrik Yagoda, 233-5, TSAFSB, F3, OP5, D318, L113-4, V. Kirshon. Lie number 5, Vinogradov, Genrik Yagoda 233-5 is VM. Kirshon's report on Yagoda in prison. But there is nothing here about any attempt to negotiate for his life. Nor does Yagoda claim that he was innocent. On the contrary, Yagoda affirms his guilt. Note 257, Conquest, Reassessment, 341-98, McLean, Escape to Adventure, 59-83, Hideller, Yezhov Scenario, 34-55. Falsehood number 6, the Conquest and McLean pages are simply their whole chapters on the 1938 trial. Only Hideller, 48, claims that NKVD interrogators sat in the first row of seats. But he cites no evidence that they did so. Note 258, Sokolov, N. Krestinsky, 120-42, Trud, May 26, 1988. Falsehood number 7, there is nothing in Sokolov, N. Krestinsky, about any beating. Sokolov merely says, one may only guess what kind of working up he suffered, what physical and moral torments he had to endure. 142. Trud was the national trade union newspaper of the USSR. As Sokolov's article is from 1989, I assume he would have cited the Trud 1988 article if it had contained any evidence that Krestinsky had been tortured. And since when is a trade union newspaper article evidence? See below for the proof that the story of Krestinsky's beating is a lie. No. 259. 259 Conquest, Reassessment, 352, Popov, Byli Ostayas Communisticum, 244-51. Falsehood number 8, this lie is more interesting. Conquest is able to cite only rumors. Popov, however, says the following. Cyrillic. 1956. Translation. The methods of restoring such stubborn people are now well known. Here is the testimony of the former head of the medical section of the Lefortovo prison of the NKVD USSR Rosenblum, given to them in 1956. Krestinsky, from interrogation, was brought to our hospital in an unconscious state. He was severely beaten, the whole back was a complete wound, there was not a single uninjured place on it. It is not difficult to imagine how the executioners tried, knocking out from Krestinsky, in the literal sense of the word. A painful false confession. This is reaffirmed, without quotation, on in RKEB 2, 463, the Khrushchev-era reinstatement of Krestinsky's party membership. Cyrillic. It turned out that the testimony about his hostile activities was obtained from Krestinsky by cruel tortures, which was confirmed by the physician of the Lefortovo prison, Comrade Rosenblum A.A. This is hearsay, without any documentation. Moreover, it cannot be true. Between March, 1954, and December, 1958, Ivan Sarav was Khrushchev's head of the KGB. Sarav's letter about the Third Moscow trial, dated July 7, 1956, knows nothing about any beating of Krestinsky after he had retracted his confession on the first day of the trial. 6 Sarav quotes NKVD man Aronson, who quoted NKVD man Nikolov saying that they had put Rakovsky together with Krestinsky, and Rakovsky had convinced Krestinsky to confess. 855. 6 Sarav's report is published in Proces Bukharina. 1938 G. Spornik Dokumentov, Moscow, MDF, 2013, 852-858. It is online at several sites, including at http://istmat.info/node/46740. Obviously, if Krestinsky had been beaten, the NKVD men would know they would have done it. Sarav would have put this much more dramatic accusation in his report if he had known about it. But he knew nothing about it. And Sarav would have known about it if it had happened. Therefore, the story about the beating of Krestinsky is a fabrication. Kotkin knew, or should have known, about this too. In conclusion, Kotkin's account of the Third Moscow trial is false in every respect. We have a great deal of evidence today that the defendants in all three Moscow trials were guilty of at least those crimes to which they confessed. Chapter 9. Tukhachevsky Affair. Today we have a great deal of evidence that Marshal Mikhail Tukhachevsky and the 7 other high-ranking military commanders who were tried, convicted, and executed with him on June 11 to 12, 1937, were guilty, as charged, of conspiracy with the Nazis and Japanese, and with Leon Trotsky, to defeat the Soviet Union in a war. Indeed, we have so much evidence that a single volume with appropriate commentary could not hold all of it. My Moscow colleague, Vladimir L. Bobrov, and I are planning such a volume of documents plus commentary to set forth this evidence. But the official viewpoint, the only one acceptable in academic, political, and public discussion because the only one consistent with the anti-Stalin paradigm, ASP, is that Tukhachevsky and all the rest were innocent, victims of a frame-up by Stalin for reasons unknown. In order to sustain this viewpoint, all the evidence must be either dismissed as faked in some way or simply ignored. Kotkin chooses the latter strategy, he ignores the evidence. In addition, Kotkin has recourse to argument by scare quote. He puts scare quotes around words like confession when they contradict the ASP. But he has no evidence to refute them. Let the reader not be fooled. Argument by scare quote is the refuge of those who refuse to question their own preconceived ideas and biases but have no evidence to support those biases. No honest, competent historian falls back on this tawdry, deceptive insult to the reader's intelligence. Has Kotkin ever seriously researched the Tchékevsky affair and related military purges? I doubt it, because of the many erroneous references he makes. We will point out some of them below. Kotkin. Failing that, he Artuzov wrote to Yezhov on January 25 that NKVD foreign intelligence possessed information from foreign sources, dating back many years but never forwarded to higher UPS, revealing a Trotskyite organization in the Red Army. Sensationally, the documents linked Marshal Tchékevsky to foreign powers. 377. Note 3, 991 Lebedev, M. Tchékevsky I Voeno Fashistki Zagovor, 7-20, 255, Voenyi Archivy Rossii, 111, Kostov, Deatelnost Organov, 188-9. Here and elsewhere Lebedev is the journal Voeno-Istorический Archiv, Vypusk, issue, 2, 1997. This is the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission. It has been published several times in a number of different places. We shall point out below that Kotkin cites the same text but in different printed editions, as though he were citing different sources, though in reality they are all the same source. For example, Voenyi Archivy Rossii, 111, is the same document and the same passage. Why quote them both? To give readers the false impression that they are different sources that confirm each other? Dishonest, but what other reason could there be? There is nothing about any of this in Kostov, Deatelnost Organov, 188-9. This is Kostov's doctoral dissertation, available at Yale. Pages 188-9 do not mention Tchékevsky at all. This is a phony reference. Kotkin. Artuzov knew full well how such compromising materials had been planted in Europe in order to make their way back to Moscow. In the 1920s he had helped lead just such an operation, the Trust. Point 4, 377. Note 4, 991 Mlechin, KGB, 162-3. Mlechin does suggest that Artuzov, who had directed the Trust disinformation operation in the 1920s, had framed Tchékevsky. But Mlechin cites no evidence whatever. Naturally, Kotkin's readers will not know this. So this is yet another phony footnote. It is dishonest of Kotkin to cite Mlechin's unsupported speculation as though it were evidence. The veracity of one person's unsupported opinion, Kotkin's, in this case is not confirmed by the equally unsupported opinion of one, or of any number, of other persons, in this case, Mlechin. No evidence of fabrication. Kotkin. Now, to these fabricated documents he appended a list of 34 Trotskyites in military intelligence. His cynical efforts at ingratiation and revenge would not save his own life, but Artuzov had guessed right about Stalin's intentions. Point 5. Note 5, 991 Radek at his public trial on January 24, 1937, had mentioned Tchékevsky's name as a co-conspirator. Radek then tried to retract, but the deed had been done. Report of Court Proceedings, 105, 146. After the first Moscow trial, Werner von Tippelskirch, a German military attaché in Moscow, had reported to Berlin, September 28, 1936, the speculation about a pending trial of Red Army commanders. Eriksson, Soviet High Command, 427, citing serial 6487/E486016-120, Report A/2037. Yet another phony footnote. There is nothing about Stalin's intentions in these works, nor could there be. Kotkin is channeling the spirit of the long-dead Stalin. Nor is there any evidence that these documents were fabricated, as Kotkin claims. Not only none in the works he refers to, but there is no such evidence anywhere. Nor is there any evidence that Artuzov planted these documents. As for the list of 34 Trotskyists, note the argument by scare quote. This is in all of the editions of the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission, since all are identical. In Lebedev, Voennoistorический Archiv, 1997, it is on pages 11 to 12. Cyrillic 25 1937, 34. 26 1937. Artuzov sent a note to Yezhov on January 25, 1937, in which he reported to him about the agent's reports on the military party that had previously existed in the OGPU. To his note Artuzov appended a list of former employees of the Razveduk intelligence, who took an active part in Trotskyism, 34 people in the list. On a note by Artuzov, Yezhov wrote on January 26, 1937. Comrades Kursky and Lplovsky. It is necessary to take into account this material. Undoubtedly, a Trotskyite organization exists in the army. This is also evident, in particular, from the Tangle case, not fully investigated. Maybe there's a clue here too. Claptrap. Look in the mirror. Kotkin. Explanations for Stalin's rampage through his own officer corps have ranged from his unquenchable thirst for power to the existence of an actual conspiracy. 6 Nearly every dictator lusts for power, and in this case there was no military conspiracy. 377. Note 6, 991 Wallenberg, Red Army, 224, Eriksson, Soviet High Command, 465, Conquest, Great Terror, Reassessment, 201-35, Ulam, Stalin, 457-8, Tucker, Stalin in Power, Fokoganov, Stalin, Triumph and Tragedy. Assertions of a real plot go back to the time and have persisted. Durante, USSR, 222, Davies, Mission to Moscow, I, 111. The claptrap persists, Prudnikova and Kolpakidai, Dvoynoy Zagovor. This is true nonsense. By definition, there can be no evidence that there was no military conspiracy, so Kotkin cannot possibly know this. Even if there were no evidence of a conspiracy, that would not prove that no conspiracy had existed, for the point of a conspiracy is to leave no evidence. The most any historian could say is, we have no evidence that such a conspiracy existed. But Kotkin can't say this. Not honestly, anyway. For in the case of the Tukhachevsky affair there is an enormous amount of evidence that the conspiracy existed. Moreover, we have no evidence that this evidence was faked. Kotkin is no one to accuse others of claptrap. Here is a passage from Davies' Mission to Moscow concerning what Davies learned from the head of the Russian desk at the German Foreign Office. Had an extended conference with the head of the Russian desk at the German Foreign Office. To my surprise he stated that my views as to the stability of internal Russian political conditions and the security of the Stalin regime would bear investigation. My information, he thought, was all wrong. Stalin was not firmly entrenched. He stated that I probably would find that there was much revolutionary activity there which might shortly break out into the open. 17. There's much other evidence along these lines. Kotkin does not mention this passage. He does cite another one, from Davies' letter of June 28, 1937, to Sumner Wells. The best judgment seems to believe that in all probability there was a definite conspiracy in the making looking to a coup d'état by the army, not necessarily anti-Stalin, but anti-political and anti-party, and that Stalin struck with characteristic speed, boldness, and strength. Note that the passage Kotkin omits contains evidence that the Germans expected a revolt against the Stalin government, while the one he cites contains no such evidence. Again, no evidence. Kotkin. Out of approximately 144,000 officers, some 33,000 were removed in 1937–38, and Stalin ordered or incited the irreversible arrest of around 9,500 and the execution of perhaps 7,000 of them. 14, 378. Note 14, 991 Rees, Stalin's reluctant soldiers, 134–46. From 1937 to 1938, 34,501 Red Army officers, Air Force officers, and military political personnel were discharged, either because of expulsion from the party or arrest. 11,596 would be reinstated by 1940. As Voroshilov noted, some 47,000 officers had been discharged in the years following the Civil War, almost half of them, 22,000, in the years 1934–36, around 10,000 of these discharged were arrested. Few were higher UPS, however. Confusingly, sometimes the totals include the Red Air Force, and sometimes not. Na Kanun Vojna, Dokumenti 1935–1940 GG, 188, Souvenirov, Tragedia RKKA, 137. In 1939, when Stalin turned off the pandemonium, 73 Red Army personnel would be arrested. The bottom line, Kotkin offers no evidence for his claim that perhaps 7,000 officers were executed. Rees's 1996 book is far too old for the flood of Soviet documents available since then. A well-known study by Gerasimov, one published in 1999, states, in 1937 11,034 persons were subjected to repression, or 8% of the listed size of the command staff officers GF, in 1938 4,523 persons, or 2.5%. At the same time, a shortage of command staff in these years reached 34,000 and 39,000, respectively, i.e. the proportion of repressed of the shortage in the command staff was 32% and 11%. 3. By repressed persons the author refers to command personnel dismissed from the Red Army for ties with conspirators, arrested and not restored later to the army. Gerasimov states that a total of 11034 plus 4523 equals 15,557 officers were repressed, not executed. 1 Gi. Gerasimov, Diest Vitelno Viliani Represii 1937–1938 GG. Na Officerski Korpus RKKA. The actual influence of the repressions of 1937–1938 on the officer corps of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Rossiyski Istorический Journal 1, 1999. This important article is online in several places, including at http://www.hrono.ru/stati/2001/rkk_repar.html. Gerasimov references Mel Tiukhov's article from Otechestvenaya Istoria 5, 1997, 109–121. In that article Mel Tiukhov notes that there is insufficient evidence for any definite conclusion. That was also the situation 3 or more years earlier, when Rees researched his article. Cyrillic. 8090RR. 118. An in-depth study of these issues is hindered by an insufficiently wide source base. Despite the rather stormy discussion of this problem in the late 1980s and early 1990s, the introduction of documents into scientific circulation was not as significant as one would expect. The documents that did appear, although they specified certain issues, did not allow a comprehensive study of this problem. As a result, disagreement over the main issues of this topic remains. Did Stalin tutor Yezhov? Kotkin. In the little corner, the despot tutored Yezhov on portraying a conspiracy with a shadow government, ready to take over, Yagoda as head of the Council of People's Commissars, Tykhaevsky as defense commissar, Bukharin as general secretary of the party. 397, next note is 123. Note 123, Kostov, Razhvatay Sovetskih organov Gosударственной безопасности, 362, citing TSAFSB, F3, OP45, D29, L246. Peterson would be shot on August 21, 1937. This is a phony footnote. There is nothing in Kostov whatever about Stalin tutoring Yezhov. Evidently Kotkin invented this. As for Peterson, he had been the commandant of the Kremlin Guard, a crucial position for those plotting any coup d'état. There is a great deal of evidence available against Peterson. For example, N.S. Cheryshev cites a lot of it in his book Komendantei Kremlia, Commanders of the Kremlin. Cheryshev proceeds from the assumption that all the officers were innocent. However, as a military historian, Cheryshev had access to a great many documents that no other scholar could see, and he often quotes extensively from them. He does so in Peterson's case, and the evidence he cites strongly supports Peterson's guilt. Kotkin cites this very book by Cheryshev. But he never mentions any of this evidence, and never returns to Peterson. The Areo telegram. Kotkin. Also in April 1937, the NKVD intercepted and photographed a communication from the Japanese military attaché in Warsaw to the General Staff in Tokyo. NKVD foreign intelligence could not read the Japanese and had to go to Lefortovo prison for assistance from R.N. Kim, a Soviet counterintelligence agent on Japan who had been arrested as a foreign spy. The document was composed in the hand of the Japanese attaché's aide, handwriting well known to Kim, and conveyed that contact had been established with an emissary of Marshal Takaevsky. This secret message for Tokyo had been sent not by ciphered telegram but by diplomatic pouch, which traveled from Poland to Japan through the Soviet Union. Japanese intelligence appears to have intended the secret document to be intercepted. 180. 407. Note 180. Lebedev, M. Takaevsky Ivo Eno Fascistki Zagovor, 30-3. Stalin could have had the information delivered into the hands of the Japanese in Warsaw, in order to have it leaked back through foreign channels, perhaps to persuade Voroshilov. Once again, Lebedev is Voeno Istorический Archiv, Vypusк 2, 1997. This is a rare journal, available at only a few research libraries. I happen to have a copy. So, very few of Kotkin's readers will know that this is the same Spravka of the Shvernik Commission, completed not later than July 26, 1964. The Spravka is available in RKEB 2, 753 ff. This volume is available at many more libraries, and therefore this, rather than previous versions in hard-to-find journals, is the usual source cited for this document. Asterisk: the Spravka has long been available online at http://perpetrator2004.narod.ru/documents/tukhachevsky/tukhachevsky_report.rar. Asterisk: it was also long available online at the Russia Wiki source page, at http://ru.wikisource.org/wiki/. Asterisk: as of 2017, it has been taken down. But it is still available in the Internet Archive, at https://web.archive.org/web/201353/http://ru.wiki/ru.wiki/. https://web.archive.org/web/201030601724/http://ru.wiki/ru.wiki/. Asterisk: I have now put it online at http://msu-web.montclair.edu/FURR/research/sbravk.pdf. The Spravka has never been translated into English. For a number of years an edition of the Shvernik Report was said to be under preparation at the Yale University Press Annals of Communism page. This project has apparently been abandoned. No wonder. The report exposes the desperation Khrushchev's men felt when they were tasked to come up with evidence that the Tkhachevsky affair defendants were innocent but failed to find any such evidence. Not only were they unable to do what Khrushchev and co assigned them to do, but they came up with evidence, such as this Areo telegram, that the Tkhachevsky affair commanders were in fact guilty. No wonder the Spravka was never published under Khrushchev. A quarter century later Gorbachev's men used it, without attribution. It was not published until the USSR was no more. Kotkin's notion that Stalin set up the Areo telegram simply shows how desperate he is to explain away any evidence that points to Tkhachevsky's guilt in this case, guilt of conspiring with the Japanese. We have a good deal of additional evidence that Tkhachevsky conspired with both Japan and Germany, but Kotkin ignores all of it. Did he think that there was too much of it to explain away? Concerning the Areo telegram, I refer the reader to my own detailed study in Trotsky's Amalgams, Chapter 10, 218 ff. There I study and expose the lame, transparent Khrushchev-era attempt to argue that the Areo telegram is a fake. I have done nothing clever here. Anyone who takes the trouble to study these few pages from the Spravka could see the same things I saw. But Kotkin never bothered, or, if he did, he conceals that fact from his readers. More scare quotes. Kotkin. Corps Commander Primakov, 9 months in Lefortovo, had refused to admit his guilt, but finally on May 8, 1937, he confessed and implicated others. 202, 411. Note all the scare quotes, a dead giveaway that Kotkin has no evidence. Note 202, 995 Delo o tak nativimoy antisovetskoy trotskistskoy organizacji v Krasnoy Armii, 47-8, Artazovtal, Rehabilitacja, Kak Ito Bilo, 2, 678, Alexander of Sivik, 1962, Pravda, April 29, 1988, B. Viktorov. Primakov, a Bolshevik since 1914, had served as military attaché in Afghanistan, 1927-29, and then Japan, 1930. In 1928 he had been forced to declare a break with the Trotskyists. Zdanovich, Organy, 320, citing TSAFSB, Delo R 9000, T4, L53. Kotkin is using argument by scare quotes in the hope of covering up the fact that he has no evidence that Primakov's confession is false. In reality, we have no reason to doubt Primakov's confession. Here are Primakov's words, from the source cited by Kotkin, Delo o tak nativimoy. Pages 47-8. Cyrillic 9. 1930 R. For 9 months I was in denial before the investigation in the case of the Trotskyist counter-revolutionary organization. In this denial I came to such impudence that even at the Politburo before Comrade Stalin I continued to deny and in every possible way to minimize my guilt. Comrade Stalin correctly said that Primakov is a coward. To remain in denial about such a matter is cowardice. Indeed, for my part, it was cowardice and false shame over my deception. I hereby declare that when I returned from Japan in 1930, I contacted Dritze and Schmidt, and through Dritze and Putna, Mrakovsky, and began Trotsky at work, about which I will give full testimony to the investigation. Kotkin's citation of RKEB 2, 678, is another phony reference. It contains no evidence that Primakov's confession was not genuine. As for the passage in Zdanovich, Organy, 320, it states this. Cyrillic 1933 R8. 1928 R. In August 1933, in the 8th section of the OGPU's Special Political Division, which dealt exclusively with the struggle against the opposition within the CPSU, a memorandum was prepared on V. Primakov. The SPD staff noted that in June 1928, he filed an application for a break with the opposition of a double-dealing nature, in fact continuing to keep his Trotskyite positions. This does not confirm but contradicts what Kotkin has written. No doubt Kotkin believed that no one would check. Viktorov the swindler. As for Viktorov's article in Pravda, which Kotkin cites here, since when is a newspaper article evidence? Newspapers are at best the first rough draft of history, not historiography itself. And Pravda, the official paper of the Communist Party, never made any claims to objectivity or devotion to the truth, especially since Khrushchev's day. Once again, garbage in, garbage out. Viktorov was a former prosecutor who had been involved in Khrushchev-era rehabilitations. He published many articles in historical journals and at least one book, Bez Grafa Sekretno, 1990. Kotkin cites Viktorov's book, though not here. In this book Viktorov repeats, normally without evidence of any kind, the Khrushchev-Gorbachev anti-Stalin version of events. This specific article by Viktorov, from Pravda of April 29, 1988 to be precise, from page 3 of that issue, illustrates Viktorov's dishonesty in a number of ways. 2 examples will suffice. First, Viktorov states that the transcript of the June 11, 1937 trial of Tkakhevsky and the rest is only a few pages in length. Cyrillic. The transcript consisted of just a few pages in all. Column 2, middle of column. On page 231 of Viktorov's 1990 book Bez Grafa Sekretno, without the stamp secret, we read. Cyrillic. The transcript contained just a few pages. Viktorov was lying. The transcript was declassified in May, 2018. It is 172 pages in length. So either Viktorov knew this, and lied about the number of pages to make the trial appear to be perfunctory, or Viktorov did not know how long the transcript was not allowed to see it himself and just passed along this lie to the readership. Viktorov also quotes from Frenovsky's confession statement of April 11, 1939. Therefore, he has been allowed to read it, though it was not published until 2006. But Viktorov omits Frenovsky's admissions that the defendants in the Moscow trials, plus Yezhov and he himself, were indeed conspiring against the Soviet government. So Viktorov deliberately suppressed these damning sections. Or, he was only given excerpts, but implied to his readers that he was fairly summarizing the document. But Kotkin has read the whole of Frenovsky's confession statement, and Kotkin is still concealing it from his readers. So Viktorov's article and his book are fraudulent. They are useful examples of how Gorbachev and his assistants, building upon Khrushchev's falsifications, lied wholesale about Stalin and the events of the 1930s. Gorbachev's totally dishonest version is the anti-Stalin paradigm. It is still the official version of Soviet history of the Stalin period. It's Kotkin's responsibility to know about this and to inform his readers. So why doesn't he do this? Because like Viktorov, Kotkin is retailing the anti-Stalin paradigm, not trying to discover the truth and tell it. If Viktorov's book and article are a fraud and they are, Kotkin's book is a fraud on a much bigger scale. Kotkin. Stalin received Tkakhevsky in the little corner on May 13, in the presence of Voroshilov, Molotov, Yezhov, and Kaganovich, and reassured the marshal that everything would be sorted out, mentioning a problem with Tkakhevsky's lover, Yulia Kuzmina, who supposedly was a foreign agent. 204, 411-2. No 204, 995 Voenyi Archivy Rossii, 41, Lebedev, M. and Tkakhevsky I Voeno Fascistki Zagovor, 182, N.A. Prim, 209, Viktor A. Alexandrov, Delo Tkakhevskogo. Var, 41 is once again the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission. So is Lebedev the very same document. The passage noted by Kotkin here reads. Cyrillic 13 1937. May 13, 1937, as established by the Book of Registration, Stalin personally received Marshal Tkakhevsky in the Kremlin. We have not been successful in finding in the archives any materials concerning the subject of Stalin's and Tkakhevsky's talk. Kotkin's own sources says that there is nothing about the subject of this talk. Yet Kotkin claims he can tell us what the talk was about, too. Two curious readers can find out more about Yulia Kuzmina, Tkakhevsky's lover, at Cyrillic https://ru.openlist/kaya__aoa_, 1903, and in Julia Kantor, Voina I Mir Mikla Tkakhevskogo, 315, 454 ff. As for Viktor Alexandrov's book, it was published in Paris in 1959, then in several languages, including English, Prentice Hall, 1964. The Russian edition is 1996. It has long been dismissed as a potboiler fabrication. See Paul Blackstock, Books for Idiots, False Soviet Memoirs, Russian Review 25, 3, 1966, 290 ff. Once again, no evidence of torture. Kotkin. Around this time, August Kork, head of the Frunze Military Academy, was arrested and beaten into testifying. On May 15, Boris Feldman, head of the Red Army Katters Department, was arrested, and, under severe torture, he incriminated Tkakhevsky, who the next day departed for his new posting in the rear, the city of Kuibyshev, .205, 411-12. Note 205, 995 Kostov and Samuelson, Stalin, NKVD, 115-6, TSAFSB, ASDP 4615, L 258-61, ASDN 15301, Tom 2, 37-8, Kostov ETAL, Lubyanka, Stalin IV Czech, 170-6. This is another dishonest citation. Kostov and Samuelson, 114-15, has nothing about beatings and torture, as Kotkin surely knows. Kostov and Samuelson simply claim, without any evidence, that Kork and Feldman were beaten or threatened. Cyrillic, 1415. 1920. COR. 2229. From Putna and Primakov, additional testimonies about the military conspiracy were obtained by beatings. On this basis on May 14 to 15 Kork and Feldman were arrested. On May 20 Yezhov sent the protocol of Feldman's interrogation of May 19 to Stalin, Molotov, Voroshilov, and Kaganovich. Thanks to the policy of carrot and stick, Feldman agreed to confess that there was a military Trotskyist conspiracy in the Red Army headed by Tkakhevsky. During the last week of May, from 22 to 29, Tkakhevsky, Eidman, Yakir and Yubarevich were arrested. Here Kotkin gets his references to Kostov confused. He cites Lubyanka 1922-1936, Lubyanka. Stalin IVCHKGPUO NKVD, Yanvar 1922 Dekabr 1936. Moscow, Mezdunardny Fond Demokratia, 2003. In reality, Boris Feldman's confession is in the next volume in the series edited by Kostov, Lubyanka 1937-1938, Lubyanka. Stalin I Globno Upravilnye Gosudarstvennoy Bezopasnosti NKVD, 1937-1938. Moscow, Madarik, 2004, on pages 170 to 176.3. 3. It may be read in Russian at the excellent istmat.info site, http://istmat.info/node/31075. It is interesting that Kotkin fails to mention that at note 25, p. 641, to this document, Kostov et al. Claim that Feldman and others were tortured. But they have no evidence to support that claim, and Kotkin, of course, has none either. He has invented it, covering his own falsification with phony footnotes. When in doubt, invent. As for Kostov and Samuelson's carrot and stick, do they think that police in the West do not act in this way? But the real point is this: they have no evidence even for this statement. They are lying, in the service of the anti-Stalin paradigm. Note, too, that Kotkin escalates Kostov and Samuelson's carrot and the stick not just to torture, but to severe torture. When in doubt, be creative, just make it up. And Kotkin accuses Stalin of fabricating. Artuzov's important confessions. Kotkin. On May 20, Artuzov was arrested in his office, number 201, on the second floor of Lubyanka and accused of being a rightist alongside Yagoda, as well as concealing material implicating Tkakhevsky, the very material he had forwarded to Yezhov. His interrogation protocols, which he signed with his own blood, would also assert that Yagoda had told him of widespread NKVD dissatisfaction with the Soviet leadership, whose despotism stands in crying contradiction to declarations of Soviet democracy 216. 413. Note 216, 996 Rodina, 1995, number 2, 87, Pagoni I, Lubyanka, 2, 203, Tumshis and Papchinsky, 1937, Bolshayikistka, 404-6, 445-51. Artuzov would be executed on August 21, 1937. This is a classic example of Kotkin's bias by omission. Tumshis and Papchinsky, 445-451 give the text of a letter by Artuzov to Yezhov of March, 1937, long before his arrest in May. Rodina, 1995, number 2 is Borisopolniak, Chestnyshiy Tovarish. Rastraliat, Rodina 2, 1995, 83-88. But, according to this article, Artuzov confessed completely. The article reproduces much of his confessions. This means that the Sopolniak article does, in fact, contain valuable evidence. But it is evidence that supports the real existence of the opposition conspiracy. So Kotkin neither uses it nor tells his readers that Artuzov's confessions are there. Artuzov also confessed at his trial, which guaranteed his conviction and execution. Artuzov signed what? Kotkin writes. His interrogation protocols, which he signed with his own blood. Even this is false. According to Kotkin's own source, Sopolniak's article, Artuzov left a note written in his own blood in which he denied being a German spy. Pagoni I, Lubyanka, 2, 203, is not at all a work of scholarship. It is a coffee table book by the FSB, the successor to the GPUO GPU NKVD MVD KGB. But it has great photographs and document reproductions. It even has a color photographic reproduction of this very note of Artuzov's. It is written on the back of some kind of prison receipt, Kvitanция, as the accompanying note to Vainchtok, chief of the 10th section of the GUGB of the NKVD, states point 4. For the note reads as follows, Cyrillic. 1. 2. Dot. Translation, Citizen Investigator, I cite evidence that I am not a spy. If I were a German spy, then, 1. I would not have sent to the Swiss embassy Makovsky, who received my documents. I would have kept the documents for myself. 2. I would have arranged through the Germans to get some kind of transit document to travel abroad. The arrest of Tallis would have been a signal for that. Or a document. The note is unfinished. According to the accompanying note, Artuzov got the blood from his nose. How could Kotkin have gotten this wrong? A note on a receipt instead of a signature on an interrogation transcript, protocol. Carelessness. Did he think that no one would ever bother to check? Did Kotkin even see this page? In any event, Artuzov also confessed to espionage for other foreign governments, and did not retract those confessions in this note. Artuzov's confessions are of great interest. He confirms the conspiracies by Rykov, Bukharin, and Tomsky, and that of Tkakhevsky. Artuzov's second confession is partially reproduced by Sopolniak here, and also partly reproduced in the volume Genrik I Yagoda 487-499. This last is online at http://istmat.info/node/36059. Artuzov's confessions present strong evidence that the conspiracies did exist. Kotkin does not mention this fact. Nor does he quote those parts of Artuzov's confessions. It's a measure of Kotkin's contempt for his readers that he dared to cite this article at all, since anyone who reads it will immediately see Kotkin's dishonesty. Good evidence of German spies. Kotkin. In an internal memorandum that day, addressed to Yezhov and Voroshilov, the despot ordered that all Soviet agents abroad and their handlers be rechecked, because military intelligence and its apparatus have fallen into German hands. Stalin's memo noted that from the point of view of intelligence, we cannot have friends, there are immediate enemies and potential enemies, and deemed the Czechoslovaks with whom the Soviet Union had a mutual assistance pact the enemies of our enemies, nothing more. He ordered Soviet personnel not to share intelligence secrets with Czechoslovakia or any other country, and to fully assimilate the lesson of the cooperation with the Germans, whereby Rapallo, close ties, created the illusion of friendship. The Germans have remained our enemies, and they penetrated us and implanted their network. He added, we have had enormous victories, we are stronger than all politically, we are stronger economically, but in intelligence we have been smashed. Understand, they smashed us in intelligence 219. 413-4. Note 219, 996. Stalin also underscored the need to portray Soviet spies as genuine patriots, heroes, of their country, in order to attract youth, talented people, girls, scientists to intelligence work, but warned that the enemy's strong intelligence and our weakness are a provocation to war. Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pitomets, 290-3, TSAFSB, F6, OP5, D, 25, L 208-10. See also Vinogradov, Trit IA Reform Organov Bezopasnosti, 2, 76-96, especially 93. One account has Stalin going in person, on May 22, 1937, to Military Intelligence HQ, Gorbanov, Voenaya Razvidka v 1934-1939 Godake, No 3, 57. On the consequences, see also Alexev etal, Encyclopedia Voennoy Razvidki, 508-9. Although Kotkin gets the date wrong, it was on May 21, not May 22, 1937. Gorbanov does reproduce the common quote from Stalin telling the Foreign Intelligence Service that it had been penetrated by the Germans. Stalin again elaborated on this fact in his talk on June 2, 1937, before the expanded meeting of the Military Council. This is good evidence that Stalin believed that German penetration had indeed occurred, and that he also believed the confessions of the military men when they admitted that they had spied for Germany. Stalin got to see all the evidence much more than we have now, and we now have a lot. To any objective student, this is further evidence that the military conspiracy was genuine. Yet again, no evidence of torture. Kotkin. Civil defense followed. Its head, the ethnic Latvian Roberts Idamanis, shortened to Idman, was arrested on May 22 and, under torture, incriminated 20 others. Yezhov had the interrogation protocols on Stalin's desk quickly. The despot wrote on them, all those people named by Idman in civil defense, center and periphery, immediately arrest. 220. No verification of their specific spying activities and any damage caused. 414. No 220, 996. Voenyi Arkivirosii, 44, Lebedev, M. Antikakevsky I Voenno Fashistki Zagovor, 88. See also Pankov, Conquer Idman, 103. Voroshilov had recommended promoting Idman to head of anti-aircraft, arguing that it needed someone of major authority. Whitewood, Red Army, 212, citing RGVA, F4, OP19, D18, 176. VAR, page 44, is the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission again. So is Lebedev, 188, it should be 187 to 188, yet again, the very same document. Plus, this is yet another phony footnote. Kotkin cites this document as though it offered evidence that Eidman was tortured, but it doesn't. Khrushchev's men interrogated or claimed to have done Karpysky, a former NKVD man, who testified that the Lefortovo prison was a terrifying place. But Karpysky refused to state that Eidman had been beaten or tortured. He could have done so, and Khrushchev's men would no doubt have liked him to do. Pankov is a 1965, Khrushchev-era book with no evidence whatever. During Khrushchev's time, books like this one were published about all the Tkakhevsky affair defendants, as well as about others. None of them have any evidence. Kotkin does not seem to realize that their sole value is as witness to the fact that Khrushchev would not even allow his own house historians to have access to archival evidence 5, and that they had no evidence that these men had been innocent victims of a frame-up. 5. See the discussion and reference by Petr Pospelov to a conference of historians in 1962 in FURR, Khrushchev lied 206, and note. Bloodstains on a Tkakhevsky confession? Kotkin. In the cellars on May 26, a mere 4 days after his arrest, Tkakhevsky began to sign whatever interrogators put in front of him. Zinovy Ushakov, who prided himself on obtaining confessions no other investigator could extract, mercilessly beat Tkakhevsky, whose blood dripped onto the pages of a confession to crimes he did not commit. By some accounts, Tkakhevsky's teenage daughter, Svetlana, was brought to the prison, where the interrogators told him they would rape her. 223, 414. Note 223, 996 Kantor, Voina Imir, 386-7, Svetlana Tkakhevsky's statement in Yulia Kantor, Mikhail Nikolaevich Tkakhevsky, www.pseudology.org/kernel/tukhashevsky.htm. The Central Committee, without a plenum, expelled Tkakhevsky as well as Rudzutoks from the party and handed them over to the NKVD. Kostov etal, Lubyanka, Stalin I Glavno Upravilnye, 190, APRF, F3, OP24, D304, 112, Getty and Namuov, Road to Terror, 448. Ushakov would be executed in January 1940. Kotkin is, well, let us say, being less than truthful when he states that Tkakhevsky began to sign whatever interrogators put in front of him. Here's how we know that. The Kantor article he cites at the Pseudology site is the text, without the illustrations, of an article Kantor originally published in the Russian newspaper Izvestia of February 21, 2004, pages 10 to 11. One of the illustrations in the Izvestia article is of a corner of a Tkakhevsky statement of May 26, 1937, in which he states that he headed the anti-Soviet conspiracy and which shows the so-called bloodstains. Kantor also mentions the handwriting on this statement on page 377 of her book Voina Imir Mikla Tkakhevskogo, which Kotkin cites. From the illustration we can tell that Tkakhevsky's handwriting, on the page with the supposed blood drops, is very even. As for the supposed bloodstains, if that's what they are, and if they are Tkakhevsky's, Kantor reproduced a photograph of them in her Izvestia article. I have put it online here. https://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-for g/tuck-h_confess_with_blood.jpg. I have included my own examination of this so-called evidence, titled Bloodstains on a Tkakhevsky Confession, as an appendix to the present chapter. No evidence of alleged rape threat. The same Pseudology article quotes an official of the Central Archive of the FSB, successor to the KGB MGB/MVD NKVD, that there is no documentary evidence to support the rumor about any threat to rape his daughter. Cyrillic. Tkakhevsky's daughter, Svetlana, recalled that during the investigation she, then a teenager, was brought to the arrested father and threatened with rape if he did not sign a confession. Is this true? And I hear the strictly correct answer. There is no documentary evidence supporting such an episode. Kotkin is eager to include this rumor. But he is equally eager to hide from his readers the fact that there is no evidence to support it. There is no mention of any such thing in Elena Kantor's 600-page book Vojna I mir Myklata 2004, which Kotkin cites 3 times in his book and also in his bibliography, 1090. Kantor had the cooperation of Tkaczewska's family, photographs of some of whom appear in her book. It's obvious why Kotkin includes this rumor. He is grasping at straws, looking for anything that might suggest that the confessions of Tkaczewska and the other military leaders were false, made under torture, threats to family, etc. But he can't find any such evidence, so he has to hide the truth. As for the following statement in note 223, it is yet another falsehood by Kotkin. The Central Committee, without a plenum, expelled Tkaczewska as well as Rudzutoks from the party and handed them over to the NKVD. The source and page Kotkin cites contains 2 documents, the motion by the Politburo to expel Tkaczewska and Rudzutok from party membership and to submit their cases to the NKVD, for further investigation, dated May 24, 1937, and the corresponding text of the Central Committee Plenum Resolution, dated May 25 to 26, 1937, of the resolution of the plenum of the Central Committee confirming this. The text, only partially published, of the June 1937 CC plenum states that this resolution was passed by Oprose poll, either by telephone or by telegram. 6 Elena Prudnikova. Khrushchev Tvorci Terrora. Moscow, Olma, 2007, 604 to 607. This citation is on p. 606. Begging the question of torture again. Kotkin. Even as he had the Soviet military brass tortured for being agents of fascism. 414. False. Here again Kotkin commits the logical fallacy of begging the question, assuming that which must be proven, not assumed. As we have noted several times, there is no evidence that any of the Tkaczewska affair defendants were tortured. Krivitsky as evidence. Kotkin. Germany's military attaché in Moscow, General Ernst Kostring, was sending constant updates to Berlin, as Stalin knew. In Berlin's diplomatic circles, German officials confidentially whispered how not all of their spies in the Soviet armed forces had yet been caught, egging Stalin on. 225, 414. Note 225, 996 Krivitsky, in Stalin's Secret Service, 234. Krivitsky's book was ghostwritten by professional anti-communist liar Isaac Don Levine. According to the exceptionally thorough biography of Krivitsky by the anti-communist author Gary Kern 7, Krivitsky was upset at this. On this page, however, Krivitsky reveals that one of his superiors in the intelligence service had evidence that the Germans were indeed conspiring with Tkaczewska. There is no evidence that this was false, that the Germans were egging Stalin on, as Kotkin claims. 7 Gary Kern, A Death in Washington. Walter G. Krivitsky and the Stalin Terror. Revised and Enlarged Edition. New York, Enigma Books, 2004. By now it should be clear to the reader that no conceivable evidence would ever convince Kotkin that Tkaczewska et al. Were guilty. Kotkin is simply not interested in the truth. Gaymarnik's suicide. Kotkin. On May 28 to 29, Yakir and Uberevasius were arrested. On May 30, 8 days after Gaymarnik had inscribed in favor on the post facto arrest order for Tkaczewska, he himself was dismissed. The next day he killed himself in his apartment on Bolshoy-Rzhevsky Street. 226, 414-5. Note 226, 996 Fokaganov, Triumphai Tragedia, I/2, 263, Krasnaya Zvezda, June 4, August 13, 1964. Pravda announced his suicide on June 1, 1937. There were nearly 800 suicides in the Red Army in 1937, and more than 800 the next year. Chlebny Uk, 1937 I, 207. Gaymarnik had been parroting the Stalin line, telling a party meeting in the military, March 13, 1937, for EX, comrades, the Japanese German Trotskyist agents, spies and wreckers are in a full range of our army organization, in the staffs, the institutions, the academies, the military training institutions. He repeated this in more speeches before his arrest for being the phenomenon he was warning against. Whitewood, Purge of the Red Army, 296, citing RGVA, F9, OP29, D319, L2. Gaymarnik certainly did commit suicide. But this is not evidence of innocence any more than it is of guilt. Kotkin cites Chlebny Uk, 1937 Y, 207, who writes, in the Red Army alone in 1937, according to O.F. Suvenirov, 782 cases of suicides were registered, and in 1938, excluding the Navy, 832 cases. Chlebny Uk's Note 2 reads, Cyrillic 2, 1990. 17. C73. The suicide figures are in Suvenirov Communist number 17, 1990. But Suvenirov says, Cyrillic 1937 782, 1938, 832. 73. In all, the Army registered 782 cases of suicide and attempted suicide in 1937, and in 1938, excluding the Navy, 832. 73. So there were not nearly 800 suicides in the Red Army in 1937, and more than 800 the next year, but suicides and attempted suicides. Chlebny Uk lied about what Suvenirov wrote, and Kotkin followed Chlebny Uk. 8. 8. For some reason Suvenirov omits any totals for suicides and / or attempted suicides in his much longer 1998 book Tragedia RKKA. Kotkin cites Cherushev, Udar Posvoim, elsewhere and in his bibliography, 1077, Kernel 1. But did he read it? For these figures are repeated in NS. Cherushev, Udar Posvoim, 2003, p. 179, with reference to an archival document. While Kotkin gets it wrong, Cherushev gets it right. Cyrillic / suicides and attempts at suicide. Good evidence that conspiracies existed. Kotkin. Stalin dictated, edited, and pored over the interrogation protocols, then circulated and referred to them as if they were factual. 227, 415. Note 227, 996 Minakov, Ziayat Varadam Marshalskoy Shinely, 249-358. Either this is a bluff or there is no such thing as a bluff. Minakov's book contains no evidence for Kotkin's claim that Stalin concocted false confessions and then circulated and referred to them as if they were factual. And if it did, it could hardly be spread over 110 pages. Moreover, Minakov is the author of several books in which he claims, with much evidence, that the military conspiracy did indeed exist. The main point here is this: the fact that Stalin carefully studied and annotated the transcripts of the interrogations and, in Kotkin's words, referred to them as if they were factual, is strong evidence that Stalin believed they were, indeed, factual, that is, genuine. How are Stalin's actions to be explained otherwise? When you don't know, assume. Kotkin. And yet, in the end, Lion Feuchtwanger ended up justifying the trials he knew to be falsified, on the basis of cultural snobbery. Russia was backward, and the political imperative to close ranks against fascism. 240, 418. Note 240, 996, is simply to Feuchtwanger's book. There's nothing in it about knowing the trials to be falsified because, of course, he could not possibly know this, since, a. he had no evidence that they were falsified, and, b. we know today that there is no such evidence exists. All the evidence suggests that the trials were not falsified. So how can Kotkin make such a statement? We have already discussed another Kotkin falsehood about Feuchtwanger and the trials in Chapter 6. Argument from incredulity. Kotkin gives us a classic example of the argument from incredulity, a logical fallacy. Instead, attendees were compelled to spend the first day reading interrogation protocols about a fantastic homegrown fascist military plot. 417. By calling the conspiracy fantastic, Kotkin is simply saying, it is unbelievable, that is, I, Stephen Kotkin, cannot believe it. 9. So what? Whether Kotkin or anyone else believes a statement is true or not is irrelevant to whether that statement is true or false. 9. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/divine_fallacy, https://www.logicallyfallacious.com/tools/lp/bo/logical-fallacy/196/argument-from-incredulity. Tkaczewski's confessions. Kotkin. NKVD interrogator torturers had compelled Tkaczewski to compose a post-facto war plan of defeat, which amounted to a version of the sophisticated doctrines he had been advancing for years and the Soviets had been successfully practicing at maneuvers. 273, 423. Note 273, 997. Fokaganov, Triumph I Tragedia, I/2, 264-5. A facsimile of Tkaczewski's confession and a copy of the plan of defeat are in Pokazania Marzhala Tkaczewskiego. Note the heavy reliance on argument by scare quote. And this is another bluff, i.e. a tactic of deception. For there is no evidence here that torturers had compelled Tkaczewski, etc. There is no evidence that Tkaczewski's confession plan of defeat published in Melodaya Gvardia 10-11, 1994, was scripted or dictated by the NKVD, or is anything other than what Tkaczewski himself chose to write. As so often, Kotkin can cite no evidence that Tkaczewski was tortured or in any way compelled to write a false plan of defeat. So he simply asserts that Tkaczewski was tortured. This is the logical fallacy of begging the question again. Kotkin also conceals the important testimony in Tkaczewski's article about the conspiracy and its ties to the Rights and to Trotsky. Here is one such passage. In 1932, on more than one occasion, I talked to Feldman, criticizing the army's leadership and the policies of the party. Feldman expressed great misgivings about the policies of the party in relation to the countryside. I told him that this should warn us, military workers, to be on our guard and suggested to him to organize a military group, sharing the views of the rightists, which would be able to discuss these matters and take the necessary steps. Feldman agreed, and thus was begun the creation of the anti-Soviet military Trotskyist conspiracy. I told Feldman that I already had established links with Inukij, who represented the leadership of the rightists. There are many more such important passages. An English translation of Tkaczewski's plan of defeat, Plan Perigenia, has in fact been published and is readily available. Kotkin fails to inform his readers about it. 10. Stephen J. Main, The Arrest and Testimony of Marshal of the Soviet Union M.N. Tkaczewski, May-June 1937. Journal of Slavic Military Studies 10, No. 1, March 1997, 151-195. Kotkin discusses a transcript he never read. Kotkin. At the trial, Yakir acknowledged the existence of the center but shifted blame onto Tkaczewski. Feldman did the same. When Kork tried to absolve himself and attack the others, they incriminated him, calling him a liar and provocateur. Primakov had volunteered an additional handwritten denunciation of commanders not yet arrested. Dybenko pressed Tkaczewski for details about his planned palace coup, and Blyukher pressed Yakir to elaborate on Gamarnik's counter-revolutionary Trotskyite plotting. 279, 424. No 279, 997 Zenkovic, Marshali I Jenseki, 510-1, citing the 11-page trial transcript. 5 of the 7 military men sitting as judges with Ulrich would soon be executed themselves, except for Budyonny and Shapashnikov. First, the scare quotes, there was an actual trial, not a trial. Second, as of May 2018, the full transcript of the trial of Tkakhevsky et al. Has been declassified and is available to scholars. It provides yet more compelling evidence that the military conspiracy was real and that Tkakhevsky and the rest were guilty of at least what they confessed to. Also, Kotkin is, at best, in error here yet again. Zenkovic is quoting from Belov's letter to Voroshilov, not from the trial transcript. Kotkin has also misunderstood Zenkovic's statement, not on page 510 but on page 508, where he says that Feldman's statement, not the whole trial transcript, occupied 12 pages. How could Kotkin have made such an elementary error? Was he so eager to depict the trial as a very brief kangaroo court that he misread Zenkovic? Or did Kotkin do this deliberately, knowing that almost no one would ever check the reference? Incompetence? Or deliberate fraud? As so often in Kotkin's book, either is possible. Yakir's letter to Stalin. Kotkin. Everything had taken place behind the scenes. On June 8, prison wardens had presented the 8 defendants with their formal indictments, and the next day Yakir had addressed a petition for mercy to our own close comrade Stalin, who wrote on it, "He is a scoundrel and a whore." Other Politburo members had to read it as well. A perfectly precise definition. K. Voroshilov. A scumbag and a whore, deserves only one kind of punishment, death. L. Kaganovich. Molotov affixed his name without elaborating. After collecting the signatures, Stalin wrote on the document, "My Archive 269. Behind the scenes." What scenes? Is Kotkin complaining that there wasn't a public trial? Are military tribunals public in the free world? Nonsense. This is just a cheap shot, one of many in Kotkin's book. But it is only the proverbial tip of the iceberg concerning Yakir's letter. A world record? Same source cited 3x in one footnote. No 269, 997 Voenyi Arkivirosii, 50, Lebedev, M. and Tkakhevsky I Voeno Fashistki Zagovor, 194, Artazov etal, Rehabilitatsiya, Kak Ito Bilo, 2, 688. The attentive reader who actually peruses footnotes will think these are 3 different sources. But they aren't. Once again, these are all the same source. The Spravka of the Shvernik report prepared for Khrushchev cited in 3 different publications. The third, RKEB2, is the citation universally used today, since this is a standard, important source book. The first 2, FURR, Lebedev, are never cited any longer, since they are very hard to find. Moreover, this document is available online, so why not give that reference for the reader's convenience? As for everything had taken place behind the scenes, ironically it is Kotkin who conceals the following important facts. That Yakir confesses to treason in this letter. That Marshal Zhukov in 1957, and then Khrushchev's KGB chief Alexander Shelepin in 1961, quoted this letter but omitted Yakir's confession. They did so in order to give the impression that Yakir was claiming that he was innocent. The complete text of Yakir's letter has now been declassified. I reprint a translation below so that the reader can see the section that Kotkin is concealing, in boldface. Dear, close comrade Stalin. I dare address you in this manner because I have said everything, given everything up, and it seems to me that I am a noble warrior devoted to the party, the state, and the people, as I was for many years. My whole conscious life has been passed in selfless, honest work in the sight of the party and of its leaders, then the fall into the nightmare, into the irreparable horror of betrayal. and during that short period of my life there were always within me two persons, one who had worked much and honestly for the army, the Soviets, the party, and another, who thought up and was preparing vile acts hostile to the country. The investigation is completed. I have been formally accused of treason to the state, I have admitted my guilt, I have fully repented. I have unlimited faith in the justice and propriety of the decision of the court and the state. The investigation has been completed. I have been accused of treason to the state, I have admitted my guilt, I have fully repented. I have unlimited faith in the justice and appropriateness of the court and the government. I know that there can and must be only one sentence: death. I am prepared for this sentence. Nevertheless, I appeal to you and to the government and beg you to believe in the possibility of my correction, to believe that I can still be of use to the state, to which I dedicate my whole being. Perhaps you will consider and decide to allow me to go somewhere in the far north or east, in Kolyma, to work and on rare occasions to learn about the magnificent land of the Soviets, mine again. I ask you to permit me, even though rarely, to take up Pravda and to see, by the amount of the sowing, the production, the transportation, the victories of the party, of the Soviets, and of the people, whom I have betrayed. I beg you, and I understand that I do not have any right to do so. Now I am honest in my every word, I will die with words of love for you, the party, and the country, with an unlimited faith in the victory of communism. 11. The whole text, with what Khrushchev, Zhukov, and Chalepin concealed, is in FURR, Trotsky's collaboration 9-10. A cheap shot to distract readers. Kotkin. The single-day trial of the military men took place in Camera, near the Kremlin, on the second floor of the three-story military Collegium building, October 25th Street, .275 in the chamber. Collegium members could avail themselves of sausages, black caviar, pastries, chocolates, fruit. Chief Military Judge Vasily Ulrich was known to enjoy a brandy. .276, 423-4. No. 276, 997. Jansen and Petrov, Mass Terror and the Court. Yet more falsehoods. The food and drink business is from a Khrushchev-era statement of a former orderly at Lefortovo prison and a crude 1991 Gorbachev-era smear of V.V. Ulrich, the chief judge of the military tribunal. What's more, neither is referring to this specific trial. Jansen and Petrov take the cognac story from a 1991 article, by Kistiakov and Maslov, which contains no evidence whatever. Kotkin has obviously cited the smear job in an attempt to poison his readers' minds, in order to deflect our attention away from the fact that it is Kotkin himself who is concealing the evidence that Tkaikevsky, Yakir, and the rest were in fact guilty of conspiring with Germany and Japan. Bias by omission again. Kotkin. Budyonny reported that day to Voroshilov, only personally, in a 19-page memorandum, that from the testimony of Tkaikevsky, Kork, Yakir, and Uberevasius it is evident that they decided to work out first on their own initiative the plan for the defeat of the Red Army during the war and only after that to clear it with the German General Staff. But because of their arrest they did not finish. Still, Budyonny concluded, I consider that nonetheless they passed it on to German intelligence, parroting Stalin's closed-door speech of June 2, .280, 424. No. 280, RGVA, F33 987, OP3s, D828, Fokoganov Papers, Hoover, Container 17. In his account for Stalin, June 26, Budyonny noted that although Tkaikevsky had shaken his head no during the reading of the charges and testimony, and denied passing any classified documents to the Germans, in the end he pronounced himself guilty. Voenyi Arkivirosii, 55-6, Lebedev, M. and Tkaikevsky I Voeno Fashistki Zagovor, 199-200, APRF, F3, OP24, D310, L170-83. See also the report of another judge, I. P. Belov, in Khristiani and Mikoleva, Le Repression I, 192-8. 997. Budyonny's report was addressed to Voroshilov, not to Stalin. This looks like a careless error since the archival copy in the Fokoganov papers is indeed 19 pages long and does have the archival identifier numbers cited by Kotkin. It has been published in Russia at least twice and is online in Russian. 12. 12 at http://istmat.info/node/22536. An English translation of Budyonny's letter is also available online. 13 The interested reader can consult it and see for herself what Kotkin omits. Like Yakir's letter, the text leaves no room for doubt that the military commanders, and Trotsky as well, were guilty of conspiring with the Nazis. Kotkin conceals all this from his readers. 13 at https://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde/research/budyonneltr.html. It is no surprise, then, that Kotkin does not quote the relevant parts of these documents. Just as Kotkin ignores Frenovsky's statement of April, 1939, all of Yezhov's confession statements, the appeals of the Moscow trial's defendants, and all the rest of the primary source evidence that shows that these conspiracies were real, not fabrications by an evil Stalin. When you don't know, invent. Kotkin. Just before midnight, Ulrich sentenced all 8 to death. The men were led down to the cellar, where the NKVD's head executioner, Vasily Blokhin, used German Walther pistols to execute the fascist hirelings. 282, 424. No 282, 997. Blokhin was assisted by Ignatieff, Lebedev, M. Antikakevsky Ivo no Fascistki Zagovor, 199. This is a falsification. There is nothing in Lebedev really, the Spravka of the Shvernik report, as we have seen about who the executioner was. The Spravka, and Lebedev, on the same page 199, simply states that Vyshinsky, Ulrich, Cesarsky, Ignatieff, and NKVD Commandant Blokhin were present at the execution and signed the document verifying that the executions had been carried out. 14. 14. Kotkin does not tell us who Ignatieff was. According to the Spravka, this was a Captain Ignatieff, Commandant of the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR. Perhaps Kotkin says that Blokhin was the executioner, and that he used German Walthers, because in the official and dishonest version of the Katyn massacre, which falsely blames the Soviets, it is claimed that Blokhin was the executioner and used German Walther pistols. As we have shown in the mystery of the Katyn massacre, the evidence, the solution. 15. The evidence is very clear, the Soviets cannot possibly have committed the Katyn massacres, so it follows that Blokhin did not shoot the Polish POWs. As for using German Walthers, the Germans did that. 15. Kettering OH, Erythros Press and Media, LLC, 2018. Why would Kotkin fabricate an insignificant detail like this one? To convince his readers that he is thorough? Whatever the reason, he did make it up or, perhaps, copy from someone else who did. Kotkin cites a letter 2 years late. Kotkin. Incarcerated Red Army men inundated the defense commissar with desperate letters about their torture, begging for his help. Kliment Yefremovich. You must check how the cases against the commanders of the Red Army are being handled, a group of Civil War comrades wrote to him. You will find that materials are extracted from the arrested by means of force, threats, and turning men into limp rags. 298. 303. No 298, 998. Afanasev, Onine Malkali, 380. In Afanasev, a dishonest book, as we shall see. This quotation is dated May 15, 1939, 23 months after the Takakevsky trial and executions, 6 months after Yezhov had resigned and Stalin and the Politburo had ordered NKVD repressions to be stopped. Argumentum e silentio. Kotkin. In fact, evidence indicates that Voroshilov knew full well the charges were a lie. 302, 303. Note 302, 998. Just one of many examples. Between May 7 and 10, Voroshilov issued a plan for liquidating wrecking. Check all warehouses, all construction sites, all secret information storage holdings, all military units, but he did so without naming a single example of actual wrecking in the army. Kostov and Samuelson, Stalin, NKVD, 75, APRF, F3, F401, 107-9. This passage is in Kostov and Samuelson, page 75, but it is not evidence that Voroshilov knew the charges were a lie. This is argument from silence, a logical fallacy. But see the following passage. But he did believe. Kotkin. The authority of the army in the country is shaken, Voroshilov wrote, again in notes to himself. The authority of the commanding group has been shaken. This means that the methods of our work, the whole system of governing the army, my work as commissar, has suffered a shattering crash. 303. 303. Note 303, 998. Souvenirov, Narkomat Obrany, 29, citing RGVA, F33987, OP3, D1023, L22, 24, 26, June 1937. Notes to himself for his November 1938 speech to the main military council show how far Voroshilov had come. Souvenirov, Tragedia RKKA, 74-5, citing RGVA, F33987, OP3, D1137, L3, 5, 6. The quotation in Kotkin's text at this footnote is indeed in Souvenirov, Narkomat Obrany, page 29. But in the second Souvenirov citation in Kotkin's note, Tragedia RKKA 74-5, Souvenirov says that Voroshilov sincerely believed that the armed forces were full of spies, etc., 74, thus contradicting what Kotkin has just said. No wonder Kotkin omits this fact. How could he cite a source that not only fails to support his fact claim, but says the direct opposite of what Kotkin claims it says? Evidently because for Kotkin these citations are window dressing, a sham to fool the rubes us, his readers. He is so sure that no one will check and find him out. The Far Eastern conspiracy was real. Kotkin. NKVD bigwig Vsevolod Balitsky had been transferred from Ukraine to fabricate a Trotskyite fascist conspiracy in the Soviet Far Eastern Army, the country's critical line of defense against Japan. 432. This is a particularly flagrant falsification. Elsewhere in his book Kotkin cites the late Professor Alvin D. Cooks's two articles The Lesser of Two Hells. 1078, Cooks discovered that Genrikh S. Lyashkov, the NKVD general who replaced Bolotysky in the Far East and then defected to the Japanese, told his Japanese handlers that there really was a conspiracy in the Far Eastern Army, naming names. This is evidence of this highest importance since it confirms the real existence of the military conspiracy. 16. 16. I have examined Cooks's articles in Chapter 17 of FURR, Kirov. What's more, this is non-Soviet evidence, since Lyashkov was in Japanese hands when he said it. Kotkin conceals all this fascinating and important stuff from his readers. This another series of falsehoods. Kotkin. Stalin's war preparations also bore the mark of his executions of thousands of loyal officers, especially top commanders like Vasily Blyukher, whose eye had been deposited in his hand before he died under torture, and the gifted Mikhail Tkaikevsky, whose blood had been splattered all over his confession to being a German agent just before Stalin signed the pact. 40, 893. Note 40, 1068. Stvanov, O Mastabak Represii. This footnote is a fraud. No specific pages, or even the number of the issue, are cited. Do you wonder why? And this is a four-part article in Voeno Istorический 1993, NOS 1, 2, 3 and 5. What's more, the article in issue 1 is not by Stvanov, but by A.T. Yakolov and V.I. Ivikin. But in his bibliography Kotkin lists them all as Bystvanov. And those that are Bystvanov, NOS 2, 3, and 5, are simply yet another publication of the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission, which Kotkin has cited elsewhere, in at least 5 other different editions. Why cite the same document here again in yet another separate publication? To create the appearance of thorough scholarship? The Spravka says that Bliucher died in custody, not under torture. As for Bliucher's eye, the Spravka just states, Cyrillic near his eye was a huge bruise. Where does the whose eye had been deposited in his hand come from? Not from the sources Kotkin cites. Did Kotkin dream up this macabre bit of gory detail himself in order to make Stalin, et al. look bad? Concerning the falsehood about the gifted Mikhail Tkaikevsky, whose blood had been splattered all over his confession to being a German agent just before Stalin signed the pact, see the appendix to this chapter. Here Kotkin adds yet another falsehood. Tkaikevsky et al. Were executed on June 11, 1937. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was signed, Stalin signed the pact, on August 25, 1939, 26 months later, not just before. Bliucher. Kotkin. On October 22, 1938, NKVD operatives appeared at Voroshilov's dacha, where the 39-year-old Bliucher and his 23-year-old wife were staying. They arrested the couple and took them to Moscow. 279 Yezhov had signed the order, but Beria oversaw the interrogation in Lefortovo. Back in summer 1937, Stalin had said that Tkaikevsky and Gamarnik, on orders from the Japanese, had tried to remove Bliucher from command of the Soviet Far Eastern Army. Now, in fall 1938, Stalin had Bliucher accused of being a spy for the Japanese since 1922. Under interrogation, Beria's men reduced Bliucher's face to a bloody pulp. He lost an eye, yet the marshal refused to confess. Bliucher would die under torture. Beria telephoned Stalin with the news, after which the marshal was cremated. 280, 549 to 550. Note 280, 1015. Bliucher died on November 9, 1938. He would be convicted and sentenced to death posthumously, on March 10, 1939. Dushenkin, Ot Soldata du Marshala. His wife received 8 years in the Karaganda camp complex. The Dushenkin book was published in 1960 in an edition of 150,000 copies, and republished in 1964 in another 100,000 copies, as part of the Khrushchev-era anti-Stalin campaign. It contains no evidence to support its conclusions and is useless for research. Under Khrushchev, similar books were published about Tkaikevsky, Yakir, Primakov, Eidman, and others. Kotkin fails to cite the 2008 book by Nikolai Velikanov, Izmena Marshalov, Betrayal of the Marshals. No doubt this is because Velikanov's book contains evidence that Bliucher and others were guilty. Kotkin does cite the 2 articles by Cooks which contain similar important evidence. But he conceals that evidence from his readers. Cooks relates that Lyashkov told his Japanese military handlers that Bliucher had indeed been conspiring against the Soviet government, omitting the evidence of Bliucher's guilt. Bliucher also admitted being in touch with Rykov, who had offered him a position. Bliucher told Gilin that before the removal of Rykov he was in connection with him and had often written that the right wing wished to see him at the head of the armed forces of the country. Cooks 158. Publicly Lyashkov was saying that all the conspiracies were fabrications by Stalin. But at the same time he was privately informing the Japanese that serious conspiracies did in fact exist. Moreover, what Lyashkov told the Japanese is consistent with the charges at the January 1937 and March 1938 Moscow trials, the guilt of Rykov, and with the charges against the military conspirators, both the Tkaikevsky affair figures, Gamarnik, and those against military and party officials in the Far East. 17 quoted in FURR Kirov, 348. We also now have a few selections of interrogations of Bleuker in 1938. In one of them Bleuker explicitly mentions a letter from Rykov that stated exactly what, according to Cooks's research, Lyashkov told the Japanese. The beginning of my contact with the Wrights took place in 1930. These political waverings and unsteadiness of mind became known to Rykov and permitted Rykov in 1930 to write to me an anti-party and anti-Soviet letter, which I hid from the party, and in which he spoke of his desire to see me at the head of the military. This agrees with Cooks's account of what his Japanese informants told him about Lyashkov's words, already quoted above. Other snippets of interrogations of Bleuker implicate Durabus, Lavrentiev, Pokus, Arenstam, and other figures whom Lyashkov identified as participants in the military conspiracy in the Far East. Lyashkov's statements to the Japanese confirm them. By the same token, Lyashkov's statements to the Japanese refute the notion that these statements were false, the result of torture, threat, or simple NKVD fabrication. Excerpts from Bleuker's interrogations are contained in Velikanov's book on pages 342 to 344. Of the 26 pages of Bleuker's handwritten confession, Velikanov reproduces a few paragraphs only. But in them Bleuker confirms that he joined the conspiracy of the Wrights in 1930. Conclusion. This critique has established that Kotkin has extensively falsified the evidence about the Tkakhevsky affair in order to create the false appearance that Stalin and his associates framed innocent men. We now possess far more evidence of the guilt of Tkakhevsky and the other military commanders executed with him than I outline above. As of May 2018, the transcript of the trial of Tkakhevsky et al. Of June 11, 1937, has finally been declassified and made available on the Internet. 18 As of November 2018, most of the NKVD investigation file on Tkakhevsky has been declassified as well. The testimony given there by the defendants will remove any doubt in the mind of the objective reader that these men were guilty of the crimes to which they confessed. 18 at http://istmat.info/node/59108, with PDF file at http://upload/59108/Ragaspy_17.171.392_process_to Hachevskogo.pdf. It is also available at a Ukrainian, Russian language site, http://lander.odessa.ua/doc/Ragaspy_17.171.392_process_to-Hachevskogo.pdf. But Kotkin, in company with many or perhaps even most scholars of the Stalin era, is anything but objective. No conceivable evidence can change his mind, or theirs. Denial of the evidence is the rule, and objectivity is the exception, in the corrupt field of Soviet history of the Stalin era. Chapter 9a. Appendix, The Bloodstain Question. On page 414 Kotkin writes the following. In the cellars on May 26, a mere 4 days after his arrest, Tkakhevsky began to sign whatever interrogators put in front of him. Zinovy Ushakov, who prided himself on obtaining confessions no other investigator could extract, mercilessly beat Tkakhevsky, whose blood dripped onto the pages of a confession to crimes he did not commit. The claim that these bloodstains prove that Tkakhevsky was beaten into false confessions is repeated by many other writers. For example, Yezhov's investigators tortured the officers mercilessly until they confessed. Analysis many years later showed that there were bloodstains on the confession signed by Tkakhevsky. Getty, Road to Terror, 447-8. Their reference is to Izvestia Tisk KPSSN 4, 1989, p. 50. This is in fact the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission, prepared for Khrushchev in 1963 but not published until Gorbachev's anti-Stalin campaign. In the authoritative publication of the Spravka in the volume RKEB2 it is on page 682. Here is that passage. Cyrillic. 28 1956 R, 165, 166 967,581. In the process of studying the case of M.N. Tkaczewski, spots of a brownish color were found on separate sheets of his testimony. In the conclusion of the Central Forensic Laboratory of the Military Medical Directorate of the Ministry of Defense of the USSR of June 28, 1956, it is stated, blood has been found on stains and smears on sheets 165, 166 of case number 967581. Some blood stains have the form of an exclamation mark. This form of blood stains is usually observed when the blood falls from an object in motion, or when blood falls to a surface at an angle. Khrushchev rehabilitated Tkaczewski et al. In 1956-57. In the early 2000s, Yulia Kantor was given permission by the Tkaczewski family to view his interrogation file. She published 2 books about this, both cited by Kotkin. Kantor was utterly unable to find any evidence that Tkaczewski was innocent, although she is certain that he was, and she covers up this fact with lots of assertions. On February 21, 2004, Kantor published an article in Izvestia, still a Russian newspaper. In that article she reproduced a photo of the place in one of Tkaczewski's confessions that has the stains. Years ago, I put this photograph online. https://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/tuck-confess_with_blood.jpg. It is important to note a few details here. These are the same stains that are identified in the Spravka of 1963. The stain in the form of an exclamation mark is at the lower left corner. This confession is a carbon copy. I thought it looked like this, and it has been confirmed by my Moscow colleague Vladimir Bobrov, who has been working in the FSB, formerly the KGB and KVD archive. Tkaczewski's signature is visible. Normally, each page of a confession is signed. That was the custom with all interrogation transcripts. This discovery was made by Khrushchev's men when Khrushchev was falsely rehabilitating lots of people and blaming Stalin, after his February 25, 1956 secret speech. I have written about these false rehabilitations in Khrushchev Lied, Chapter 11. Later, Gorbachev's men often just copied the unpublished Khrushchev material stuff verbatim. Why should we trust Khrushchev and his men? We shouldn't. In anything. They lied big time. So, we don't know whether these stains are blood or not. Assuming they are blood, are they Tkaczewski's blood? Khrushchev's men may or may not have had the technology to determine that in 1962-3. But by 1989, and certainly today, the technology exists, and many Tkaczewski family members are still around. If it were Tkaczewski's blood, wouldn't Khrushchev and Gorbachev tell us that? But they do not mention it. Maybe they do not want to know, in case the test shows that it is not Tkaczewski's blood. Imagine a courtroom in which this is presented as evidence against somebody, say, Zinovy Ushakov, Tkaczewski's interrogator. The defense attorney could make mincemeat of this so-called evidence, get it excluded from consideration. That's because it proves nothing. Even if these stains are blood and even if they are Tkaczewski's blood, let's remember, this has not been established, they are on a carbon copy. That means that Tkaczewski has already made the confession, and it has been typed up. So why would they still beat him? To force him to sign each page? But look at the signature. It's a regular signature, nothing shaky or hesitant. It's like he is signing an order or a check. Most important, is this blood spatter? Read the Wikipedia page on this. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/bloodstain_pattern_analysis. This is not blood spatter. There is no spatter at all. But if Tkaczewski were being beaten, there would be spatter. A blow produces spatter, not drops. Let's assume these are blood stains. What might have caused them? A nosebleed? A paper cut? Whose blood? It could be anybody's, the interrogators, the secretary typists, from one of the archivists handling the document. Or, it could be Tkaczewski's. What it cannot be is the sign of a beating. A beating produces blood splatter, which these stains are not. There is nothing ingenious or obscure about either this evidence or the analysis of it here. Khrushchev's and Gorbachev's men could have done it. But they didn't. They had been tasked by their bosses to find evidence that Tkaczewski was innocent. So they did not look too closely. Kotkin could have done it too. But, like Khrushchev's and Gorbachev's men, Kotkin was not looking for the truth either. Like Khrushchev and his men, Kotkin was looking for a good anti-Stalin story. So he turned off his critical faculties and fabricated a beating. And not just any beating, but a merciless beating. Pure invention. And yet Kotkin is a renowned historian. Chapter 10. Yezhov's Conspiracy. Interestingly, in January 1939, S. Mironov Korel S.N. Mironov's full name was arrested, and almost immediately testified that in July 1937 in a private conversation Frenovsky told him of Yezhov's intention to come to power on the basis of their group in the NKVD. 1 Leonid A. Namuov, Stalin I NKVD. Moscow, Novy Chronograph, 2010, 263. In conformity to the anti-Stalin paradigm, Kotkin takes the familiar indeed, the obligatory position that the mass executions of 1937 to 1938 were planned by Stalin, and that Nikolai Yezhov, the chief of the NKVD, was only carrying out Stalin's orders. In the words of the title of a book by two leading anti-Stalin falsifiers, and therefore a book often cited by Kotkin, Yezhov was Stalin's loyal executioner too. The updated Russian edition of this book is titled Stalinsky Pitomets, Stalin's nursling, or pupil. This is all wrong. No evidence supports it. Therefore, Kotkin can cite none. It is only possible to make this claim at all by ignoring the primary source evidence now available and relying heavily on secondary sources by anti-Stalin researchers who, of course, can give no evidence either. Long, detailed footnotes give Kotkin's account the superficial appearance of being well documented. But this is a sham. As we shall see, many of Kotkin's footnotes do not provide evidence for the fact claims he makes. Bias by omission is perhaps the most powerful of the tools in the bag of the historical falsifier, because only a specialist who is familiar with the available sources will know what is omitted. Kotkin takes full advantage of this technique of falsification. We devote a full chapter to Kotkin's abuse of this tool of deception. I have written a book-length study of Yezhov's conspiracy and mass murders, Yezhov vs. Stalin. The truth about mass repressions and the so-called Great Terror in the USSR. In it I examine the primary source evidence. For brevity's sake I will refer to that book rather than reprint its contents here. Kotkin completely ignores all the evidence of Yezhov's conspiracy against the Soviet government. Because he deals with Yezhov's mass murders in several different sections of his book, our discussion here has to jump around in Kotkin's text to follow him.